Hey, what's up everyone? It's Dolbeck today for our creator live stream. It's the last day of this season. People are gonna reset soon, so I think I might have someone who's gonna come. We'll see. I didn't take a rendezvous. Is the sound too loud? That looked fine. Probably my headset that is too loud. It's crazy the gooners, bro. Like the gooner bait on Twitch and stuff. It's crazy how like women just act like if it's normal to capitalize on it. It's crazy. Like I just log on Twitch to open it to see if my Twitch works, and they propose me that thing. Okay, it's just a woman making food, but bro, is she really like wearing that in real life? Like, come on, man. Like, she's trying to abuse of the woman benefit by overcommitting into, you know, gooner baiting. Oh my! I just realized the Twitch had a wrong name. Um, I just don't know what to put, so I'm gonna put that tier gamer POV, man. There you go. Let's use a trash weapon at the start. Let's try that and get some stuff to craft some. I need processor and stuff. Sensor, advanced electrical component.
Let's make this quick. Fair trade. Take it.
It's been a while since I played with a
Waiting for something?
kettle only. The kettle was very nice at the start of the game, and then it got nerfed, and yeah, maybe a bit too hard. I don't think he needed to nerf that. But it probably got, yeah, I remember now. It got nerfed. Yeah, it was crazy weapon, but the reason why it got nerfed to the ground is mostly because some people were abusing with it. There was like using macros to make it shoot faster. Mostly just because a couple big streamer who just were abusing it. I remember Peanut doing it. There's a couple of games like this. Big streamer come to destroy it and then they leave when the game is destroyed and then complain, oh, I don't know why this game don't last.
Apollo here. I hope I got the right frequency. Here's a tip, Raider. Hornets tend to hover. Now, if my designs hold up, it's a perfect time to stick them with an explosive or two.
I beamed that nigga, bro. Like one bullet.
That's good. I come in from for the processor. There you go. I got my processor.
Yo, Dolbeck, what the fuck is you doing, bro? Why you running trio if you want to go loot? You fucking cocksucking ass nigger. I'm about to report your account, you fucking goofy.
Fucking
goofy
butt. You speak
You
French,
bitch-ass
bro. Your accent is so bad.
Yeah, like you, bro, at the game. As bad as you at the game. You
Well, my
fucking
teammates
clown.
shot me at the start, so I was like, I'm gonna just go and do my thing, you know?
Yeah, he shot at you because he knew you fucking suck at the game.
Nah, bro, I would carry you if I was
Reporting your
there.
account, you
It's
fucking clown.
it's just too bad to understand big men
Bro,
play.
keep looting, you fucking clown.
Yeah, while you're
nigga.
dead and not even looting anything, poor kid.
Yo, your accent is also bad, bro. What, you speak in Spanish? You
No, I'm
fucking
French.
dickhead.
I'm French just like you, brother. You cannot even, like, you don't even know your own kind, dude. There you go. I came in for the processor and I got them. I can get more sensor. First game of the day. My teammate already called me the N-word. That's pretty insane. I did not follow them though, so it's kind of fine. But they were not using their mic and they shut me at the start. I was like, I don't know.
Shani here. You're looking for shipping containers labeled J. Cosma. That's all the help I can offer.
Yeah, another team over at Medical. Only got knocked by the Bastion.
They're from the sensor and the processor, and I get them again.
Oh, me? I think they're fighting right here.
Hey, I'm across to you now.
I'm gonna use the hatch if you want in.
You're leaving?
Oh yeah, my inventory is full. Poor teammate. They just wanna play the game and I'm out there resetting. Get the goop. Nice, nice.
No such thing as too many.
Let's see if I get another spawn for the goop again or I'm PvP. We'll see, we'll see. Ah, it's a goop spawn. So I have hatch keys for days. Like the basically you're like, oh, He's like, fuck, I'm with a...
What does he need?
I guess he assumes you're a free kid, but you're not.
No.
No, yeah, I'm not free kit.
I know
No,
you're
he
not.
has a
I know you're not a
kit.
freak.
He just has a light
Just
shield.
have a light shield. That's all.
He has a renegade and all that good stuff.
Do you need processors?
Yeah, I'm
It's
getting
kinda weird 'cause
processor and sensor because I got a friend that need to do the damage thing, and when he's gonna log on, I want to have hatch keys.
Alright, you could have done that in solos, but
Or
alright.
that. Anyways. Let's go this way.
Yeah, I was not thinking I
know
would
what.
get teammate. So you guys have bought a kit?
Yeah, dude.
Well,
Well, I'm
maybe
down
if
to
you
go
put on
Well, I
PvP
guess-
then.
Build squad. That's what happens.
Where's this door down to Seedwalk?
Right here.
No, that's not Seedwalk.
There it is.
It is?
Yeah.
Alright, okay.
Let's go try to
Alright,
help them
so
get
we
their
can leave?
PvP, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
One more. Quick. Oh, you're getting out?
I mean, you're just gooping, right? You're looking at PvP.
Well, I told you I'm a PvP if you do. But it's fine.
Shit, but you're looking for sensors and shit, dog. That's a
Alright.
long, hard thing to look for.
No,
Not
that's the
ready.
room. That room, and then there's a room up in.
I mean, I don't come across that many sensors.
For real?
You just gotta know where to look. Cool.
Yeah,
Go
I
on,
just
go
got like a bunch of them.
Yeah, that room's sensor and processors. He was in.
What a lag. I'm gonna let them go. I'm gonna use the hatch. For the little thing. He was looking for a teammate. He got no teammate. He got a looter instead. You need to make PvP and PvE lobbies. So you don't have to fuck up someone days just to get your PvE in. Nice. What's up, Mentos? Meh. I don't know if I did a mistake by not getting Palward. I see that a lot of people are like enjoying it really hard. So like I don't know. But at the same time we got Mistfall Hunter coming soon. Yes, Palward is single player and you can play co-op, but I think there's some PvP. Like people can raid your base or something, but most of the time when you look at Palward, it's a bit like Rust and all those things. You see people, you look at them, all they do is building their base and capturing Pokemon. They don't really like have PvP, but I think there's PvP in the game somewhere. I know people can raid your base, but even if I looked at multiple streams, I've never seen PvP. My teammates out there getting cooked by Ark. And I wonder, do I help him? Nah, he's just looking. He's not. You don't have brain and hands. I think those teammates are cooked. I don't know what they do. I'm not interested to know. They both got killed by Ark. Wow, you guys got both killed by Ark. This is pretty nice gameplay.
I didn't get killed by Ark, I just left the game.
Nah, you got killed by Ark. Stop. I saw you both over there doing stupid shit. I think he was mad a little bit. It sounded like he was hurt. Shui, no. The server you played did something to attract people. Oh yes. So there's a bunch of new people in the server and it's fucking up your what you like to do. That sucked. You can't chill and work, damn. Yeah, that sucked. Pretty hard to find a good game that you can abuse and repeat nowadays. I'm not gonna lie, like the choice is limited. Ouch. And I guess you don't really have the choice with other server, or you already started your base and whatever, so you don't want to change. It sucks. Damn. Don't have anything to play until Mistfall Hunter. Yeah, man. The choice are very small for those type of game. And like I said before, it's probably possible to do with something like RuneScape or like a card game like Slay the Spire or Hearthstone, but it's not your type. Yeah, you cannot play Mistfall Hunter while you're working for sure. Hearthstone is great because it's World of Warcraft. It's like World of Warcraft team card. But I think RuneScape is the best if you look for something. I know I keep telling you, but yeah. If I had to choose for something, I would go for that. Like, there's no other option almost. Yeah, wait a second. Give me a top 20 of game I can play while working at the same time. I don't know any of those games. Yeah, Slay the Spire is a card game. Civilization could be good. Rune Escape. Yeah, they say Rune Escape there. And Black Desert Online. Wow. This is something they need to put more into MMORPG. The AFK farming, like there's a in Rune Escape, like AFK fishing, AFK like wood cutting, or AFK like just mining and stuff like that, you know. Hmm. Let's see what, bro. It's been like almost 6 to 8 years. I did not look at RuneScape. Let's see. Bro, why the Gooner bait, bro? It's everywhere. Look at this, dude. Like, come on, dude.
Sometimes he does that. If I'm leaning forward like this.
They look the chat W outfit. Bro, like, come on, dude.
He can follow my back. He might do it. Yeah, look.
Like, this is what woman does nowadays. Bro, they need to stop at some point. It's fun to watch. I like seeing it, but I mean, like, women need to calm the fuck down, dude. Like, the video is not about the cat. Nobody is licking the cat right now. They're like,
his nails. Sometimes he.
Bonnie, come to the main office.
I remember when the Evolution of Combat update hit RuneScape on November 20th, 2012. It took the point-and-click combat style that had defined the game, well, for...
The game don't look like this anymore. He's showing old school RuneScape.
forever and completely changed the whole thing. For the vast majority of the RuneScape players, this was absolutely not the right call for the future of the game. It alienated them from the MMO that they'd grown up with. It didn't feel familiar anymore. The game began to suffer instantly and immensely. Did you know it took just about 3 months from the release of the Evolution of Combat to the poll that would decide if old school RuneScape should happen? Only Jagex could force a game update which was this catastrophically bad for their game, and if you remember when they removed the free trade in the wilderness, you know what I'm talking about. And it wasn't just the idea behind the update either. The combat was so bad. It was extremely clunky, poorly balanced, and the game changed in terms of visuals too. Again, just a slew of updates which no one really wanted. As time went on, RuneScape 3 became less and less popular whilst old school's poll would pass. Old school RuneScape implemented player-driven updates updates, led by polls and gained a ton of popularity. Meanwhile, RuneScape 3 piled on daily, weekly and monthly commitments, predatory microtransactions, and disjointed updates which just piled on more stuff onto the confusing mess the game.
Still staying up late gaming solo?
Oh, come on, bro. I
With
chose the
Hacko
wrong
AI,
browser.
Get the ultimate companion for your playtime.
I noticed that the enemy jungle ramen
Game had become. Those initial moments of the evolution of combat and the bad successive changes that followed it are the legacy that still defines RuneScape.
Oh, the start of this video is so negative. I almost don't want to watch the rest, bro.
3 for so many players, and you really can't blame anyone for being critical of the path that RuneScape 3 took. However, you absolutely can blame people for refusing to accept that maybe, in well over a decade, actually things have changed pretty significantly. 2026 will be the biggest year for RuneScape 3 since the evolution of combat back in 2012. And for me, if you've been watching my channel for a while, you know I've done a few videos on RuneScape 3 reviewing its current state. And during 2025, playing RuneScape 3 on my Iron Man was easily my most played game. I mean, we still have a while to wait left before Classic Plus, right? And as the old saying goes, you don't ever quit RuneScape, you just take breaks. But for the first time in a very, very long time, I can actually recommend going back to RuneScape 3 for those who are now curious about it, because the roadmap for this game just dropped in January this year, and Jagex are hoping to systematically change quite literally every single problem that people tend to have with RuneScape 3. Even before these set of changes, I could have recommended playing this game on an Iron Man because there was no microtransactions, but following this roadmap and what Jagex are setting out to do, I could really recommend this game now for any player looking for a new MMO to try. So if you didn't know, on January 19th, Treasure Hunter has left RuneScape for good. Over 124,000 people voted in a community poll, which aimed to remove this microtransaction system, which had been a key problem with the game for so many people entirely. It took merely a few days for this threshold to be passed. So Treasure Hunter, or Squeal of Fortune as it used to be known, is an in-game system that allows people to buy keys and then open loot boxes for really overpowered rewards. There's even been people who have leveled up an account entirely through this system just standing at the GE buying keys. It's one of the worst microtransaction systems I've seen in a game, and it's gone. It's entirely gone right now. It's not there anymore. There were over 200 skilling related items tied to this microtransaction shop which are just gone. Jagex are finally acknowledging that this really isn't good for the game long term, and it's more important to attract new players via not having systems like this rather than to try and milk out the whales who are still engaging with it sufficiently. And the removal of Treasure Hunter is really just the beginning. Jagex are investing heavily in a year-long integrity roadmap for RuneScape 3, addressing so many of the game's long-standing issues. So RuneScape 3 is getting an official plugin API before the end of 2026. If you've played old school RuneScape, you'll know about RuneLite. It's a third-party client with an extensive plugin library that fundamentally changes how people play old school RuneScape. You have quest helper, tile markers, menu entry swapper, helpers for bosses, the list just goes on and on. Old school RuneScape genuinely would not be anywhere near as popular as it is if it did not have RuneLite. And at one point, Jagex were trying to shut it down, by the way. This company and their decisions sometimes. Anyways, RuneScape 3 is also going to be getting its own plugin support built directly into the official client. If you didn't know, RuneScape 3 does have something kind of like RuneLite at the moment called Alt1, but it's not a client, it's just an overlay that you can put on the game, and it does help to some extent, but it's nowhere near as powerful or customizable. The community input to RuneLite has genuinely been invaluable for the growth of old school RuneScape. I know people who started old school at the end of 2025, and they straight up told me if the quest helper didn't exist, they wouldn't be playing the game still. Now obviously with RuneScape 3, this resource will take time to develop.
Oh, the quest helper, man. Doing quests in this game is so complicated. Yeah, the quest helper is pretty nice.
And it will take time for people to figure out how it works and to populate it with essential plugins. But the potential here is absolutely enormous. Imagine having things which old school players have enjoyed for years now on RuneScape 3, such as improvements to interfaces, clearer information, activity-specific helpers, quest helper, that would perhaps be the biggest one, and so many more things. this is just a huge win for the game when it eventually happens. Another thing which people commonly have such a big issue with on RuneScape 3 is the user interface. You ask people who have tried RuneScape 3 in the past what their problems were, and UI is always at the top because it is just an absolute nightmare. Or at least it was, because Jagex have redesigned the basic UI to be so much more user-friendly right out of the box, and you don't need to go and watch an hour-long tutorial from 3 years ago to try and make any sense of it. You just set the UI to classic and it's pretty familiar with what you've been seeing in old school RuneScape, and you should be able to figure out what buttons do what. If you go into edit mode for the UI as well, you can also copy in another player's name and get their UI directly instead of having to mess around setting it up yourself. Now I will admit, when you do go into the settings, things are still incredibly confusing. Nevertheless, the basic UI is more than good enough for when you're first starting the game. You can use this, play with it for hundreds of hours, and by the time you're at endgame stuff, you're probably used to it where you've set it up in a way that...
I never had the UI issues. I don't know. Some people are probably overwhelmed, like if they never played World of Warcraft or whatever, you know.
That makes sense for you. So if you're seeing a lot of older players' UIs, they're probably overly cluttered in a way they don't need to be, and you should really base your game experience around this new classic one if you're coming back to the game. Another super good feature about the new UI is the auto setup action bar function. If you click the cog on the side of an action bar, you'll see the button. If you press it, it'll set up your action bar.
I'm gonna look on Twitch. I'm not against the video, I just don't really care. There's 1.2k, and what about old school? There's 8.7k looking old school RuneScape. There's like the same amount of people looking old school RuneScape than people looking at Art Creator. This is pretty rough. Oh, this one is PvP. I don't know how people are still playing old school RuneScape. I don't understand, bro. And the new RuneScape is like pretty good too. I don't understand. I got a 9070 XT. Bro is kitted way too much for RuneScape. Farming sheeps. Farming bosses. Yeah, I don't know, maybe it's a little old, man. It was fun while it was new. And people are really playing old game like this. Yeah, I think the 9070 is probably better. Yeah. I did not look, I did not do the test. My knowledge in graphic card is really low. And it's all about the price, you know, if someone want to pay the... I think the 5,000 are made to worth a low amount of money. Maybe not the 5,090, but... the 60 and the 70 are really cheap. All the same feature and better value? Nice, nice. And they fixed the FSR too, I think you said, so that's pretty good.
People.
Oh yeah? We have a AFK teammate. I'm just gonna go in library, get the processor and reset. Multi-frame gen is not a good feature. Yeah, I think that depends. Some games are really bad optimized for it, and some games are good optimized. It's just weird. You could never get into RuneScape. Yeah, it's a good game if you're looking for something you can play and work at the same time, but I would never recommend it as a main game, you know, like that you can you can go boss and do something into it, like if it was a MMORPG, but for me the best side of RuneScape is the crafting and the gathering. Like I've been I played the RuneScape when I was playing that. Sometimes I was just, you know, watching a movie at the same time, or playing another game, like playing Hearthstone and RuneScape at the same time, whatever. You can autopilot FF14. Oh yeah, nice, nice. Yeah, you were not having fun doing it, I feel you. Like, it need to make you feel like you're not wasting your time the moment you're doing it. The thing about FF14 is you, when your account is maxed, you're gonna have to pay to be able to play. I guess it's a bit the same in RuneScape when I think about that. Like, There's a paid subscription, and if you don't do the paid subscription, you're into the non-subscribed realm. I just remember that. Yeah, I should stop recommending that. I think that the subscription-based game, it's like they need to stop doing that. The game industry need to stop doing that overall. It's predatory. A bit like the, bro. Mortal Online 2 being like $15 per month is crazy, man. I'm pretty sure they would have like twice a bigger player base if it was not 15 per month. Maybe even like 10 times bigger player base. And this is what is supposed to make the game fun. You see, seeing other people around playing the same game as you, like having a world that is full of people and you can interact with. Instead, the game is like dead, and pretty sure they would make more money if it was not paid. At least Hearthstone was not paid. You can pay to buy some cards and stuff like that, but you can have a good card without paying. That was fun, but yeah, the amount of game you can play while working is very low. Yeah, you play, but at level 80 you lose. Like you don't lose your account, but if you're not willing to pay, then it's a bit like if you lose your account. Everything, like the time you invested in is kind of lost. What are you doing, brother? Zipline, zipline, zipline.
Yep.
One knot. I knocked another one. I knocked another one. I knocked three. The other one is crawling somewhere. And I did the work. I hear someone else.
Yeah, this door's open.
If you're a bot and you queue with free kit, there's some weapon for you there.
Oh shit, up top, third floor, third floor. Hey, I'm going in, I'm going in, I'm going in.
I need to breach the door to help you.
Brother, what am I seeing? Right here, right here, right here.
He's one tap on the right. You kind of pushed alone right there. That was weird. I got jebaited by teammates. Except the two last expansion. It's clunky and just another tab target MMO. Oh yeah. Yeah. I think this is what I hate the most about the MMO. There's the number of good like game that are that type is so low. Like I don't know, man. They are just not making some anymore. Like. Name 10 MMO RPG that are in development. I'm speaking about 3D game with good graphics. The fuck is Bellator, bro? Oh yeah, I think Guild War 3 is gonna be nice. Let me see, Bellator. Never heard of that thing. There's no people playing Bellator. Instead, it gave me some e-girl. Let's see who's Bellator is. Yeah, that's pretty bad. She's she's playing with rabbit ears. All right, Bellator. So let's see on YouTube. Is it in development or it's Out.
Acho que com o moção, peguei num pack. Vê se com.
He's playing copyrighted music. I just can't see shit. Like, what is even happening in this dude's screen? I just can't see, man. What? Yeah, that's not a good look. And it's probably tab target because he don't really aim.
vous offre une garantie à vie sur les réparations auto.
Torres.
But this time, we want to start with what players actually care about most. Can mapping feel smoother? Can drops...
Hey everyone, Anders here. We're going to go over the latest information in my first impressions of the recent closed beta of Bellatorus. Bellatorus is a PC sandbox MMORPG from Korean developer NU. The developers promise deep gameplay systems focused on PvP combat, strategic group warfare, and dynamic environments that respond to players' actions. Battles will be heavily influenced by terrain, unit positioning, and weather conditions, adding layers of realism to that combat. Politics will play a crucial role in shaping your faction, with players able to run for office in game. Guilds will have daily GVGs where they fight for node control and resource bonuses. There will be daily faction versus faction control type warfare. There is unlimited ranked 1v1 and 3v3 arena with all factions through a matchmaking system. PvE consists of BDO style grinding for materials and resources at grind spots, and mini dungeons that spawn in those grind spots where you can gain even more resources.
I can't tell if it's the quality of YouTube that is like breaking the quality, or it's the dude uploaded it in 4K. So I'm gonna guess you have a good PC. So it's probably the quality of the game.
The profession or life skill system is crucial to the economy and progression with gear like armor.
But it still look better than like Mortal Online. Like the rock doesn't look like too squarish.
And accessories only available through the crafting system and limited main story quests. If you're a player that would rather not focus on the crafting side, player trading and a marketplace is available to acquire gear that way. No cash app or monetization was available in this beta, but there are signs things like character customization, premium outfits, dyes, and inventory and weight may become monetized in the future. For this beta, almost all items outside of gear weighed the minimum, and inventory did not become an issue till much later on when testers received beta-only boxes with multiple items to help us test endgame gear and skills. Instead of traditional leveling systems, there is a mastery system in place for each weapon, armor, life skill, crafting profession, and even your passives are influenced this way. Pretty much everything revolves around this mastery system. As you obtain mastery XP and reach certain milestones in the mastery tree, you will gain new abilities and ways to change the way your skills work. Skills invested into your mastery system will passively reach a limit where, depending on how far you have progressed with your character, you will have the option to specialize. Specializing with a type of weapon or profession allows you to further enhance those skills. There are, however, limits to how many specializations you can have on any one character. You can reset your skills through an item, but resetting your skills also deletes your skill levels for weapons and even your professions. If you had invested into the max level 10...
The dude is aiming, I think.
of, say, the meteor shower skill for the staff weapon, and then you decide to reset your skills to try something else, you would lose your level progress on the meteor shower skill and would have to start over. These require special stones that drop from monsters, and at least in the beta, were not plentiful in my experience. This means with the current mastery system, experimentation is available. However, complex builds can be made and tested, but with the current reset system, it makes it tedious and costly to change builds often. If they want to keep this system to dissuade weapon swapping meta, it would help if they add something like a skill preview to at least showcase how a skill changes with each branch of the tree. Despite this minor gripe, I thought the skill system was very well implemented, and they allow for enough complexity to make theory crafting possible and engaging. Weapons consist of one-handed and two-handed sets. You can only equip 2 weapons at a time, and each weapon is limited to 4 skills each. You can swap weapons mid-combat, and cooldowns, I would say, are on the medium to long.
Yeah, it looked flat. I think you're right on that. Like, yeah, I don't know, man.
Side, depending on the weapon. I was unable to test every single weapon combination, but I will go through every weapon available and give you more information on the ones I did manage to test. For the one-handed weapons, each of these pairs up with a shield, which in of itself had its own mastery tree with limited skills you can use as well.
Let me see if it's flat. I'm gonna try to like...
items. I saw a couple of English-speaking players complain about the starting area being bombarded by enemy faction players that were raining down meteors, killing them every time they respawned. I honestly think that's intended, but I don't think it's an issue, mainly because in the beta we had limited numbers of players. If an enemy faction is assaulting your capital and killing your new players, there's a very high chance those enemy players will get instantly hunted down and they won't be a problem in live servers. That said, no place is safe. Enemy factions are always flagged, but I think if you're more of a crafter or life skiller and don't like the sound of open world PvP like this, keep in mind there is a whole faction of PvP players on your side looking to protect their members and looking for content when there isn't GVG or node wars going on. It's especially
you know, people are, how to say that,
moving.
They are gonna warlog. Yeah, there's a warlog here. I think most of the PvP players at some point they are not gonna protect it.
Might have been a mechanic, could have been a bug, I'm not sure, but things then started getting pretty chaotic as the boss lowered in health, to the point where the sheer number of effects on the screen made it hard to see where everything was. Once he died, he dropped some tokens, but I'm not sure as to their use. The main story is very...
Yeah, I think this is the biggest issue about this game. You can't see, bro. Like, what?
Similar to older Korean MMOs like Blade and Soul and Terra. Essentially, you want to go from point A to point B, do some
and it's
quests.
Flat.
They'll ask you to kill a certain number of monsters to progress. There's maybe an elite from time to time. Repeat, very basic. Progression can get difficult if you rely on the main...
Bro, why are they making everything flat? Oh! This place is less flat.
Whichever guild deals the most damage to the pillar before the timer ends wins the node. Faction War also happens every day at a different time than GVG. You will usually be given a teleport scroll to the fort location, and you will either need to take the castle or defend it depending on where the fort is located. There are control points that you need to hold to increase your points inside and outside the castle, and the faction that reaches the point threshold first wins.
It's flat and not flat at the same time.
When I was a relatively low level player,
I feel like it's less worse than where wines meet.
Tier 1 gear, which meant I was not very helpful to my teammates, but the flow of battle felt pretty dynamic, and overall for a beta, it was a good experience. Life skills are core to your progression. You can increase your mastery levels the more you gather or craft. You can specialize in a craft to be able to produce higher quality items or gather at a faster rate. For example, with mining, it takes a long time to gather the node, over 10 seconds normally with tier 1 tools, and around 5 or 6 seconds with tier 6 tools. You can specialize in mining and focus on reducing your mining time in 3 different ways. Either you can reduce it by a flat amount, have a chance to reduce the mining time by half, or the last option would be to have an even smaller chance to reduce the mining time to near instant. With crafting, it works in a similar way. You can focus on making your crafts have a higher chance to be rare or epic, or choose to have a higher materials. For example, if you have a rotation with one...
Let's see if there's another video where we can see at least PvP test on Korea from... It's 11 months ago. Wait, ritual magic in Disney sound? What the... Oh, this dude have a better quality overall, the upload quality. Right there it's flat, but not too flat. Maybe I'm just coping. I'm skipping. Or like ganking. Aha, this is more like PvP right there. Nah, I think the visual effects are just not it. The dude pushed way too deep for no reason. That player is just ass. What a choke point, man. All you see is life bar. Come on, just fight it out, bro. Like... The music is bad. But it's no big deal, you can take it off.
The financials for Bellatorres aren't looking great, and it's making me feel extremely nervous for how this game is going to turn out. This is a game that's been in development for over a decade, a game I've been genuinely excited about, and right now, the studio is kind of fighting to survive. Today, we're covering the full picture, the beta concerns, what the devs have actually committed to fixing, and whether Bellatorres has any realistic chance of actually making it to the West. Before we get into everything that's going on, I want to make sure we're all on the same page, because if you haven't seen any of my earlier videos, the drama sort of means nothing without the context. Bellatorres is a medieval fantasy MMORPG being developed by a Korean studio called NYOU, and on paper, it sits in a space that MMO players have been chasing for years. The proper sandbox. Not a theme park MMO where you follow a quest marker, get handed gear, and run the same dungeon loop for 6 months. A sandbox. One where players drive the economy, players shape the world, and the systems underneath everything actually have to work together to make it feel alive. We're talking territory control, open world PvP, a player-driven economy, deep crafting, and a design philosophy where, in theory, whether you're a hunter, a trader, a crafter, or a fighter, you have a meaningful place in the world. Not as a side activity, but as a genuine playstyle. That's a big promise, because we've seen it before. New World launched with enormous hype and a real economy, and it fell apart because the systems weren't really balanced well enough to sustain it. Albion Online got it largely right, but it's an acquired taste. Black Desert has incredible depth, but a monetization model that, well, we don't really need to get into that. The point is, a sandbox MMO done well is one of the hardest things to build in this genre, and players are genuinely hungry for someone to actually pull it off. Bellatorres looks like it can be that game. It's been in development for over a decade, which either tells you the studio really cares about getting it right, or that something has gone seriously wrong along the way. Probably a bit of both, if we're being honest. So that's why I've been paying attention, that's why I've been covering it, and that's exactly why I'm telling you this kind of stings a little. So the Korean closed beta happened, community feedback came in, and I've been sitting with all of it. I want to talk you through some of my main concerns, not to doom and gloom, but because these are the things that will genuinely make or break the game. Monetization is my biggest concern. We still don't know what the model looks like. And for a sandbox MMO, that is not a minor detail, it's everything. Because if progression or the economy can be influenced by spending, the entire system collapses. The economy is the game in a sandbox. You corrupt that, you lose the whole thing. My gut says free to play, maybe with a box price. Korean studios rarely go subscription based, and I honestly don't think a subscription serves a player base anyway. It's too high a barrier to entry, but free to play brings its own problems. Cosmetics, fine. We've all made peace with cosmetics. But the moment you see convenience boosts in a game where resource gathering is supposed to matter, increased weight limit, better drop rates, XP boosters, that's when the foundation cracks. And if they introduce any kind of purchasable currency that bleeds into the player economy, no WoW token, no Guild Wars 2 gem situation, because that cannot exist here. A sandbox MMO lives or dies on its economy being player driven, not wallet driven. Here's the thing about combat as well. It's the aspect that will make or break this game above everything else. Doesn't matter how deep the crafting is, doesn't matter how good the economy is. If the combat doesn't feel good to play, players won't stick around long enough to engage with any of it. The beta flagged stiffness. The devs acknowledged it and committed to fixing it. Good, but I do want to see more smoother transitions. Movement should come with abilities. There are plenty of MMOs that do this brilliantly, so there's honestly no real excuse for combat that feels static or weightless. And weapon-based classes are a divisive design choice, so they need to make sure two players running the same weapon don't just feel like the same character. If I pick up a sword and shield, and you pick up a sword and shield, I want our builds to feel genuinely different if we choose different skills. A DPS iteration, a support iteration, crowd control, player choice has to feel meaningful even within the same weapon archetype. Because if the meta just collapses everyone into one or two optimal setups, the build diversity promise disappears overnight. Now lastly, the sandbox execution, that's probably the hardest of all. Sandbox MMOs are brutally difficult to build because everything has to work together seamlessly. The economy, the combat, the progression, the social systems. If any one breaks, the whole thing starts to unravel. And what holds it all together is whether the world actually feels alive. Here's the thing with player freedom. When it works, it's incredible. When it doesn't, the world kind of feels hollow. And a hollow feeling sandbox is actually worse than a bad story in a theme park MMO. Because at least in a theme park...
They never announced North American server. What? The fuck is Star Reach?
I recently had the chance to jump into the movement, combat, and just over preset models at some positioning, you know, all those things I actively avoid. So naturally, I hated it. I cannot do Twitch-based combat. I don't know if it's an accessibility issue or if I've just got a reserved seat on this struggle.
I don't want to hear her at all. I just can't.
What if an MMO actually tried to bring back structure here? Instead, Profane is going for something much more open-ended, and honestly that's much more sandbox in spirit. Because just like old school Ultima, what you actually do in the world, than just one giant class tree where everyone
I'm not interested into that. There's Terra 2, man. Terra 2.
Terra 2 is coming. This is not an over-exaggeration. This is not your average mobile MMO slop that's been coming out recently. No, it is a premium title rather than a free-to-play title. Free-to-play titles are, I know I did, that was quite a mouthful right there. Free-to-play titles just have this like innate lack of quality. But games like Final Fantasy XIV, Guild Wars, ESO, Black Desert, even in this instance, Terra and the original Ion, they were just so much higher quality than all of their competition. Any other MMO that released just paled in comparison to the quality that these games had achieved. And when each of them, like Rift, Ion, Arc...
Oh yeah, I don't care. It looked like Tap Target trash. I think the only hope we have is gonna be Guild War 3, not gonna lie. Everyone said that Camelot Unchained is really bad.
Taco AI makes your daily life less lonely.
Honey, please let me...
Hey, it's me and DP. I tried out Camelot Unchained, just came out on Steam. I try to play as much as I can. I think I got a pretty good oh my god, I only played for 43 minutes. Well, I'm pretty sure I understand how this game works because there's not much of a game to it. Let me know what y'all think in the comments. Leave me a like, subscribe for indie MMORPG content. We play way better stuff than this. But I thought I'd try this out and let you subs know how the game is. Okay, first off, the game just came out today. It's been in development for over 10 years. Pretty sure it was kickstarted before as well. It's $10 on Steam. The game didn't work for a while. I was trying to create a character. There's not much to it. This is basically a faction PvP game where you try to fight over territories. So you have a pick of 3 different factions and there are a bunch of different classes. There's no character customization like at all. You're gonna see throughout the whole video, everybody looks the same, so it feels pretty faction. We're just hanging out, so I thought I'd just keep walking. I didn't know what else to do, so I just walked straight into the wilderness. I checked out my map and there was a hunting spot nearby, and since I couldn't see any NPCs while I was walking this whole time, I figured that'd be a spot to grind to level up. I found this guy who was struggling to take out this pig. It took him like literally 30 seconds, but he eventually got it. This was the spot I was going to on the map. It had a bear, so I tried to 1v1 it. The skills are pretty wonky, and I also can't take any skills off the hot.
Damn, bro, when this is into the top 10, it looked pretty bad for the MMORPG genre, man. Maybe they did some change to IN2. I think no, IN2 is still I think it's still tap target. Bro, why are they proposing me French stuff, bro?
Okay, YouTube. Today we are doing the classic online RPG mistake. We are choosing a main before the game even launches. Ion 2 has the 8 classes, and this is usually where every online RPG player starts lying to himself. We say, I just want something that fits my playstyle. But what we really mean is, I want to pick a class that feels right enough to become my main. I want to log in, see my character, and not immediately feels like I made a mistake. So, this is not going to be a fake deep dive where I pretend I already solved the whole meta before global launch.
Bro, when World of Sea Battle Naval War look better than like the top 10 I've just watched, it's pretty bad, man. I think we're gonna have to go play World of Tank, brother. Damn, dude. You played Rift when it came out, Total War, WoW clone. WoW clone complete rid of, it's bad. Oh yeah, yeah. There's too many of that. Yeah, so it's flying around and what?
So, how did it feel to learn the truth about the night sky tragedy? Long ago, you humans slaughtered each other until the whole world lay in ruins. And yet, you have been granted another chance in Auroria. It must be the will of your beloved mother goddess. However, I still have no trust in your kind.
I think the graphic on this look pretty good, not gonna lie. But then, like, the PvP need to be good too. If it's just one more Souls-like game, nobody will care, you know?
Prove yourself.
You need the PvP and the crafting, you know, and the community event and what's the name? The shop. You need like a good trading system, like in your world, you know, like the shop in your world where you can try the market.
If you survive this trial, perhaps you might become one of us.
이거 간단하게 캐스터들은 그거 못 참을 거거든요.
Kakao game?
할줄 몰랐어요. 그러니까 뭐 사운드가 그 그거 말고는 다 괜찮아요?
저희가 이제 MMO 서버 위에서 액션 전투를 만들다 보니까
Wait, is Kakao Game the same that made Path of Exile 2 and Where Winds Meet?
네트워크라던가 물리적인 한계들이 있어요. 저희가 이런 거를 잘 해결하면 정말 대단한 게 나올 수 있겠다라는 기대는 있죠. 오픈월드 MMORPG 만드는 데는 정말 많은 노력과 에너지가 필요한 것 같아요. 잘 만들어진 세계, 탐험 요소들, 그다음에 월드 보스, 되게 많은 요소들이 필요했어요. 아케이지 크로니클 전투는 좀 싱글 플레이어 게임처럼 액션 전투를 되게 잘 만들어야 된다고 생각을 했어요.
아무래도 싱글 게임만큼 다운을 쓰기에는 부담스러운 게 많고 어렵다 보니까
라이트하게 뭐 스타일리시를 좀 섞거나 아니면
이제 와서 그렇게까지는 좀 쉽지 않을 것 같고.
일반적으로 MMORPG에서의 전투는 싱글 게임에 비해서 섬세함이 많이 떨어질 수밖에 없거든요. 이런 부분들을 채우기 위해서 능력 판정이나 NPC AI들의 디자인을 어떻게 구현해야 하는지 정말 많이 고민했어요.
여러 가지 아이디어라던가 시행착오도 되게 많았어요. 아직은 좀 갈 길이 멀구나 이런 생각이 많이 드는데 저희가 이제 기대한 만큼 그래도 잘 나오고 있어서 한편으로는 긍정적인 부분도 있고 그래요. 아케이지 크로니클은 이제 단순히 전작의 후속작이라기보다는 이제 아케이지를 이 시대에 맞게 재창조하느냐가 되게 중요한 부분이었다고 생각이 들어요.
Good old Japanese. Is there gonna be PvP into that thing? That's not how you fly on a glider. Yeah, the start is flying the glider backward. The physics. They try to make something creative, okay? It's not their fault. Let's type PvP. So there's no PvP for the moment. They don't speak about PvP. They just show me the old arcade. They say Q4 2026 the launch. You sure arcade. It's not a MMORPG anymore. It's a shared world online action RPG. Damn, dude. Trash. Yes, Berts, I'm on. Bro, the game was looking so good and then it's not a MMORPG anymore. That sucks. What's up, what's up? What's up, Berts? I think I had a kit. No, a kit. Why don't I have a kit? Oh yeah, I played with randoms. I lived like 5 games in a row and then I did a full squad wipe by myself and then my teammate pushed somewhere and I tried to help them and we died. I got jebaited by them. Sad story. I already had one. Whoops. What's up, Totalix? Nope. It's the first season I'm not doing the expedition. I'm not gonna spend fucking 50 to 100 hour of my life doing the reset while it's not worth it. If I had 5 more skill point and yeah, if I had 5 more skill point I would maybe do it, but right now it's yeah, it's not worth it. Better to work 1 hour in real life and then be able to buy yourself a skin than working 100 hour in a game to get a skin, you know what I mean? I will never encourage I'm done with the reset. If this is the way they want to take, I'm done. I'm never resetting again. So Bertie sees there in 5 minutes, so give me time to think about my guns. You're gonna be doing this last one yourself just for the 5 skill point? Yes. Yeah, get all the skill point you can. I think it's worth it. It will be your last one. 2 new skin and 12 stash space, etc. is not tempting enough for an turbo grind. Yes, exactly. Yeah. I would be doing it if it was worth it. It's just not worth it. So. What's up, brother? You good? You want a scratch? You want a scratching?
back.
What's that? I got 4 deadline on me, so I'm gonna drop you 2 and we try to do the same thing.
I have 1 wolf pack.
just leave some space for the deadline.
Okay. 1 deadline or 2?
I'm gonna drop you 2 and I have 2 on me, so I have 4 total. If we can do the 4 bombardier again, would be nice. Last night we did 4 bombardier in 1 game, dude. If you can blow, if you spawn near a bombardier and you go and you blow it instantly, it's gonna spawn 3 more times in the same game. And Birds is doing the reset, so... No update on Chrono Odyssey since May. Yeah, Chrono Odyssey, it's better like that, man. They need to work hard on it. I think from what I've seen, the game need like a year and a half or 2-year work. Well, if you put the start of that timeline in the last beta, I think they needed 2 years around before being ready. Yes, I think Birds is on the last skill point. The last 5.
Listen, here's a tip, Raider. Hornets tend to hover. Now, if my designs hold up, that's the perfect time to stick them with an explosive or 2.
Other side. I think it's there. I'm gonna drop you the 2 deadline. I hear something there. Go do it quick.
That's the Bastion. I don't have a... Oh, hold on.
So the bombardier is in the middle over there. I guess we just do the Bastion this one.
No, I missed. I'm dead.
It's fine, I'm gonna get you. Oh, you got it. Yeah, you're probably gonna die now, though. Oh no, you got it.
I have a big ball on me, and there's people near us, I think.
It's for the damage, the bombardier. And it's for Bird's damage, not mine. But I'm getting the bombardier cell at the same time, so I'm just crafting a bunch of bobcats.
Oh yeah, people coming.
Crafting Bobcat and Tempest. Yeah, nice. Yeah, the trials I think are really easy. It's just time consuming. It's why I did a shot like 3-4 weeks in a row, and then at some point I was like, it's not worth my time, man. There was other game that came out, and I was looking at them, and I was like, oh, I want to play this, I want to play that, you know. Like the Forza was really good. I uninstalled it to play Path of Exile, but I might just reinstall it later and play it a little bit. But right now I'm waiting for a game, you know, Mistfall Hunter and Modern Warfare 4. It's the two games I'm looking forward to, like. Yeah, it was a long time since I played Warzone, brother. But it's fine, man. I had a good time. Yeah, I think the Queen is probably one of the best idea to do the 100k damage. Mostly if your lobby are peaceful.
People in hospital.
Mistfall Hunter is like it's an extraction shooter, but instead of having gun, you have like let's say sword and shield or two-handed hammer, or like magic spells like fireball and stuff. There's a bit like the MMORPG thing, you know, like there's a support class. There's a rogue with a dagger that can go invisible. And it could be free to play on release too, I'm not sure. It's a crossplay, yeah, crossplay on.
I think they're free kids. They have kettles.
Oh yeah? Do you want to go take them then?
I hear them reloading a kettle for sure.
Yeah, they are closed, man. Yeah, man, good. You need to look at a video about it. I think Mistfall Hunter is great. I played it too, so I got some live stream where I was playing Mistfall Hunter.
I hear them running somewhere.
I liked the game a lot, man. I played it, it was fun. I'm looking forward to it. Like, there's PvE and PvP. Like Arc Raider, straight up. You can do PvE or PvP. I don't know if you're gonna have PvE only lobby though, but maybe.
He just jumped, no?
Yep.
Underneath me. I fried him. I broke his armor. You underneath us.
Yeah, I see one.
One jumped up somewhere. Or was he in the corner here?
Yeah, he ran down. I think he's gone to the other building again. You did get the BO1 port for PS5, but it just... Yeah, input lag, yeah. I feel you. I heard the same thing, yeah, about the input lag. I don't think they're gonna come now that we shut them. Do you want to just like loot and reset?
Sure.
I'm gonna take down all those mines. I guess I'm gonna take the Mikals. Let's go get the Bastion and reset. Did you shot the big ball?
Yeah.
Good, good.
People close. Someone blew a ball over here somewhere.
Yes, Warzone was so fast-paced, it's crazy. I think they overtuned the movement a little bit. Like the way it's made, it just plays so fast. Like it's crazy. You're almost better to just run around and slide and jump everywhere than just play it safe and slow. It's
It's
weird.
gonna be hard looting the Bastion. I have smoke though for you.
Did they see you?
No, I don't think so.
Do you want to get the Rocketeer? I can go get it. No smoke. I think I'm gonna be fine.
No, okay, go. I'll stay here. I'll watch over you.
Good.
Yeah, more explosions. Is that at you?
No. Do you want to reset?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna take the big ball there real quick. Another big
Another
ball,
ball,
I think.
another ball on you?
Alright, let's go to the train station. Do you need that advanced arc power cell or something?
No, no, I'm good.
You can shoot the thing if you want. Why am I lagging?
Fuck.
Yeah, it's on YouTube. If you go into like the live stream section and then you type Mistfall, you're probably gonna find it. There's probably a lot of other YouTubers with did content about it. You don't need to go to mine, you know.
Raider.
Nice with that. With this one, I crafted 3 more deadline. Did you use one this one?
Yeah, just one.
Okay, I'm gonna bring you another one. Just seen a short actually look a bit static in place with the combat and the stance. You played Honor, so similar vibe. Might get it. Yeah, Mistfall Hunter is probably gonna be free. Most of the people say it's gonna be free, but they did not made an announcement about the price, so I don't know. But yeah, it depends on the class setup. Like, there's some class setup that have less movement than some other. With the mage, I had some teleport. I was able to move kind of quick, I feel like, and with the rogue too, I had some movement. But I feel like if you play build like the hammer, you maybe have a less movement. It's hard to tell. I did not play them. But it was just okay, you know. Those type of game, if they made too much movement, that would be pretty bad. I think they made a good balance for PvP. The balance was already looking good from the get-go. Oh yeah, it's gonna be free nice. Yeah, it's gonna be worth a try. I think we might see someone near. Right there.
Down there.
I'm lagging a little bit.
Oh, the Bombardier's there, or the Bastion.
Yep.
Right here.
Yeah, I saw him.
Broke him. There's two of them. They ran inside.
Let's go in the bottom right there.
Oh, they blew it up. Fuck.
Yeah, I think I saw some video of Foreigner. It was looking pretty good. Of course, brother.
I might push off this.
I just dropped the deadline there. Big bow, big bow. The first couple of times other player attack you and miss on hunter, it was stressful to not let you extract with hardly any of the loot. That depend the type of extraction you chose. There's a one extraction.
They're breaching stuff.
Yeah. It's because you took the wrong extraction. There's one extraction that is like a quick exfil that gives you you can extract with like 4 slots. But there's another extraction you can extract with your whole inventory. I think he just jumped.
Yeah. Hold on, I'm watching. No, one's still there. He's still up there, Dolbeck. He's just jumping. I don't think they jumped across.
Yeah, I see him, I see him.
Where?
3, 2, 1 him. 1, 2, 3, go.
Hold on, hold on. I think his boy's still here.
I think his boy's on the left in the building.
I cracked him.
He got shot from the top. Oh, it's you, okay.
He's in here. He's getting shot from hospital too.
Oh, yeah, he got... No. Finish it. Look, there's one climbing there.
Where? Ping.
Bottom, front.
Oh, he jumped. This team's everywhere. He ran in here though, one guy.
I heard a snap hook too.
Yeah, come to me. Did you pop a charger?
Yep.
I hear someone reloading. On me, Dobik. On me, on top of the roof. I don't know if he saw me. He's behind this building right here. He's shooting at something, see?
He's behind the building just in front of you, or the...
Yeah, right here,
Okay,
right there. I seen him run across. Zip line? Right here. Cracked him. One shot in here.
Watch out, that dude is melting.
Man. Yeah, they're across. They're all the way over there. On us, I think. They're coming up, I think. Yeah, on us, Dobik. On the staircase. Right underneath me. He just ran down the stairs. 2 of them, I see them.
Eyes peeled. Down there.
Holy, the whole lobby's here or what? There was people here. People underneath us. On us! I tried one. I gotta heal, Dolbeck. Popping a charger. Heal up, I got you.
I use all my charger. I see one just in front of you. He's behind that thing, just in front of you.
I see him. On you! He's one, Dolbeck, on you!
He pushed. I cracked the other one. There's one crack and the one in front. Both dead?
Yep. Fucking shit on those kids, bro. Good call
Nice,
on the
nice.
kid that was hurt. Good call. I'm looting quick. I need meds.
Same. Oh, that smell of bobcat. Oh yeah.
Oh, this guy had a Hulk cracker. I hear people. On us, double on us. They're coming up right now. On me, on me. Fried him, fried him, fried him. Don't push too much.
I think there's one crossing.
I have no more chargers, eh?
I'm gonna drop you. Two on me right there.
Surge shield recharger. Here.
Oh, this kid's still alive. I think he's cheating. This guy's been he's been alive this whole time.
Oh, the same dude that was there at the start.
Yeah. At the garage. Close, right here.
They know I'm
Trying to shoot
there.
the trigger grenade. Or he saw you, yeah. Yeah, we're like surrounded, dude. Crack that guy. That guy's not gonna peek no more. On us, on us! On us, on us! They're on our roof, Tobik. They're getting shot at, nice. I say we go down?
I'm not, my shield is broken, I just realized.
I cracked one, never mind, it's a different team, bro. So many teams here. Go all the way down, yeah? Ready?
I'm down.
Holy fuck, there's so many fucking teams, bro.
I think one jumped too.
Bro, holy, what am I playing right now? I feel like I'm playing Call of Duty.
True. Did you
Yeah,
took a shield? My shield broke.
No, I don't have an extra one, no. I said we just get out of here and reset?
Let's go.
Yeah, let's get out of here. Just be careful from that team on the left.
Beefy Augur is a obese woman for sure.
Holy fuck, Arc Raiders is popping right now. Jesus, one new team snapped on us, and the team in the bottom, holy fuck.
You never found that extraction point? Yeah,
where is he?
I was only aware that it existed after I played in trios. Maybe.
No, he's legit.
After seeing people playing trios, then I got some cues, you know, like you see people do, and you just copy
This
and
kid's
paste.
probably cheating though. Burger.
Oh, I forgot to do burger.
Yeah, the chicken is cheating. He's private. I received damage from him.
Okay, chicken. The
I was gonna get
odd.
reset.
Come on in.
The trader reset in 1 hour.
Here's a good one. Back again.
Yeah, that was not my best gameplay on this one, but it's fine, you know. Cannot win them out. At least we come out alive, you know.
I'm gonna grab a quick drink and I'm ready.
Good. 5 minutes and you crack a beer, you got it. I crusted so many deadline past today, at least 10. I just keep giving them to birds for his damage, and it give me a lot of advanced mechanical component. I craft a lot of weapons. All I need is some Exodus module. I'm gonna need to run the assembly place and farm a bunch of Exodus module and magnetic accelerator, and I'm gonna craft a bunch of volcano, I guess. I need some medium gun part too, and light gun part. I just realized I don't have the medium magazine blueprint. It's the first season I don't have it at the end. Too bad you only have 10 hours until you have to go back and work again. Yes. I feel you on that, man. You almost don't have the time to rest. I don't know what happened with me, bro. I usually 8 hours and my body is just I cannot sleep anymore after but nowadays my body just want to keep sleeping. I need to like I probably just start to need I need to fix my sleep schedule, man. I'm trying really hard but most of the time I go to sleep and I just don't want to sleep. I hate it, man. It's I don't know, man. Your retard neighbor would never let you sleep. Yeah, this is bad. I had some retard kneeboard, but their house caught on fire, so now I'm gonna be fine for a moment.
through. Can I get you anything else? No lollipops, though.
If you sleep long enough to dream your shark. Viva la Drift League. Ouais, I'm gonna look. Viva la Drift. League. Viva la Dirt. Ouais, yeah, yeah, Dirt League. Okay, I don't know why I read Drift. Damn, dude, epic. Which one? Oh, this dude. Why does woman cosplaying always need to be like, you know, you see there is G-string through the thing, like, come on, dude. They always need to show, like, bro, you need to show the ass and the belly, man. It's really important. If you're not even showing 70% of your ass with your outfit, pff, stupid. You gotta show at least some boob, like, even if you have a boyfriend. Is there something good to look while waiting? Waiting.
Fuck, I'm 3/4 of the way done.
Nice. How to clickbait, man.
Of the British Navy. I'm starting to think it's not a good thing. Let's take a look at it. What Navy? Mark.
Online, where it emerged that the once great Royal Navy was so reduced in size that it has more senior officers of flag rank than actual warships, a truly unthinkable situation even 30 years ago.
What?
As
Well, they got rid of all the
continues
boats?
to be put through a process termed managed decline by generations of politicians, the armed forces have likewise been decimated until we
already blew it up.
Yep.
Oh, never mind.
It's kind of tempting.
No, fuck it.
Let's see if there's a bastion there. Bombardier.
Is it there? No, probably not, eh?
Nope.
Ah, look at this thing, got stuck.
No way. There was a rocketeer flying over there. I can do the floor below and then we quick reset trying to get the bombardier. You want to kill the rocketeer first?
Fuck that. Fuck, I hate those things. Hospital or the other one?
Outer one.
Yup. People were riding there. They just came through the hatch.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh, this video stream on hold. I was like, I knew I heard about the Navy, British Navy not.
It's
being
funny
on
because
top.
you.
What the camel toe, brother? What the? No way, bro. And those women do that on purpose. Like, this is crazy, dude.
It's funny because you ask a liberal, how would you prevent mass shootings? They always say gun control. They say if you ban the.
Bro, she says she's conservative and she wear the camel toe like this. This is crazy, dude. There is no way she, bro.
Guns, I mean, you
I don't want having her represented us.
wouldn't have these problems. They say, why should a 15-year-old get their hands on an assault rifle? You realize how fucking stupid that sounds? Most mass shootings are black on black crime, and those guns are getting obtained mostly illegally. So they're gonna get those guns anyways. In terms of people who are legal gun owners, like concealed carry permit holders, they are some of the safest, most well-behaved people in this country. These people committing crimes are the people obtaining the guns illegally anyways. The whole argument, you know, ban them, makes absolutely no sense in reality. And then you ask them, oh, so how are you gonna protect yourself from these criminals that are getting guns illegally?
No, yeah,
Your
I don't.
answer? Ban them.
I don't think she understand what's wrong about the camel toe. I think she just, you know, she probably gets so much benefit and male attention from the camel toe that, you know, why not? Gotta get the Sims. They get all the benefits. Sims benefit. And you know, this is when I see that, most of the time I think it's a lack of father presence or a mother like that is slut and show how to be a slut to the children. There's a leaper there, but
Not a waste of time.
like it's fine, you know, it give me content to watch, but don't call yourself a conservative if you wear that thing, bro. If you have a camel toe on purpose, brother, like nah. She shows 70% of the boob too.
I heard a team over here shooting. I'm coming to you. Hold on, Dobik. They just knocked someone.
Right there. I knocked one.
Did you knock him?
I'll knock almost.
They're all dead. They're all dead.
Yeah, I think.
They're all dead. He just said someone's getting lucky.
I think you can jump on it and put the deadline.
Make sure that they're not crawling away.
I'm trying. Come where I am and jump. Yes. Yes.
No, I got blown off. I'm dead.
It's fine. I'm gonna try to take it slow from there. I'm gonna disaggro and then come.
There's only 3 bodies here. One guy's crawling away.
To investigate.
Is that him?
If anyone needed help, and you shot me in my face.
Dolbeck, come res me quick before teams come.
You're a bad person.
Yeah, I just killed someone. Wait, is it
One guy's
disaggro?
crawling away. A little bit, but one guy's crawling away because there's only 3 bodies here.
Bastion is bugged. I think if you go by the left, you're gonna be able to put the deadline on it. Like from where I am, like you can probably just walk up and do it.
You like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, one guy got away, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, probably.
I'm gonna try looting. Yeah, there's only 3 bodies here.
Watch out.
I cracked him a bit. He's not pushing. He ran away. It could be that they're his 3rd or whatever.
Yeah, I cracked him. I think I cracked 2.
Yeah, fuck these guys, bro. I have no more heals. I have to heal. Oh, they suck, bro. I was looting when he shot me. What a bot.
Oh, I saw the other body. I found it.
It's behind the bastion or something, no?
Yeah.
Yeah. What fucking bots? Holy, that's fucking funny.
Did you get some stuff? The body I got at a Bobcat for.
No, I didn't.
Oh, he's still there.
Where?
The robot is looking at him. Just don't peek. He's probably gonna try to come back.
I looted one guy. He had a Pharaoh 1. I tried looting this guy, but I got shot at.
Outside.
He's above us.
Dude, I'm watching my side. Can watch yours.
Is that an anvil? He's joltering out from the arc. I should smoke the bodies and fake it?
Yep.
He's still up there.
Big ball.
Don't shoot it, don't shoot it, don't shoot it.
Yeah, I'm gonna shoot it. I'm gonna shoot it.
They're still on the roof. They're shooting at something.
Yeah, they're getting shot by the bridge.
Yeah, it's the same kid with the silencer. He just knocked. You don't have a snap hook, eh?
No, but there is a ladder there if we want.
Where?
Yummy. Just take care. The
Go, go,
people
go.
on the bridge might shoot at us. The hatch.
They took the hatch. They took the hatch.
No, he was no.
Fucking bitches. They all took the hatch. They all died and got traded.
Um,
Fucking pussies. Oh my god, I'm getting cracked. From the bridge, I think. He's far away. I'm gonna go loot that body I started. I have no fucking chargers.
good.
Stitcher 1, bro. How about this guy? What does he have?
Nothing. Free kit. There was only one with a kit.
Yeah, I'm getting shot at. I'll fucking like one shot, bro.
From the bridge?
Yeah. Yeah, on that bridge.
There was some people in the building over there.
Do you have
We're
any
gonna get
chargers?
flank if yeah. Come here. I'll just drop 4. There's
do it
people on.
fast.
Yep. Wow, I need to read that. Ten years ago, they were banning legging in school, and then COVID happened, and nobody care anymore. True.
I think he got cracked.
Yes. I think parenting is so bad right now that even the school raise better than people. Yeah, they are getting cracked. Do we just walk to it? Very possible to jump down from there. Look in there.
Is that where he is?
Near that, yeah. That push-up bro, dude, she has no tits. You're a bad person. You were investigating us, a fisher. Someone broke into his house. I found it in this way.
Now, what team's still there? From the bridge.
Yeah, they are still on the bridge, and the team that are in the same building as us, they was fighting someone. I don't know where, but that's why I'm like not pushing. Wildfire are caused by sustainable forest harvesting. The liberals say. Climate change. Shit was better when we replanted everything. Yeah, I don't know.
I just saw a flashlight.
Your grandfather owned 2,000 acre land before he passed away, and he did forestry. His second eldest son gave it to his own kid and they sold it off. Yeah, that one dude. You're such a bad person. Yeah. Poor woman. I was just investigating. Yeah, I opened one container. I'm so sorry. Yeah. It depends where you live, though. For the wildfire, it depends where you live. Maybe now it's spread a bit more near the city. Yeah, I think they left. We can clear if you want. But I remember my grandfather was telling often, you know, to always say the same story over and over again. Those older, but he was saying, at least it was a good story. He was. Wait, what's the name of the work? He was working in a. It's like some tower that.
They're coming, I think. I heard the leaper.
Good. some tower that was there
I'm
in
gonna look
the
for this team. This team's
forest.
fucking pissing me off.
Good, I'm not coming. And those tower was there for the wildfire, and there's a year that he got caught into the
I see
middle.
them. Cracked him. One shot.
He got caught in the middle of a wildfire, and he had to survive with no food and everything during a couple of weeks in the wood into the wildfire. Well, yeah, and it was, you know, he's my grandfather, so he was old. The wildfires are there since always. It's just maybe just happening differently a little bit. Yeah, liberals say that climate change. This is how they gain vote. By fearing people. It's all fear voting.
I think that's them calling it.
Yeah, probably. It's too far. Let's try to get some damage in and reset. Oh, I just saw someone.
Right here,
Behind
on us.
I hit him.
Crack
What?
him?
Yep.
On me! Knocked him.
I knocked one too.
All dead.
Fucking rat, brother. Why are you mad? You die by Korean. Korean stronger than America, brother. Haha. Shit on. Long life to Korea.
You had fake flares.
He said nothing, dude. No way, those were the rats.
Oh, they're pretty gooped up.
Did you just stay there and say nothing, bro?
Do you want a Vita spray blueprint?
I don't need it. How we manage our forest does prevent forest fire. Yeah, I think you're right on that. And the lack of clear cutting large areas increase the amount of fuel in the wood and allow the fire to spread.
Ooh.
Now we cut in strips. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. I really don't know. One thing is sure is big trees are probably harder to put in fire than small trees. But at the same time, big tree have more, they leave more leaves and have more stuff to burn on it sometime, depending on the race.
All right, boss, I'm ready when you are.
Good, good. Let's go. Do you want a shield charger?
No, I'm not even gonna bother popping.
I'm gonna take that Rocketeer driver. Where did it blow? Okay, yeah, I see it. There's more robot there if you want them.
Firefly, up there.
Oh, there's a Bastion there.
Nice. Small tree is wet. Small tree is wet. I'm not sure I understand this one.
Oh no, I'm dead. I might kill myself from the fucking.
Oh, you live.
All raiders, we have ARC on screen. 5 minutes left. Go find a way home. I repeat, 5 minutes.
Old tree has more dead part, new tree has no dead part. Yeah, oh, I see. Yep, yep.
Probably town hall is closer, no?
Yes. Yeah, we can do that. Dead part, dry and burn, yes. You're right, you're right. But there's one thing that Big Tree does good is it foster animal a little bit better. The small tree, it's good for some deer. But there's other animal that need big trees, like birds and squirrel and all that shit. So even if the eating, I think we don't care too much. We need to care about like not sending some animal to extinction though. But I think yeah, they do make the eating bigger than it really is. Oh yeah, we did drive a lot of animal near extinction in Canada. A lot of them.
I'll use my key.
Good, good. Wait, what's the name? The French name, the bison. Like the buffalo. Yeah, buffalo, the wildcat. There's a bunch of birds. There's a bunch of small animal too, and some insect. I think the insect are probably the one that have it the less worst. With some fish too. Yeah, the bison is just everyone hunting them. It's not related to cutting the wood, you know. But it's just, you know, human do make animal go instinct. It's just a fact. Do you need 1 or 2 deadline?
I got a wolf pack right now. I'm bringing.
Okay,
That's all I have for.
Okay, I'm gonna drop you 2 deadline.
Be back.
What are the animals that has gone extinction because human chopping too many trees? I know that when we were throwing the trees in the water, remember to move the trees? There's a lot of fish that got harmed by that. Okay, so in Taiwan, there's a leopard. Brazil, there's a macaw. North America, there's a pigeon. Tasmanian tiger. The caribou. Is caribou called a caribou in English too? Habitat degradation and hunting. Grizzly bear. Yeah, they lost the habitat, so they are easier to hunt. Species in Canada at risk from deforestation. The caribou is the #1 threat for the caribou. Canada lynx. Flying squirrel. And birds. Yeah, but there's not a lot of caribou, not gonna lie. Like, we have a lot of deer and mooses, but the caribou are pretty rare. I think they need a bigger and better environment. Several populations are in trouble. Not all are near extinction.
Like I'm never finish this shit, man.
Yeah, it take a while, bro. We need to grind it. Habitat lost, forest caribou, tundra caribou.
I might drop you some blueprints if you don't mind to keep for next season. For tomorrow. If you have room.
Yeah, I have room. So not all caribou are in brink of extinction, just a couple. Yeah, moose are rarer too, but a bit more. You're gonna see way more moose. Yeah.
Here.
Yeah, caribou is way more rare than moose, but moose is more rare than deer.
I think I hear one.
Yes, we're gonna have to do it instantly to get 4.
On us!
Keep going. I think they're gonna come by the window. Yeah, window.
Yep. Fried one.
Outer is low too, I'm pushing. What happened, brother?
Fucking bitch. You knocked them both?
Yeah, about that.
Lud, I'm watching over you.
Yeah, the anvil.
It's got a Stitcher 3 and a Pharaoh 3, bro.
Well, I think we were tripping with the Bastion or Bombardier. He's not there. Yeah, the moose population is getting lower for sure, and it's they now all like the hunter have
Why isn't it spawning? Holy.
it's like controlled by into the hunter area, but they are like stuck in there and like getting almost breed and killed by the hunter, like it are just stuck there. I have some hunter in my family. All they think about is having the... There's a bombardier.
Yeah, there's spotters.
Well, let's try to go get it. He's in the middle, probably. During the all year, what they do is they prepare the terrain. And, you know, put some piss and shit on some logs and try to bait the moose to come there, and then they like feed it. And then at some point they kill it. I'm gonna help you to kill that so we can get 3.
Fucking god, bro. I was not doing it.
Go put the deadline on the thing quick.
Hold on. Otto, I need the deadlines.
Oh yeah, take that. I just put 2 on the floor.
2?
Yeah, maybe it's under the thing there. Oh wait, it's there. I got 4.
There's a spotter in here.
You should are getting killed, but not legally yet. There's for sure some that are killing not legally. Yeah. That's a lot of meat. If you have a deep freezer and have the skill to butcher animal, you are feeding your family for a year and a half. It's a metric ton of meat. Yeah, it's a lot of meat.
Holy, hold on. I had to kill all these robots. Watch out.
Yeah, I eat some moose like every, let's say 1 to 3 year. Once per year. It's good. I think it's a lot of work for, like, we don't really need it nowadays, you know, like there's a bunch of meat. But yeah. People don't want to eat beer. They could have a lot of parasite, but yeah, I got an uncle that he kill a beer every years and he eat it. I did eat some beers and it's fine.
Holy.
You want me to come your side?
No, I'm okay.
There's black beer, we don't eat meat, they just eat fish and berry. Yeah. They are pretty
Wait for these spotters to go away.
I got an uncle, he doesn't give a fuck. He kill beer, he kill moose, he's gone in Africa and killed a fucking lion. Bro. The lion are near extinction. And he go and kill a lion, man. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing, brother? I did not tell him, but...
Oh my god, bro.
Yeah, I think most of beer are just not really aggressive. They don't eat rotten meat that gives them parasite. I see. Yeah, there's probably a lot of chance to have parasite from rotten meat. But they are, this is what attract them. They are attracted to that really hard. Like the uncle that hunt the beer, he put some rotten stuff into a barrel and put some really small hole into the barrel, so the beer have to
I heard
like...
people back here when I was doing it.
You have to push the barrel around to make the food come through those small holes. So it's like a workout for him, so he give better meat and stuff, and the beer like it. But yeah, he put like rotten bread into it, rotten fish, and like a bunch of rotten shit, and the beer is like, when he smelled that from really far, he's coming, and this is where he like it the most. If it's not rotten, he's not touching it. He's gonna wait for it to be rotten, and then he's gonna go and eat it.
People near us, they're in the parking garage breaching.
They're well fed, they could have good meat. You only had a burger, but every time I had beer burger, it's been amazing. Yeah, it's good meat for sure. You know, I'm so easy to content, bro. For me, just, you know, beef, pork, chicken. I don't care about anything else. I could eat that all my life and I would not feel like I miss out. But, you know, if I can eat some deer, I'm gonna do it. I think the deer meat, I like it a lot. The rest, I don't care too much. The deer, I think it's fine. How to call it? A mishui? You do a mishui with deer? Sick. Did you loot the bombardier?
No.
Danger outside.
There's still some people there?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, old cow. Yeah, I wish I could taste that once. I'm gonna drop you a deadline right there.
Deadline in here.
Took the
Zipline?
zip.
They're breaching the door. He's on top, very top. It looks like he's coming in.
Guys, I'm just trying to loot. What the
Oh,
hell?
hold on, leave him.
I literally have a bunch of rare trinkets just so I could sell them.
Yeah, we're gonna res you. Yeah. I'm gonna res you. I'm coming.
Thank you. Just keep delivering right there.
Yeah, it's a pleasure, bro. Just take care. Poor little kid, we were gonna break his day.
I feel bad.
Well, I'm gonna go get this bombardier real quick.
Where is that thing?
You need to not feed Dorito and M&M to the cow. Oh yeah, for sure. If I do for anything not fit for human consumption is bag it up and fed to animal. Yeah, when I was when I was working in the pig slaughterhouse, all the extra fat and the stuff that was falling on the ground, we were putting it into a big big thing that was just crushing everything together, and then the factory was selling it to dog food and cat food companies and all animal food for you know, probably pigs too, and a couple carnivore, omnivore animals. And they was selling the pig anus to Chinese. There was a dude who he was washing pig anus all day because Chinese was buying it.
There's another one there.
Yep, do it. There's a dude. There's a place into the factory where there was like a stick, round metal stick with some water pouring on every side of the stick, and the dude was taking the anus part and passing it on the metal stick just to wash it, and then he was bagging that and sending it to the Chinese because they was using it into soup. Where's the bombardier?
Somewhere here.
Oh, the thing is near us. The big thing. I have a deadline on me. Do you need more deadline?
I have one left and a wolf pack.
Okay, and I got a deadline. Do you think it's 2 deadline is enough for the thing?
No, I don't think so. I don't even have a snap hook.
But you can go on the side of it and put it on the core that is like spinning in the middle. But I think it can take multiple try. I've seen someone being able to do both of them. But I don't know, it takes practice probably. Wait, I'm gonna drop you a deadline. So you can put both. Okay, come here. So you see, you're gonna see the core spinning in the middle of it. You just go on the side and you try it. It's gonna spin. So you need to just keep pressing it, even if it shows that it's not working. You try and yeah, if it works, it works. If it don't,
oh my god,
no big deal. Yeah, the mines.
What's that shooting at? I'm getting fucking, yeah, I'm dead.
Did you manage to put one?
No. I don't have any more chargers.
Awesome pink face woman. I just dropped 2 charger. They don't care. It's fine. Caring is for people with brains. Using brains is not for Olympic woman. Try to find the mines and shoot it while you're on the way. It's gonna drop and if you just go in a straight line, you're gonna be fine. Like ignore the mine and run into a straight line, I guess, probably the best way. Care Bear could count down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yep. Just straight line into it.
I don't know. It took off when I put the deadline on it.
Okay, so but you got one?
Yeah. Oh, I fucked that
Nice.
right up.
Yeah, that's gonna be a lot of damage, like oh, go in.
What the fuck? My shield's broken. Jesus Christ.
It's fine, if something happens, I'm gonna res you.
Do you have toilet paper?
I only have one, I just dropped it. I dropped you a herbal too.
You have 10 minutes to return to Speranza. I repeat, 10 minutes.
It's fine, you're gonna get it. Let's just go closer.
There's people shooting over to the right, watch out. Should I chuck a wolf pack at it? It's already smoking.
Do it after the deadline. I think the deadline might be enough. Nice, it's there. Care Bear sucked, yep. Well, I think it's the type of like the Care Bear was maybe good the first couple season for the people who like the age it was intended for them to watch, but after a couple seasons it got worse and worse and nice.
Did I kill it?
No.
Chucking a wolf pack at it.
Yep.
Not dead?
It's burning. When it's gonna be open, we're gonna be able to shoot the middle and...
Are you getting shot at?
It's a shredder, I'm gonna kill it. Well, I'm gonna give you trigger nades. And you're gonna put trigger nade on the thing. You're gonna put them on the core.
Yo, that shit sounds scary, eh? Holy shit.
Yeah. What? Take those trigger when it's
I think
open.
I hear breaching.
Just throw it on the core, the 3 trigger nade, and it's gonna
we have
be
to get close to
dead.
it though.
Oh, and there's a bombardier too somewhere. Let's find it. Let's just do that. Wait. Let's find it. Is it on the top?
There's no way. It's almost on fire.
Oh yeah, it's there.
A turbine out there.
Throw it on the core. You gotta straight line it a little more. You're dead, it's fine, I'm gonna res you.
Oh my god, this is like a fucking horror movie.
I'm coming. I'm gonna res you and then you go in straight line, show it and then die, okay?
So much arc, bro. Shoot this fucking thing.
Show the tree on them on the core and then blow them all at the same time.
I chucked them all already. Holy balls on us, Bastions. Holy
The Bastion?
shit.
Oh yeah, what?
Yeah.
Watch out.
Yeah, I'm dead. Don't die. I'm safe. Big ball.
I used all my defib. I'm gonna go and press it, okay?
What, the hatch?
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, go. Come.
Oh my god. That turbine's no joke. Holy fuck.
Yep. It's all you had to watch. We had 3 channels and I was a kid and I didn't understand French one when you were 5. 5, yep. I did watch it a little bit, you know, when I was young. There was nothing to watch for me too. I only had the 3
Oh my god,
channel.
I'm almost there, man. Fuck. I thought I had it there.
Yeah. With what we did, it
That's a
probably
lot
really
of damage
close.
there.
For sure.
I'm gonna buy a deadline.
Look this dog how happy it is. That's a happy dog. I'm gonna drop you a whole cracker.
I got one. Actually, what? I'm gonna bring a whole cracker.
Good, good.
I got one. And I have lots of ammo too.
Trump imposed 50% tariff and steal your ice cream. No. Wait, it's a real video. Wait a second. What the? They ate the orange man so hard. I think they gained so much traction by hating Trump that they just keep doing it. It's like the clickbait that always work. Even if they don't have a reason to hate Trump, they're gonna find it. They're gonna make it up. It's too much convenient. It's like the woman with the camel toe. Like, she gained so much of the camel toe that she's always gonna do it. There's no way she's gonna go back after that. She's gonna tell all her friends to do the same thing.
I
Like,
should get it here if this is a good game. And then after this game, I'll drop you some shit. I'll give you all my batteries to keep. I'll give you all my arc circuitry.
Perfect, perfect.
And then I'm gonna give you a couple bobcats I want to use for next season. Tomorrow.
Okay, okay. CBC Trump punch baby in face and impose 50% tariff. Whoa. Damn, dude.
Think we should go to Dan.
Yeah, yeah.
Eh? I think Barry safer, no, for the trade.
What? Wait, the mic. Okay, now it worked. Buried or them? Outer building?
Huh?
Outer building for the damage?
Yeah.
You say you wanted to do dam or buried for the thing?
Buried. I don't trust Dan.
Yeah, you think too much people do it now? Too much people watch the...
I think just going to like the hatches is just so far.
Yeah,
Like
I think it worked 100% of the time now. The only time it didn't work is when we queued in Stella Mantis by mistake.
Is there a bastion or anything?
No, but there's some flying robot. I think I hear a bastion.
Oh, I have secret grenades.
People there call the supply drop. Yeah, look.
Bastion, down there.
Trump point out that Georg Amento and impose 50% tariff on Delvec. True, true. Wait, the Zoom is not even working. What? The Zoom is not even working. For once that I wanted to use this feature. Nah. I just think about it. Maybe it's against the term of the policies. I think the camel toe now is against the policy on Twitch, but maybe not on YouTube. On Twitch, too many women did.
I hear people. I hear people.
Yep. Bro, the craziest
We're on the
one.
roof seeing if we're looting the bastion or not.
The craziest one on Twitch that I saw was she had a transparent bench. And she had a camera under the bench. And the bench was transparent and she was sitting on the bench with like a really tiny
Were they under us or on top of us?
bikini or G-string. I think under, I'm not sure. Really tiny bikini or G-string. She was sitting on the
Do you have any
transparent
smokes?
bench. No. Well, it's fine. We're in no rush.
Holy, look at the big thing.
The big ball?
No,
Or
the
no?
big fucking emperor. Watch the rockets here.
Look, the comments say, I saw it, you saw it, we all saw it. Eye contact level equal impossible. I heard nothing but saw everything. Came here for the camels, stayed for the common sense. Thank God they didn't outlaw camel toe. Oh wait, we should ban murder, that will fix it.
How did they know, man? Yeah.
Right there, watch out.
Oh my god, 2 fucking big balls on me, bro.
It's my fault, you don't need to save me, it's my fault, I was not watching my screen.
Oh,
I'm coming in the staircase.
Are you safe?
Kendo. No, I'm not safe anymore. I'm not safe.
Are they on you?
Kendo, yeah. Yeah, I'm dead. It's my fault. I was never looking at the screen. I was reading the comment.
I thought the Rocketeer was shooting at you, and then I saw the guy. I'm like, oh my god, they're in hospital too.
She finally found a way for someone to listen to her. There was audio.
I'm like a conter away.
Yeah, my fault.
No, you're okay.
I put out a video, and in the video the woman is speaking about like conservative stuff, and she says something kind of smart, but you cannot listen to her because she have the biggest camel toe. Like, she fucking pull her pants up so hard that, bro, like, come on, dude. This is crazy, dude. And I was just laughing at it because I was reading in the comment section, everyone saying came in for the politics, stayed for the camel toe, stuff like that. It was so funny, dude. You can't miss it, bro. For some reason, I was not able to zoom it.
What kind of spawn is this?
True, true. So the Bastion is over there, so that means the Bombardier is probably where we are. There or the other place.
I see it there. On top of the garage.
Oh, true, true, let's go. Could not see at 180p, you did not try your... You're gonna have to go get the real clip, bro. It's probably because of the YouTube bitrate. The name of the channel is Sav Cannon. I don't know what's the canon, but yeah, Sav Cannon. %50 tariff plus. Many whelp left side and the
No, man. I'm choking, bro. I'm fucking choking, bro. Stupid fucking wasps. Man, fuck this. People are shooting at it too. The hall cracker.
Oh yeah, from where?
The hospital, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, they're on the top.
You shoot my bombardier, boy.
Let's go.
They're safe, but there's a team, I think, pushing me right there.
Come, come, come. Ping for me, Dovik.
They're in the bottom, I think. I heard them run under me or over me.
I heard them too when I was coming here.
The one on the top of the hospital was chill. I danced in front of them and it was teabagging. We can hear you, ladies. Well, I was not able to hear the other ladies. The camel toe was taking all my attention. I'm too single for this. She know what she's doing. She have 30k.
Zipline?
38k subscribers. She need to do something to grow. This is the way she found. Just gotta show a little bit more, you know. I heard someone jump. Yep. Nope. She found the meta.
I hear him switching his guns.
Yeah, they are there waiting for them. Good time.
I smell you, you fucking rats. I smell ya. Fucking dirty rats.
You rat. How do you join China server?
They're running? I think they're above us.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I hear him just there.
Yeah, they're...
Are you riding up there, boy? Might get us, my friend. We're doing trials. Might get pissed on you. Better get the fuck out of here, boy.
Well, we weren't doing it. We're trying to do the trials.
Oh, yeah, what are the trials? Tell me. We're trying to do picture snitch. Yeah. So we don't know you in this life, my friend.
You're not a real girl. I don't believe it.
Oh yeah, we did it. That one got it.
Voice changer.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking out for.
Goop snail and fart box. Yep. It's fantasy.
I think I see the team you're talking about, my friend. They're up high.
Yeah, just don't come in there. You're gonna blow my mind, and then, you know, I'm gonna have to shoot because, yeah, and then, you know.
Another one spawned, Dolbeck.
Nice. Wait, I sound like what? No, there was so much noise, brother. You know what you sounds like? You sounds like a man who queue with a woman because you have low testosterone level. You're a simp. She think you have a hot voice, maybe? Nah, she's there for the benefits. The simp's benefit. My cam is frozen. Oh, wow. Frozen on the best moment.
Who the fuck are they shooting at, boy?
I don't know, man. Did you manage to get some damage on that thing?
Yeah, on the second one, yeah, a little bit, but they fucking destroyed it.
I'm gonna start looting since nobody is aggressive, I
No,
guess.
they're up there. They might grief you.
I think they are chill. Well, we're all peaceful over there, just so you guys know. Yeah, we all chill. Yeah.
Oh, partner!
Yo, I'm the dude. I'm Dr. Disrespect. Do you not recognize me or something? Come look at me. I'm dead-ass Dr. Disrespect. Where are they shooting?
Dolbeck, you have toilet paper?
So what do you guys need?
Give her training! Knock one!
Damn, you guys are ass, brother. No way you're trying to act friendly and you're not. Nah, you're wearing a chill. Stop, stop. Nah, liars.
They're ready. They're ready. Yo, these kids are alive, bro. They tried killing us, dead ass.
Bro, they were looking at you with the weapon out. I was like, bro.
Yeah, I know. I knew right away.
Yeah. I was keeping my weapon out just in case.
That team has Bobcats in there.
You want some grenade for the grenade launcher?
I have 7 bullets left.
I got 13 there. I'm gonna drop them. Right there.
There's a team here. They shot the team that was doing the trial, so be careful.
I thought you guys were chill, boys. What the fuck?
More grenade?
Now we're stuck in the middle.
It's fine, they can't
We
come.
drop down, bro.
Yeah. I'm down.
Alright, boys, you're fucked now, boys. I promise you that, boys.
I don't have any whites, Dolbic.
They can't come in. I'm looting real quick and I'm coming. I'm coming. I just dropped 5 right there, small and 1 big. Do you need
No, I have charger. I have 1 charger left after this.
Okay, I dropped 1.
I hear people. I hear people. Yep. Underneath us, watch out. It's the Bobcat team. Zip line across the street, I think. They're here somewhere, bro.
I just put some walls so you can start shooting it.
Be careful, they might run up the stairs.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. If you hear me shooting, that means I'm fighting. Down there.
Push on this, he's cracked. I knock one. He's cracked. You gotta push him. You gotta push him, Dolbeck.
Yeah, I jump on the side.
Oh, nice. Good play, bro.
That fucking rats.
You're rats because you're attacking people who do PvE, bro. You're ratting on people who are peaceful. This is why you're rats.
Did you kill them both?
You got one, I got one.
Is that on us?
Yeah, on me.
Oh, I'm getting shot at. Is that you?
No.
Yeah, it's got shot at. I don't know from where. The bullet went this way or some shit. Yeah. Maybe top of hospital?
Maybe
Somewhere
I,
here or
I
some
gotta take this. Throw it on the top.
I still have to loot that body, bro. Thing's almost dead. I'm gonna kill it quick.
Yeah. He had a Bobcat 2 and a Stitcher 4.
I hear people. Is that you?
I don't know, I was on the top of you running.
Let's get out of here. I think I'm done with the damage.
I'm gonna take the Bastion still first.
Remember, there's people shooting at us, eh?
Okay. I'm gonna look the clear. Nice, I got it. I'll take back the wall. Nice.
All Raiders, we have Arc on screen. 5 minutes left. Go find a way home. I repeat, 5 minutes.
I for sure got it. I definitely got it. I for sure got it that game. Toilet paper?
So what do you guys need?
Give her training! Knock one!
Damn, you guys are ass.
Yes,
There's
I
no
got
way
it, baby.
You're trying to act friendly and you're not.
Let's go.
Nah, we're not chill. Stop. Nah, liars.
You want to do a quick trade?
Yeah, that's a good clip. What do you mean, trading? Oh yeah, the trade.
You
Yeah,
wanna
yeah,
do
I'm
it?
done, that dude, bro. No way they did that. I'm gonna create some space real quick.
Yeah, don't bring any ammo.
No ammo?
Bring like one stack maybe.
Okay, okay. When I do that, I bring a Tempest too.
You want batteries? Or no?
I'm gonna tell you, I got 20. It's enough.
How about processors? I have a lot of processors.
I got like 40, 45. I got enough.
Well, I'm worth $500,000 right now.
Nice.
We might have to do it twice.
Yeah, yeah, I'm
So
done, I'm done.
do you need arc circuitry or no?
I don't think so. No, I got more than 20.
Okay, I'm gonna sell all this arc circuitry. You sure?
Yes. I made 24 space.
Okay, I have 20 slots. No, 1, 2, 3. I have 20 things right now.
Okay, yeah, I will have 20 inventory space.
Don't keep your enemies waiting. We done here?
Let me know when you're ready. What map should we do?
Dam is very good to do it. I never had the problem doing it in Dam.
I just feel like some spawns, like the hatches, are so far away. Buried City, like, if you spawn hospital, then you have the hospital hatch. What do you think?
I'm down for one or the other. I don't care. Like we can just hug the side of the map in Buri and we're probably fine.
Okay.
I did not finish this clip, man. It's just too good. she's beautiful before she open her mouth. Then it get better. Got a hunger for tacos. I love her posts. Just get drawn in every time. Can't look away. Which lip were you watching? Yeah, conservative woman I know would not sit like that on camera. Yes. I like the way she put it right
This
out
is
there.
so sketchy right now. Holy fuck. This is. You want it now?
Yeah, yeah.
Let's head home at the train station hatch.
Well, I guess fuck ammunition. Oh, you took back the snap? Okay, yeah, keep it
Yes.
just so I have ammunition.
Yeah. I have no weapon on me, nothing. Let's get the fuck out of here, bro. Oh no. Come, Dove, come.
I'm going the fastest as I can.
Oh yeah, you're over encumbered. Go first.
Ah, we need
I
to
think
do a
that's
list.
it, yeah? Yeah, I
Yeah,
took a
yeah.
picture.
Yeah, okay, okay.
Alright, brother. I have so many guns left over. Holy shit. Volcano 4 kinetics. Renegade 4s. Kinetics.
You can do another inventory. The Bobcat have no magazine. Well, one of them.
Yeah, I think just one has no magazine.
Could. Yeah, yeah, I'm looking at it. Perfect.
Alright, brother. Are you gonna be on tomorrow?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
You sure you
I'll be
don't
on
want to do
tomorrow, bro.
another trade or
You have space for it?
yeah, I can make it. I can
Here,
sacrifice
you can...
some metal part and chemicals, you
I'm
know.
gonna bring you Batinas. You can keep them.
Good, good.
Let me know. I have 19 things.
Yeah, just fill the inventory. I'm gonna make space when I'm bringing it.
Everything is gone. I deleted everything. I just brought all the guns.
Good.
You can keep all the Batinas. One's fully kitted. One has a kinetic and one's alright. And then I'll take the volcanoes. You can take the Bobcats broken though, and you can take the Renegades.
Good, good.
2 Renegades have kinetics on them.
You just take the picture and remember it. Oh, I died today by a hacker.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I did not even know it was a hacker. Like the game before I played with you. I did not even report him. I did not even like realize it was a hacker because there wasn't a 2v1.
Do you have a hatch key?
Yeah.
I'll bring one. I'll bring one. I'll bring one.
Oh, you can drop the snap hook too. No, come here, come here.
Where are we going?
Same match we did the last time. I guess Old Town was probably fine, but I'm scared.
Team might spawn out here though. We're fucked. I have no gun.
We are blocking the spawn by being there.
Head home at the train station hatch.
Maybe use a snap hook to get there faster.
True, true.
There's people there.
Good, just chill. Wait a moment. Are they looking in our direction?
No, it looked like he ran to the hatch. I can go first and be bait, and then you could just hide.
Yeah. Just like, wait. like 30, 40 seconds.
Head home at the train station hatch.
Did you just pop a stim?
Yep.
Think it's clear?
Coming.
No, it's not clear, it's not clear, it's not clear, it's not clear! They knew, bro, they knew. Yeah, they're chasing your ass, bro. They're chasing your ass, Dolbik. They're chasing your ass, bro. They knew somehow, bro. They're probably cheating, bro. Yeah, there goes all my goop, yeah.
So what, you guys are cheating? Bunch of bots, bro. Yeah, I guess the other hatch was better, but I don't know, man.
The other hatch was like only 60 meters. Oh my god, I still have so much goop there. Holy fuck. Yo, they were waiting, like they knew. They fucking knew, man. They knew somehow, dude. His name is Hyjin. They got all that goop, man. Holy fucking volcanoes up the ass. Renegade kinetics.
Yeah, and I guess today it probably worked to do that, to wait at the edge because the...
Alright, brother, I'll be on tomorrow, man.
Well, GG, see ya, bro. Peace.
GG's.
Damn. RIP. RIP. I agree, I agree that Camel are innocent and cute. Treat them well, and they will be friends for life. Well raised, young lady. I don't think it's well raised. This person will not be redeemed. His mind is lost. Someone said that's crazy, dude.
Them. Ban them if there was already a rule in place. Oh.
Well, I had another video after this one. I'm gonna keep it so I can look the. I'm gonna click on the channel and see if
Maybe if you have your own gun,
it's
then you can protect
habit.
yourself. Simple. I digress.
It's July 20th, 2026. Welcome to the video, everybody. Hope you're doing great wherever you're tuning in from. So picture this, the V-2 Spirit stealth bomber
It's funny
enters
because you
Iranian
asked a
airspace
liberal.
at altitude, again, prepared to deliver a massive 30...
Bro, she was at 38k subscriber before, like, when I was watching today, and now she's at 39k. She's gained so many, and look the way she's sitting.
People that don't like what I say are more than like.
Look the way she's sitting, bro. No way, bro.
Likely brain dead. I literally see things for exactly what they are. I mean, how can you possibly disagree? You can be offended, sure, but disagree? You can't. I'm being 100% realistic. I'm just not bullshitting. So if you disagree, then...
Disagree with what the...
This is the perfect representation of a liberal.
What is true evil?
Donald Trump.
Why?
Why not?
Look, she just pulled the pants at the start. Look.
Representation of a liberal.
What is true evil?
Donald Trump.
Why?
Why not? Everything that he's doing in the world.
I don't know,
is just
bro. She
true
don't
evil.
explain
An
it.
example of something evil that Trump's doing.
Everything. What's happening with ICE?
If illegals are being removed from the country, what's evil about that?
It's just dumb. You're not even...
This is peak content.
Aliens receive taxpayer-funded unemployment benefits.
It's not an area of my expertise either.
Now she's showing the feet. Like, I don't know.
Promoted a petition.
She's so weird. Like the way she stands is so like. It's legging or like small shorts.
It's funny because you ask a liberal, how would you prevent mass shootings? They always say gun control. They say if you ban the guns, then you wouldn't have these problems. They say, why should a 15-year-old get their hand? Here, I'm gonna give you a rundown of the Democrat.
Oh, what the fuck? She even have the camel toe on those shorts, bro.
Totally. You know what I mean?
That's crazy, dude. Well, I'm out there being a man, just, you know, making content. What a mistake.
We obviously know, like, all the mentally ill people are going.
I need to let the woman do the content. It's way better. If I show you my version, will you show her? Exactly, bro. She just keeps sitting like that. Oh, and look, this is what she looked like without makeup.
Going to therapy. But what I always wonder is if the therapist.
Man, her face with and without makeup is so different. She looked like she fell on the...
Does anybody else wonder? I'm sure they're like, you're totally valid in how you feel, and verifying their thoughts instead of telling them that they're fucked up and ill. If I was a therapist, I would make sure that everyone that worked for me or with me was collectively saying, like, you're ill, you're wrong.
I don't hate on the face, but... Oh, yeah, I meant her face. Yeah. Look at his face, bro. Like, it's so different right now without the makeup.
I go to a really nice gym in Miami, and obviously everybody's attractive here, blah, 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 blah. But for every one guy you see, two are gay. It's like everyone's fucking gay here. The more attractive the guy is, the gayer he is. It's just sad. I don't know why. It's just, don't crush on the guys at the gym here because more than likely he takes it in the ass. I go to a really nice gym in
The fuck?
Can we please stop addressing Ilhan?
Oh, she's doing the pen thing again. Look, she's trying to put it up, man. She wants you to see his content. She's trying really hard, okay, to give you good content.
Congresswoman. I mean, she's literally a fraud. This is a person who came to the USA to corrupt its people and resources. She went...
Bro.
I just think it's so distasteful and sick that like all these older men walk around with their like Vietnam vet hats and like bumper stickers.
So how does it make sense that you have to show a vaccination card to basically do anything, but you don't need to show proof of citizenship to be in the United States?
How does it make sense that you have to show your pussy every video? If he doesn't take it as she has a video of him looking at her that she's trying to shame him for Instagram and call him gay. Yeah. Bro, no conservative are dressing like this. There's no conservative woman dressing like this. I don't believe it. She's a fake. She's a pick me, I think. This one, yeah.
First off, let me say this shit again. Walk down with Lil Denny, that's my fucking evil twin.
What the?
My husband didn't cook me dinner tonight. So tomorrow morning, first thing, I'm filing a divorce. Because it is his job to feed me. The fuck I look like?
You look like you ate already, you fat bitch. She probably doesn't want to feed you anymore because you're already obese.
My husband didn't cook me dinner tonight. So
I think it was the best video on our channel, bro. Let me see if there's more good content on this channel. She's trying to bait hot guy into video.
If we took all MAGA men ages 18 to 50 and replaced them with immigrants, violence against women and children would decrease to almost 0%.
This woman is a confused soul. Excuse me? If she wants this, then we should send her to Afghan or Africa or Syria.
There was not enough good content. She even bait with the picture like this. It was the picture of the video was her speaking with a man, and then boop, it's not that. This is the bro. I think like that if whoa, she was gonna show good content and I skip. Whoops. I don't care about your vagina things about Syria A+. Kick that guy in the ass and his husband, bro. Dude, this channel, this is insane, dude. She really thinks she's a conservative to this. Is crazy, man. Dang, dude. The bacon face. She had a lot of video that are not making it. The one that are making it is the camel toe video. Like, look, those are like 500 views, 500 views. She just get more views when she got the lips out. Kiss or slap?
Slap.
Yeah, boy.
Slap it. That was better than the photo?
That was
Kiss or slap?
slap.
Yeah, boy.
Slap it. That was better than the photo?
Yeah, that was better.
Kiss or slap?
Look what she's
What's the
wearing,
perfect size
brother.
for a guy?
Honestly, I'm not much of a length girl. I'm kind of about the girth.
Oh, so you like them short?
Yeah, short and thick.
What's the perfect size? What's the perfect size for a guy?
No panties weekend.
Honestly, I'm
No,
not
I
much
don't
of a-
think it, for her there's no panty at all. Why would she wear panties? There's way more benefit of having no panties, bro. Bro, look, 1.9 million on this one. Like, she's getting so much more views. Look, she does the split there and she get 51k view, and when she have the leg close, it's like less views. You need to show the lips. It's really important. I think I have enough. Last one. Okay, I've seen enough. I'm done, bro. This is crazy, man. Alright, so Pickaxe Mountain is about to get a smackdown from B2 Bomber. I think there's so many people right now that just want the USA to like just end it, bomb the iron so hard, please. Like the United States just probably have the hand tied because there's too many law and regulation in the world.
It's July 20th, 2026. Welcome to the video, everybody. Hope you're doing great wherever you're tuning in from. So picture this. The B-2 Spirit stealth bomber enters Iranian airspace at altitude again, prepared to deliver a massive 30,000-pound bomb, but this time on Pickaxe Mountain. This plan has happened before at different sites, and this one is locked and loaded right now for the biggest sequel that the US military has ever made. And in today's video, we're breaking down the flow of the newest mission, the newest strike that is ready to go on Iran's nuclear crown jewel named Pickaxe Mountain. It's a deeply buried nuclear site in the Zagros Mountains, deep in the valleys and mountains of Iran. And this video right here was released by Dan Scavino. He's an advisor to President Trump, and it shows the B-2 flying with F-22s. This was the likely strike package that originally went in and hit the nuclear sites in Iran in 2025, and he just recently posted it. So could this be a sign that the biggest sequel on Earth militarily is about to take place? We're going to get into all of that throughout this video. And then we've got fresh footage out of CENTCOM. You can see cruise missiles being loaded on the different jets, nighttime operations of F-18s that look like an F-18 Growler, that electronic attack F-18 that we've talked about on the channel, SM-2s, Patriots, Tomahawk missiles blasting off the carrier strike group, and then boom, absolute decimation. Looks like drone storage, looks like ballistic missiles. That looked like a ballistic missile launcher right there, potentially even a cruise missile launcher, radar dishes that are controlling drones in the Strait of Hormuz. Absolute decimation on the different locations that could be controlling drones that have just recently been reported to have struck cargo ships and oil tankers this morning. But before we get into the latest breaking updates and the mission that could take place on Pickaxe Mountain, I want to take you back to 2025 and talk about what Iran's program looked like 12 months ago when the United States dropped 14 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs through the ventilation shafts on the most heavily fortified underground facilities in all of the Middle East. They didn't see it coming, but they couldn't stop it even if they did. And now President Trump, he went on national radio and he called
This guy showing Alex Jones stuff. Oh yeah? Wait, who's Alex Jones? Alex Jones. They probably all share the same, how do I say that? The same videos. There's not a lot of video of F-18 and stuff moving like around, so you probably
next shot by name on the
probably
record.
just used all the same
Pickaxe
shit.
Mountain. Two deeply buried tunnel complexes carved into the Zagros Mountains, 140 miles south of Tehran, less than a mile and a half from the wreckage of the Natanz nuclear complex, which was struck. 6 years of excavation is what they say
turning the
Iran
front
has
gate
put
with
into
missile.
that Pickaxe Mountain complex, and it's engineered specifically to survive the weapon that destroyed Fordow, the previous nuclear sites. And last week, while CENTCOM was running its 9th consecutive night of precision strikes across Iran, hitting command centers, air defense nodes, missile launch sites, also targeting the different military bases. Absolute decimation. Decimation actually means reduced by a decimal point, but you guys know what I mean. Absolute obliteration of the military sites, especially those that house the IRGC, crushing the different command structures and taking the gloves off after Iran has gotten fresh casualties on the United States. But Trump told Hugh Hewitt exactly what comes next. He said, Pickaxe is a possible target for a nice big fat shot right in the front door. We're going to take out Pickaxe Mountain, tell the Iranians to be ready, let them know we're coming because there's not a damn thing they can do about it. What's Iran's response to all of this? Well, an unnamed security official told reporters the regime would respond, quote, destructively. The statement was made while CENTCOM had already hit Iran for 8 consecutive nights in a row. Their retaliation plan appears to be announcing the retaliation and then launching ballistic missiles. As we know, they've been able to get some of those through, unfortunately. And they've hit U.S. troops. They've gotten lucky shots with those ballistic missiles. So we're going to talk about how...
Oh, yeah, they did hit some U.S. troops, then. And just before he said that they hit a tanker too, so they did hit some boat and people. This is pretty bad, man.
Been able to do that, but mainly how the U.S. would absolutely crush Pickaxe Mountain. So we're going to get into all of that, the actual strike package, what it would look like throughout this video. And then stay for the global roundup section. It's about 3/4 of the way through the video. It's breaking news that you need to know, including how Russia just launched its largest ballistic missile barrage on Kyiv. And we're going to do some updates on what's going on with China and the South China Sea. So stay around for that. Oh yeah, and I just found this breaking news. So U.S. is pushing Mediterranean oil pipelines to bypass Strait of Hormuz despite proxy security risks. So President Trump met with the new president of Iraq, Minister Ali al-Zadai, as they participate in a bilateral meeting in the Oval Office at the White House in Washington. The meeting between U.S. President Trump and Iraq's new prime minister was presented in Washington as the beginning of a different relationship with Baghdad, one centered on oil investment and economic integration as the United States prepares to complete the withdrawal of its remaining forces from Iraq. So looks like some integration, but more focused on what's said to be a $366 billion pipeline that could help to avoid the Strait of Hormuz entirely. So it kind of shows the strategy of the United States right now is that they're trying to avoid the Strait moving forward. Who knows? That could show that ultimately the oil prices will stay lower because the Strait is able to be bypassed. So in a fighter jet, the worst time to...
Isn't it easy to hit? Like with a missile, you can just hit the pipeline and GG. Oh, but maybe it's easier to protect than the whole Strait of Hormuz when I think about that.
Check your 6 is when the threat's already on you, right behind you, ready to fire its gun. You check while things are still quiet before the situation changes. The market's been on an incredible run recently, and that little voice in the back of our heads is asking, how much longer can this actually last, right? That's your threat radar going off. Smart investors don't wait for the headlines to turn. They move while the market is still strong. That's why I took a hard look at Lear Capital and a gold IRA that
Lear Capital is leering.
To your morning today, it opened with the IRGC announcing that 2 oil tankers had exploded and been immobilized, attempting to transit the southern approach on the Strait of Hormuz. Iranian state media, which has a documented history of manipulating operational claims for propaganda advantage. They described them as deviant tankers instigated by the U.S. military and closed with a threat. The passage will not be safe for the transit of petrochemical products, not even a single drop of oil and gas. The IRGC told the U.S. military to prepare for punitive operations. The UK Maritime Trade Operations, the UK MTO, confirmed a vessel on fire approximately 8 nautical miles northwest of Kumzar, Oman. That part has been verified, but CENTCOM ran night 9 of targeting Iran, Strait of Hormuz, deep within Tehran, ballistic missile storage. Iranian military command centers seem to be at the top of the list. Air defense and coastal surveillance sites, maritime capabilities, missile and drone launch sites, and communications networks. Official CENTCOM statement was CENTCOM forces remain highly vigilant, focused, lethal, and ready. But now let's go back 7 days to the moment this whole Pickaxe Mountain story started, because the sequencing of what Trump said when he said it and what the satellites showed the next morning is the story that no one else is talking about. So on July 13th, Trump sat down with Hugh Hewitt radio show and said something no sitting American president has ever said publicly. He called his next nuclear target by name on the record, told Iran it was coming, and dared them to stop it. The quote isn't a threat. It's basically an operational announcement of the reality of the situation. Here's what Pickaxe Mountain actually is. It's located in the Zagros Mountains near Isfahan province, 2 kilometers from the now destroyed Natanz nuclear complex. Pickaxe is a facility Iran has been excavating since 2020. Construction that continued throughout the June 2025 ceasefire and a short-lived MOU in violation of Iran's own
Yeah,
signed
no one else
commitments.
is talking about. I'm pretty sure there's some other people, but you know, probably mean it didn't happen. But this dude is no, this dude is he's legit, man. He was the fighter pilot. He did more than like 40 mission as a real fighter pilot. Like this dude is legit. He don't say stuff that is not true. Like most of the time, it's one of the best source I think on the war thing and shit. This dude know what he's saying.
We know they're like, yeah, we'll sign it, and then the next day they're launching drones at ships and maiming and eliminating the drivers, the crew.
I think it was a F-15 driver
Of these different oil tankers. So yeah, kind of blew your chance for the ceasefire there, Iran. The IAEA, that's the International Atomic Energy Agency's director, confirmed that roughly 200 kilograms of Iran's highly enriched uranium, enough material, if enriched further, to build nuclear weapons, is believed to be stored in hardened tunnels near Natanz. So could those hardened tunnels be Pickaxe Mountain? I mean, likely. The Foundation for Defense of Democracies confirmed on July 8th, 5 days before Trump's statement, that satellite imagery showed ongoing construction at Pickaxe Mountain in clear violation of the MOU. The Institute for Science and International Security published its own analysis on July 14th. The western tunnel entrances remained open, vehicle activity consistent with continued hardening operations visible in July 9th imagery. Iran kept saying, there's no nuclear activity, nothing to see here, go look somewhere else, you go somewhere else. Iran said the same thing about Fordo prior to it being hit. But let's talk about what the weapons solution would be. As a former F-15E Strike Eagle pilot, had to drop the fact that I was a pilot. At least it took me a few minutes to drop that. But I've studied this before and I've seen the exact software that would be used to target the new Pickaxe.
Yeah, we'd have the tunnel open, man.
This is the piece that really matters because the GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrator, that's the most powerful conventional bunker buster bomb ever built. A 30,000-pound precision-guided bomb that can penetrate up to 200 feet of reinforced concrete before detonating. The B-2 Spirit stealth bomber is the only aircraft in the world cleared to carry it operationally. That means 7 B-2s dropped 14 MOPS on Fordo and Natanz in Operation Midnight Hammer, June 22nd, 2025, the longest B-2 combat mission since 2001. 30 hours, multiple aerial refuelings over the Atlantic and Indian Ocean. The attack sequence focused very heavily
multiple
on the
refueling.
We know that those GBU-57 30,000-pound MOPS were focused to be dropped right there. And Iran watched those strikes. They studied the damage, and they spent the last year building Pickaxe Mountain specifically to try to survive the next round. Experts are assessing that the tunnel complexes at Pickaxe Mountain are more deeply buried than Fordo, potentially up to 2,000 feet of granite, a depth that places the core facilities potentially beyond the confirmed penetration capability of weapons. But the analysis from July 14th identifies the same structural vulnerabilities that made Fordo defeatable: ventilation shafts, above-ground power, supply lines, and open tunnel entrances. The same attack vectors that were used at Fordo can be used again, but Iran's going to try to adapt and adjust. So maybe they'll put multiple dozens, maybe 20, 30, 40 vent shafts so they have backups to where they think there wouldn't be enough GBU-57s in the inventory to actually knock that nuclear site offline. But the US Air Force is simultaneously designating the GBU-76B, the next generation penetrator. When one penetrator wasn't enough, just step up to the next generation penetrator. That's the MOP's successor, and it's engineered to go deeper with alternative navigation in GPS contested environments.
But that costs more money too.
Report from July 17th, the Trump administration is sending dozens
like
of additional
those bombs cost a lot of money. Like it's not like the regular missile. They are just like a lot of money.
Aerial refueling tankers to Israel. Refueling tankers are the single logistical prerequisite.
And the B-52 cost a lot of money to just move around too. This is some operation, like some of the most cost operation that you can see.
For a sustained B-2 strike package in and out of Iranian airspace. When you see tankers move, you're potentially watching the supply chain of a strike that could go down at any second. So Iran built the world's deepest nuclear bunker structure, but the US military just said, hey, hold my B-2, watch this. But now let's talk about what the adversary can actually do. So here's the honest assessment. And again, Iran isn't nothing. Obviously, they can keep getting jabs in with their ballistic missiles and their drones. Reports that I'm seeing are saying they started this conflict a few months back with about 5,000 ballistic missiles, and they're probably down to somewhere between 2,000 and 3,000. And they likely started with 50,000 or so drones, which is just wild. And now they're probably down to somewhere around 10,000. So obviously, they've still got a lot in their inventory that needs to be contested, and their leaders have just been spilling rhetoric at level 11, and they're not afraid to launch their ballistic missiles as we've seen before. So we're seeing the US military and CENTCOM systematically absorb their ability to do that. And then again, if you're going to eliminate their nuclear program, you also have to think about their ballistic missile launchers. You have to take out those ballistic missile launchers because then you take out their delivery system. Now, they have silos that are built into the different mountain areas, but those are easier to spot than the movable ballistic missile launchers, which is why we probably see CENTCOM absolutely crushing ballistic missile launchers right now to reduce their ability to put a nuclear weapon on one of those should they be able to make one. Because if you don't have the delivery system, it's going to be much harder for them to deliver that. You made it to the Global Roundup, my friends, so now let's talk about a couple stories outside of the Iran theater that matter right now. First, Ukraine and Russia. So wild things going on over there. Russia launched its largest ballistic missile barrage on Kyiv since the war began on the night of July 19th. 25 ballistic missiles, 10 Zircon hypersonic missiles, 125 drones in a single wave. Ukraine shot down 18 missiles and suppressed 108 drones, but it looks like 7 ballistic missiles got through. And this comes at a time where President Trump has said that Ukraine will be able to build the Patriot missile, which is a defensive missile, under license to keep stockpiles high on both sides. But the problem is that could take a year or two to fully get spun up into production. And then moving into the Pacific, it looks like what's happening in the Pacific has ramped up. It looks like China is now practicing nuclear strike capability demonstrations. China recently fired submarine-launched ballistic missiles in the South China Sea as part of a test, but what they're basically doing is trying to show Taiwan that their strength is getting bigger and bigger, and it could be the canary in the coal mine that at some point here soon, the US might need to shift back the focus to the Pacific. So when it comes to all these different situations, military tech, all the moving parts going on around the globe, we need to go deep and we need to understand exactly what's happening.
They're going to go outside.
That's why I created the Max Afterburner podcast. Did you guys know I had a podcast? Well, I do. This is it right here. You can see the different episodes we have. I'm so excited to share this with you guys. Go to the Max Afterburner podcast. I'll put a link in the description to it. But I recently did an interview with Mike Baker, former CIA agent. I think you'll really love that interview. We go deep on everything from Iran to Cuba. And then I interviewed Anderson Salgado. He was a former recon Marine.
Bro, he's going all in right now. He put out some energy drink. He put out a book. He make the podcast, and he did some course, like not like Andrew Tate, you know, but some course. I don't know, like, you know what I mean, like just yeah.
Talk about what that was like, what life was like as a recon Marine, and how he spun his life into business success. And then I just interviewed, hasn't released yet, Captain Steve. So that's going to be a fun one. Captain Steve's got a YouTube channel with over 1 million subscribers. We talk about aviation. We talk about the war in Iran. We talk about other military operations. So definitely check out the podcast. Super excited. If you guys want to see us go deeper, head over to the podcast with the link in the description. All right, that brings us to the 40 Chess strategic analysis section here. So the stated American goals in this conflict have always been Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, not Iran's nuclear program should be reduced, not Iran should submit to IAEA inspections. No, it's full stop. Operation Midnight Hammer was the answer originally to their nuclear program. And now we're seeing what could be a renewed strike because we're seeing that there's reports coming in that roughly 200 kilograms of Iran's highly enriched uranium may have survived strikes. So will those other sites be hit again as well in conjunction with Pickaxe Mountain? Well, at this point, everything's on the board. As you can see, the MOU that was signed in June is obviously gone. That thing's no longer existent. I mean, that got tossed into the fire. But what we're seeing is CENTCOM is systematically ramping up attacks on Iran's ability to threaten ships in the Strait of Hormuz. So that will likely continue as far as strikes coming to their nuclear positions here soon. That's obviously on the board. What do you guys think happens? Do you think Pickaxe Mountain will be targeted, or do you think the US will just continuously focus on the Strait of Hormuz so that Iran can't hold the world's economy hostage? What do you think? Let me know in the comments below. Would love to hear your thoughts. Thanks so much for watching, guys. Go ahead and go to the Max Afterburner podcast. There's a link in the description. I think you'll really enjoy those conversations. And then follow me on X, follow me on Instagram. I'm posting there pretty much every
Are they gonna focus on Pickaxe Mountain? I think the dog want a bone. Oh, you. Oh. Yeah, I think, yeah, they're gonna probably bomb Pickaxe Mountain, but at the same time, it's a good way to, how to say that, to make sure that if you keep speaking about that, that means Iran gonna have to devise their asset to try to protect Pickaxe Mountain and the Strait of Hormuz at the same time. It could be just, even if you're not attacking the Pickaxe Mountain, it could be a good move to just say, oh, I'm gonna attack it or something, just so, you know, have them divided and they don't know what to do.
Also known as Max Afterburner, signing off.
Oh, so I did not know. So Trump put new traffic tariff? Damn.
Breaking news, Donald Trump has announced that he will impose 50% tariffs on Canada. That is 400% higher than the global 10% tariff. And oh boy, this is humiliating for Mark Carney and Doug Ford. You will see why in a moment. But first, if you're new to the channel, be sure you like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. We do breaking news analysis, get into this big being funded, especially if they're... So this is the story we're going to talk about today. This is major breaking news, and this is why I'm making this video. So breaking news, officials from the Trump administration have announced a tariff hike to 50%. So the tariffs have gone from what they were to 50% on some items.
What they were.
And this comes just days after the U.S. officials were threatening sanctions on Canada over the wildfire smoke in the forest.
You don't think that's how percentage work? Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that's how percentage work too. Like 50% is like vague a little bit. I think you see a tariff hike of 50%. It's a weird way to see it. Maybe the 50% are like it's 50% more of the tariff we already had, or it's a 50% across the board on everything that's gonna pass. I don't know, man. We'll see. I did not listen to the video. I just learned that. I did not even know there was new tariff. There's a dude who say ankle up, Carney. Yeah, Carney, bro. I think Trump need to keep doing that because Carney is gonna turn into a meme like Trudeau. And that's the best thing that can happen. People gonna start hating the liberals, and it's the best thing. We need it. I think we need those tariffs really hard. It's 50% higher than the other 50% we talked about earlier. For real? Damn.
And we had done some videos talking about that. And there was a senator that had threatened to freeze the assets of Mark Carney. And now there are tariffs on Canada as a whole. And you're going to see why in a moment. So,
in a moment.
From CTV News, Trump to impose 50% tariffs in retaliation to booze ban, as well as dairy. U.S. President Donald Trump is imposing a new 50% tariff on some Canadian goods, including wine.
50%.
Hockey sticks and cement for what his administration is.
I needed time to assimilate it because I'm used to see percent and percentage. On all Canada, they did. Wine, hockey sticks, cement, hockey sticks. No way, brother. No. He found our weakness.
Categorizing as discriminatory trade practices after signing a new executive order on Monday. Specifically, the U.S. is taking issue with provincial bans on alcohol, supply management on dairy, as well as certain tariffs and quotas that are...
You know, I don't think anyone voted on that. Banning U.S. alcohol, I don't think any Canadian citizen voted for that. It's just the liberal fucking weird, bro. Who put the sticks in there? I don't know. What the...
imported to Canada from the U.S., according to administration officials in a background briefing with reporters on Monday. The officials say that Trump is using Section 338 of the Tariff Act of 1930. That's an emergency trade authority that empowers the U.S. president to impose additional duties of up to 50%. So Donald Trump is imposing the maximum penalty here on Canada, not being nice and saying I could do this later on. No, he's going full steam ahead and doing the maximum right now on countries that discriminate. It's an important word here. Discriminate on U.S. commerce. Okay? So what's being alleged here is there's discrimination on U.S. commerce by the Canadians.
Bro, this is so vague, bro. There is discrimination. We don't know what's the discrimination, but there is some, you know, like,
The tariffs will come into effect on August 19th.
Well, wait, let me do the research at least. It's on country that discriminate against U.S. commerce. This is just so vague, bro. He's from Argentina or some shit. Yeah, he looked like that. I think you're right. Trump say he put tariff on country that discriminate against US. Is that true? And what did they do to discriminate? Yeah, he got the soccer. I think he's looking at the World Cup too much recently. The U.S. government listed three main type of discrimination. Canada imposed tariff and quota on U.S. cars, but not on cars from other country. U.S. claimed Canada structured this quota in a way that forced U.S. automakers to invest in Canada instead of the U.S. Yeah, we are just like that, bro. Our government is just stupid like that. U.S. export of motor vehicle to Canada reportedly fell 20%, while import from other country increased. Yeah, this is the Carney plan. He want a fucking car from China and European instead of getting car from United States. It's so crazy because we're gonna have to pay to make the parts go overseas. Like you're gonna have the car crossing the sea with a boat or plane or whatever instead of just buying to our neighbor. It's crazy, man. It's just stupid. Carney, and I know that European have some good car. Like we can all believe some car in Europe are great, but only rich people want good European car. Nobody care about buying a Volkswagen, brother. According to the White House, all but 2 Canadian provinces stopped buying or selling alcoholic beverage. Yeah, it's the SAQ. It's just stupid. They did not impose similar restriction on other country. The export to Canada dropped to 81% in alcohol. Some province boycotted US alcohol. This is so stupid. And it's not the province, it's not the people, it's the government that did that. It's the liberal. Dairy, cheese, and product. We have been, like, I know before even reading that, we were putting tariff on dairies and those cheese products and whatever before the US put tariff on us. So hitting us with those tariffs is just the smartest thing Trump can do. Claim Canada. The US claim Canada TRQ for US cheese are more restrictive than those for EU cheese even through Canada. No, yeah. Why Trump say tariffs are justified? Because we disadvantage US export. So we discriminate. So he's right. So there you go. How Canada responded, bro. Canadian PM Mark Carney said the tariff are a direct violation of the USMCA and that Canada is ready to negotiate. He's not ready to fight. He's not ready to do whatever. He's ready to negotiate. Canada denies unfair discrimination, said that it supports free and fair trade. Fake. That's not true. Even as a Canadian, we know it's not true. Bro. So, you know, so what happened right now is that Trump just made the tariff even worse. So he's gonna push Carney into making a deal, and Carney gonna have to accept a deal way worse than if he had tried to close a deal with a bad deal at the start. Now he's gonna have to accept like a really, really bad deal because he's gonna have to take that off. And being in direct violation of UNC, it does nothing. So Canada can take the US to court if... No. But there is no global police that can sanction the US. Canada filed a complaint. National panel of independent trade judges formed. They review evidence, error agreement, and issue ruling. This panel is legally binding under the treaty. So Carney can take US to the tribunal. Canada get the permission to impose retaliatory tariffs of the equal value. But even if we impose tariff of the equal value, we're gonna still lose more. Because United States they sell more probably to us than we buy. And then in all, if we both have the same tariff, that means every part, you see there's some car company that so what I heard before is some car, the piece of the car, it go across the frontier a couple times before the car is fully assembled. Like there's some piece, I don't know, man. Like I don't know how to say it in English, but it's gonna make the building a car impossible almost. If we put 50% on both sides, it's just stupid. So if the Canada go against the United States for that, it take months or years. The US will drag out the case, so it's gonna take years. And if the Canada win, he's gonna be able to put retaliatory tariff, bro. There is just no way, man. So even if he called to the USMCA, it will do nothing. Because we're gonna have to wait a couple years just to put the same tariff as they put us. This is so stupid, bro. Who is the authority? It's a treaty that is like the USMCA is the authority. But there's no global court that can punish the US directly. So there's nothing like that the Canada can do against those tariffs other than since the Canada claim it's against the USMCA, that means we're gonna have to pass through the USMCA before putting the same tariff ourselves instead of just doing it. So it's gonna that can take years of just proceduring for no reason. Maybe it's gonna be the next administration that's gonna have that in their end, like in like 2 or 3 years. And Trump say we don't need you, and Carney can suck a giant cock. Yep. Oh, for real? I did not know it was a real quote, man. This is crazy, dude.
The tariffs will come into effect on August 19th. That means we have a month to get our stuff together. And here's a very important part. These Section 338 tariffs apply to all cover good, regardless of whether a good originates under the US, Canada, Mexico agreement. So right now, most of our trade is tariff-free because of...
Oh, so this is the USMCA. It's US-Mexico Canada agreement.
Which, by the way, Mark Carney failed to get a deal by the deadline, but now it will apply to CUSMA items. The official said the tariffs will not apply to energy, potash products subject to this, and certain other goods such as...
Yeah, it's a trade deal, yeah.
Minerals, and that CTV News has reached out to the Prime Minister's office and Canada's U.S. Trade Minister, Dominique LeBlanc, for comment.
He's gonna just probably say, I break the deal at some point, and I'm gonna remake another one, you know. He's gonna make another one with just Mexico and not Canada, or like, you know.
Of course, these politicians, if they haven't commented by the time we've published this video, when they will comment,
Oh
they
yeah,
will come
Trump
out.
say he was not renewing it. Oh, and Carney's like, you can't do that. We will negotiate. This is crazy.
With some word salad, as they always do. So Donald Trump had a 10% global tariff, and of course, in Canada, this is according to the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, there's been different types of tariffs on other products, but none of them have been at 50%. And now we're going to have 50% tariffs on items. Again, the global tariff rate that Donald Trump had imposed on countries was 10%. That is 400% higher than the 10% global tariff rate. And look, here's why I'm pissed. Because if this had been done in 2024...
Oh, this is why he's pissed. He looks so pissed right now. He look... Bro. He doesn't look pissed at all, bro.
Even in 2025, I think there would have been reasonable arguments that could have been made that while Donald Trump is being unreasonable, then that is on him rather than on the Canadian Prime Minister. But we're now almost 2 years after the initial tariff threat. Almost 2 years. Mark Carney has been Prime Minister for over a year, and Doug Ford's been in power that entire time. And again, what is this in retaliation for? The booze ban. Here's Doug Ford.
You know what? I don't want to insult him because he looked chill, you know. But that reminds me of someone, you know, that it have the haircut made by his mother, and like the mother chose the t-shirt too. You see what I mean? Like he looked just like that. Oh, it's so cute.
Saying he's not gonna lift the alcohol ban unless he gets his way with the U.S. The whole alcohol ban was supposed to be a deterrent for tariffs.
Oh, it's triggered. There you go. Oh, he's crashing out.
That we were going to have the government deprive Canadian citizens of the right to buy alcohol in one of the most communistic ways possible. It was communistic. I called it communism when this was first announced. I still think it's communism. It is literally the most anti-capitalist, most radical piece of shit legislation that has ever been announced. So ridiculous. You cannot buy wine from California and Canada. I was actually just in the US last week. They were shocked when I would tell them this. They were completely stunned. No other people would put up with something like this. I travel all over the world. There's US alcohol. I was in Europe. There's US alcohol. I went to Japan. There's US alcohol. Of course.
Yeah, and we are privating ourselves. Like, this is us that is losing the most against that. Okay, yes, we don't buy US alcohol just because we are virtue signaling and like, oh, we are punishing the US so hard. But at the end of the day, it's us. We just can't buy US alcohol. So it's bad for us too. It's not even punitive that much. We punish ourselves.
In the US, and there was US alcohol. In Canada, we were being deprived of US alcohol. And again, this was being cited. We were going to take away your freedoms, kind of like what they did during COVID, where they took away our freedoms. We're going to do it for the greater good, and it will be worth it, and it will be pressure on the Americans, and then we're going to get rid of the tariffs. Well, look what it just did. Again, Trump to impose 50% tariffs because of the booze ban. The booze ban has been a major point of frustration for the Americans. I know I interviewed the U.S. ambassador. I've spoken to Republicans all week in Washington, D.C. The alcohol ban is doing more harm than good, and this is the final proof. This is not just Ellie's opinion anymore. Here you've got the U.S. imposing 50% tariffs. That is 400% higher than the global tariff rate, in large part because of this alcohol ban. An alcohol ban that I believe is a communist alcohol ban that is an affront to the values of the free market and letting people choose themselves what they want to buy and not buy. As you can tell, I'm very passionate about this. I had a California wine, a delicious wine at a hotel the other day in DC that I have been deprived of for months because of this. I think it's absurd that we're banning Canadians from buying alcohol from our greatest ally, next door neighbor, because of a trade dispute. Meanwhile, we continue to allow alcohol from all these other countries.
It's fine. Yeah, we're gonna go buy a $3 a bottle from another country instead. We're gonna pay even more than what the tariff makers pay just to get alcohol from someone else. It's gonna have to travel by boat.
Spotty records, let's put it this way.
Oh,
He's
and it's
also
so
bothered-
good for the environment to buy everything that we need to get delivered by plane and boat. Oh yes, the liberal care so much about the environment. They just need like 100 more boats per day to get their stuff.
Me because this is more evidence of what I call the greatest gaslighting in Canadian history. Here's an article from April 29, 2025. Okay. Voters judge Carney best leader to take on Trump. Okay? And here are the polls. Remember, we weren't supposed to have Mark Carney, the self-declared globalist and elitist, as prime minister. We were supposed to have Pierre Poilievre. And remember what happened. Look at this. At Free Trade Canada, there was the great gaslighting. The media scared the shit out of everyone. And then we got a switcheroo, and Pierre Poilievre's lead was removed, was taken, and...
You see, this dude can make some good point, at least. He put out some good statistic, you know, like, it's fine, man. I respect him. I respect him. What is his name? Eli Kenten Nantel. Oh, it's a little 20k subscriber. That's pretty nice. I respect that. Man, Poliev, he was almost there, man. Rest in peace, Poliev. You tried. Dang, dude, you had it.
Liberals went ahead and overtook the conservatives. All on the name of, we're going to get a deal with Trump. I'm going to get along with Trump. Well, guess what? There is no deal. We passed the deadline. Mark Carney failed. Objectively failed. It is a failure. It's embarrassing. And now, this super prime minister genius, the self-declared globalist and elitist, Canada's getting 50% tariffs. Here's the reality, folks. I don't like tariffs. I'm a capitalist at heart. I like free markets. I wasn't a fan of the tariffs. I have not been a fan of how Donald Trump has imposed tariffs on different countries, if I'm going to be very honest with you. But at this point, when we're almost 2 years since the initial threat of tariffs, this isn't on the Americans anymore. What has Canada done to improve the situation? The political class in Canada has told Canadians to boycott the United States, to not travel to the United States. Mark Carney has traveled to China to announce a strategic partnership with a communist dictatorship that has committed a genocide. Mark Carney has deflected from U.S. policy on things like Israel, declaring a fake Palestinian state. There is no such thing as Palestine. It's an illegitimate terrorist state. And they've kept the alcohol ban in place, etc., etc. What have they done? How is this beneficial to the Canada-U.S. relationship? I don't think it is. I don't think that they have succeeded in any way, shape, or form at making things better. And again...
Thank you, brother. I've heard enough. Thank you, thank you. Very, very nice video. Really nice video. MPP face misspending allegation. The fuck is MPP? I know that they have a turban.
We are taking you back to Queen's Park now, where Doug Ford is
I need to make food real quick.
facing fresh allegations of misspending about another of his caucus members, as he continues to face questions about his now former tourism minister. Mark McAllister joins us again now. And Mark, this is a growing scandal when it comes to spending. Who is in the spotlight today?
It continues to go on and on, Cynthia. Yes, you'll recall that former Tourism Minister Stan Cho was in the spotlight as a result of misspending taxpayers' money. Despite the fact that he lives in Willowdale, he was using it for hotel stays in Toronto. At this point, Brampton East MPP Hardeep Grewal is now under the microscope as well, this time the NDP pointing out possible misspending as well. The NDP filing a complaint with the Integrity Commissioner alleging that Grewal is potentially in conflict for spending taxpayer money to place ads in a local paper that is owned by his father. The New Democrats also allege that Grewal has spent $27,000 on local hotel expenses. That spending technically allowed...
$27,000 on a hotel? What? Wait, hotel room is what, between 50 to 100 per night? Let's wait, 20,100 per night. It's like 200 nights.
Under Queen's Park rules for special circumstances, but Ford has said they will do away with that. As for Stan Cho, his future in the PC party is unclear, with Ford today sidestepping the question about whether he should be removed from caucus altogether.
It's unacceptable on spending taxpayers' money. He's no longer a minister, but Stan has paid every single penny back, as everyone will, to the taxpayers, and it's already been paid back.
Frankly, though, I'm not surprised by the premiers. I would say rather.
But you know, it's 20,000, bro. Can we focus on some matters that are more important? Just send the dude to jail and that's it. All those other people, look, bro. She's wasting your time, like, speaking about that. She could be solving probably matter that matter more. Just send him to jail and that's it. You don't even need to, like, speak about it. That's it. You fucked up, man.
Lackluster apologies and statements that he's made about this issue. He only ever apologizes when he gets caught. He's shown his MPPs and ministers exactly, how to handle a scandal like this.
Now, a statement from Grewal released today in response to the allegations, quote, political parties of all stripes have advertised with the Punjabi Post. Prior to advertising, I should have consulted with the Integrity Commissioner and have since reached out to her office for advice. This matter, of course, will continue to be ongoing. There is suspicions now that there's likely going to be some sort of a cabinet shuffle within the Ford government in the weeks to come. Mark McAllister, City News, Queen's Park.
The wildfire crisis in northern Ontario is escalating, with 190 fires now burning, dozens of them still not under control. 13 communities have been evacuated, and some of the evacuees are headed for Niagara Falls. Harry Coro has the latest.
The fight against wildfires across northern Ontario continues, with crews battling more than 100 active fires, as smoke from the region continues to travel hundreds of kilometers south. The fires have forced people from remote and First Nations communities to evacuate, as the province continues to deploy firefighting crews and resources. Premier Doug Ford outlined the growing crisis at a briefing this morning, saying the fires have now burned down well over 700,000 hectares of land.
It's moving quickly, and as of this morning, there are a total of 190 wildland fires across Ontario. 56 of those are still considered not under control, 112 are being observed, and 6 are being held, and 16 are under control.
Ford says there are currently more than 150 in-province fire crews and at least 80 water bombers and helicopters in operation, with dozens more ready to assist.
13 communities have been evacuated or are still in the process of evacuating.
But the impact is being felt well beyond the province, with smoke drifting south of the border and now drawing a warning of potential tariffs from U.S. President Donald Trump, following a conversation Sunday with Prime Minister Mark Carney.
I have a good relationship with Mark Carney, but, we got to stop the fires up there. If we can help them, we'll help them. But maybe they should pay us some damages or something, or we should do some tariffs.
I get frustrated just listening that bunch of rubbish.
Appearing on CNN Today, Ford pushed back, pointing to the help Ontario has provided the U.S. during past natural disasters.
This is beyond politics, our relationship, Wolf, and I know when neighbors need help, you go and support them.
The premier is urging U.S. politicians to stop complaining and instead offer help. Back in the province, Emergency Preparedness Minister Jill Dunlop says members of displaced communities are being flown south to safety.
They're in host cities like Thunder Bay, Kapuskasing, Sudbury, Barrie, and then Toronto has put their hand up as well as Niagara Falls. So a lot of coordination in those efforts.
Of course, this remains a developing and ever-changing situation with conditions across northern Ontario continuing to shift. So while the air quality in our area has significantly improved since last week, it's not clear just how long that will last.
We are evacuation you to Thunder Bay. No!
With the CBC's Michelle Song in Thunder Bay, Michelle.
Namai-Gosi-Sagagon First Nation community burn entirely? Damn. They're not gonna be able to sniff gas and drink booze anymore. That sucks.
Ontario's Premier Doug Ford just finished speaking about the wildfires, and he talked about how the community of Thunder Bay is housing many evacuees.
Right. Arthi, I want to go through some of the numbers that the Premier has shared today. Nearly 200 active fires now. 81 are considered out of control, 11 under control. 10 communities have been evacuated, 4 are under a warning, and over 100 fire crews are on the ground. He says he has deployed water bombers and helicopters, and he is making investments.
Bro, I had some friends in the First Nation because when you go in kids jail and foster family, there's a lot of those that are kids coming from the First Nation because over there the parents are just not doing parenting well. The parents are just all on drugs and stuff. And what the kid was telling me is they go hunting with quads and motorcycle, you know, to just go in the wood with the quads, and then while they are just hunting and moving around, they stop, sniff the gas a little bit to get high, then keep going, you know, like, bro, come on, dude. There's some place up there you can only get by plane or train. Yes, I've gone once with train on two time I think with the train at Wemantashi, I think. Yeah, I know those places. I know a bunch of those dude. Like, they are good people, but they are not raised properly. From what I've seen, okay, is the white man is just too soft. A lot of people say, "Oh, white man is evil." Nah. I think we are just too soft. When you conquer a country, just conquer it 100%. Don't just like, oh, we're gonna leave you this, we're gonna leave you that. Just conquer it, man. It's way easier like that. Those people, they don't act like, they all take drugs. They all steal each other, man. Like they don't have a good life. And the base of their religion and everything is just so scuffed, man. Like, it just doesn't work at all.
And more resources to deal with the fires, and he's also gotten confirmation from the federal government that supports will be in place. They will be coming soon. He reiterated, though, a sticking point for him was that the criticism he faced, he wanted to defend that criticism again, that he may have underfunded firefighters. He says that he didn't once again.
What I find despicable and disgusting, that opposition would politicize The amount of money being spent and going out there and putting false information out. And it's inaccurate, it's untruthful. In a time of a crisis.
Okay, you want to say some allegation, but tell us exactly what. Like, he did not tell us what. What did they do, man? What is the false allegation? Like, bro, you cannot just. It doesn't
Levels
work.
of government need to come together.
Arthi, the premier has said that no one has lost their lives, thankfully, but some First Nations communities in the northwestern part of the province narrowly missed the fires, they say, when they were trying to flee in the last couple of days. One community, Namegusisagagan First Nation, narrowly missed the fires. They said that they were fleeing in a matter of minutes.
Man, this is
and
spicy,
their
man.
community has completely burned down now. The Ministry of Natural Resources faced questions of why there were no supports in place. Why didn't they call an evacuation order sooner? But they said that the fires were just
Because they were all on drugs, brother. Look at this dude.
sooner.
He's still there smoking his joint, man. It's not a cigarette.
But they said that the fires were just so out of control. They've never seen fires of this nature before.
You did smoke crack with those prostitutes. Whoa.
And they did their best.
Michelle, what are you also hearing from evacuees where you are right now?
Well, we spoke to one evacuee from Armstrong, Ontario. He
One?
says that he packed up his van with his kids and wife and brought only the essentials. And he tells us a little bit about how he was feeling when he was driving 3 hours down to Thunder Bay.
It was a long drive, and it always is a long drive. It's a 3.
This dude doesn't come from the First Nation. This dude doesn't look like a native Canadian. Like, what the fuck? It's a typical white man.
It always is a long drive. It's a 3-hour drive, and we do it every couple of weeks to get groceries anyway, but just trying not to think about what we forgot and what we should have grabbed, and trying not to remember everything that could be gone.
Arthi, again, Premier Doug Ford says that 4 communities are under evacuation watch. So more evacuees could be coming to areas like Thunder Bay, Toronto, Niagara. Thunder Bay, though, says that their hotels are fully booked. They are reaching capacity here in the city. So they will be likely heading more towards Toronto. The evacuee that we spoke to, that you just heard from, says that he's heading down south all the way to London, Ontario, to stay with family as well.
Michelle, thank you for this. That is the CBC's Michelle Song in Thunder Bay. And for a closer look at the situation on the ground in Northern Ontario, we're joined now by Paul Surratt. He is the Director of Operations at ISN Masqua, an Indigenous-led organization that coordinates emergency operations for the community.
He's the director of an Indigenous-led community. This man doesn't look indigenous at all. What, bro? What
In
the?
the area. He joins us now from Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario. Thank you for making time for us.
Good afternoon. Thank you much for having me.
First, I wanted to ask you what the situation is like where you are right now and what sort of conversations you're having with people who are seeking shelter and help.
Thanks for that. Currently, we're on the ground in Sudbury, Toronto, and we're looking at Barrie by the end of today. Our teams are on the ground and receiving.
Good night, bro. Take care. Peace.
Folks, as we speak. I think the best way to describe things right now, I mean, certainly there's anxieties, and you can see it, the feelings from the folks that are coming out. You know, they're now displaced and for these situations where they didn't have much time to get ready and get out. So we're really working with them, getting them set up, getting them safe. And then we start to implement our services, our wraparound services for them. And one of the biggest pieces, I think, is that mental health support and that health for them and their well-being. We just want to make them safe and get them relaxed for starters. And then we'll take over and implement all the services that go with that while we have them.
How challenging is it to keep track of where everyone is coming from, and where they're heading to as you try to make sure you're providing the accurate support?
The first 24, 48 hours, of course, is always pretty hectic. Our provincial partners are doing their very best to coordinate on the getting folks out of these communities, and that's a big piece to everything. We get notice to be set up and get ready, and we've done that. So it's a process that just runs as best as it can, given the dynamics and circumstances that is changing. It's changing constantly. And I think we just need to look up north and some of the communities up there. So, yeah, we're prepared, and we take them as we get them.
You know, you touched on it a little bit there. I'm wondering if you can walk me through how you were alerted to this and told to prepare for the supports you'd need to provide in this particular instance.
All right, is there something better to watch?
Gentlemen, it's time for some fun news, and it's time for some good news. I know a lot of people say that, look, it's always negative that goes on in the news world, and today let's lighten the load a little. Let's have some fun, and let's talk about something extraordinary that happened over the weekend. Now, many people who watch this channel regularly tuned in for the Alberta Telethon over the weekend. We raised over $130,000 towards third-party advertisers to help push forward and drive forward the movement towards the question on October 19th. I guess the question on a question. But it caught the eyes of many people, those in office, those who are campaigning against us. I'm sure some weren't completely vocal like some others, and we're going to show that right here. Premier Jason Kenney lost his mind, absolutely went insane because of Mr. Alberta. If you guys don't know who Mr. Alberta is, I've known Mr. Alberta for a while. I'm not going to say his real name. Well, we might. We might. The cat's out of the bag, actually. Mr. Alberta has always done this getup. He's always worn the Alberta mask like a luchador with the Alberta shirt. This has always been his character, his shtick when he does his videos. Jason Kenney comes out. As I was saying, it's just another normal one in the separatist world. This from their live telethon today. And no, it's not AI generated. Mr. Alberta and I had a good laugh because, you know, Jason Kenney's at least coming out saying he's not AI generated. If you follow this channel, we were told we were AI at one point by CTV News, CBC, and others. You can see his post down here, just another normal day over in separatist land with the founding leader of the Alberta Independence Party threatening to sanction me with asset seizures because of something to do with forest fires in the Indian Act. This guy is absolutely bonkers. He's lost his mind. It's hard to believe at any point Albertans voted for this clown to run the province. But that's what happens when politicians lie to you and try to convince you that, well, they're just like everybody else. They're common sense. They care about your priorities and your lifestyle, and they want to make sure policy comes through to protect you, right? Right? Wrong. Wrong. This blew up the internet. This shut down and broke the internet. I never thought in a million years Mr. Alberta would be the one to break the rules or break the internet. Here we've got even the Fringe jumped in on it. I think it's high time I let the cat out of the bag. I've seen Mr. Alberta without his mask, ladies and gentlemen. I said, do you want to know who he really is? He's actually Thomas Lukaszuk. You can see all the posts that went online from people losing their minds because he came on with a mask over his head. I think it's high time we realize, aren't these the same people a couple of years ago that would have loved to see somebody with this over their face? That they couldn't go outside without something like this over their face? Now, the reason Mr. Alberta does this, I mean, he even joked back, no, you ruined my surprise. Yeah, no, he's Tom Lukasik. John talking to Albertans even got in on it. Let's settle this once and for all. Who's Mr. Alberta? Ricky from the Trailer Park Boys, a Sasquatch, Rosemary Barton, or Justin Trudeau? Looks like Ricky from Trailer Park Boys is winning the poll on that one. But the memes, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, they're all over the internet. Mr. Alberta has taken the world by storm. The reason he covers his face, the reason he wears the mask, ladies and gentlemen, not only is it his character that he plays on social media, it's because of people like Premier Jason Kenney, who dox and ruin the lives of those who put their faces on camera. I've told people before, this is why it's so important you subscribe to the channel, watch our videos, like and comment. This is where I make my living.
TikTok girl are wild. Rash.
Welcome. And under the Liberals, it's leaving Canada. Got a video here from Vincent Neil Ho, who's a Conservative MP. This is a bit of an old clip as it's back during question period earlier this year, but it's a great video and I just wanted to share it with you. I also have a clip from Jasmine Lane you're going to want to see. And then, of course, we have to end off the video with a couple liberal, left-wing, absolute wackos giving their opinions. We got to expose them. Plus, it's really funny to listen to them once in a while. But either way, before we do get into this, please don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button. It really helps grow the channel, and I appreciate you guys so much for that. Also, if you're over on Facebook, come and join me over there as well. Give me a follow, and start a community, and have a good time. So this, again, was posted by Vincent Neil Ho. Capital goes where it's welcome. Under the Liberals, it's leaving Canada. Since this Prime Minister took office, Canada has already lost a net $20 billion in investment. This is not a rounding error. That is lost jobs, lost opportunity in a country weaker than it was before the Liberals came into power. And that doesn't even include about 40% of the manufacturing industry that's about to leave. And by the way, as of 2023, it's the closest stat to this year that I could find, about 1.8 million people who work in that industry. Not good if they leave. Either way, we're going to get into this here.
In capital,
then we'll talk about it after, like usual.
In capital markets, there's a simple rule. Capital goes where it is welcome and stays where it is rewarded. Under these Liberals, capital is not being rewarded in Canada. It is being regulated, taxed, delayed, blocked, and politicized. That is why business investment is falling. That is why major projects cannot get built. That is why Canadian productivity is weak. That is why dollars that should be building Canadian mines, energy projects, factories, homes, ports, pipelines, and technology are leaving the country. Since this Liberal Prime Minister took office, $109.3 billion in investment has left Canada, while only $88.4 billion has returned. That is a net loss of $20 billion. That is not a rounding error. That is a lost opportunity, lost jobs, lost paychecks, lost productivity, and lost national leverage. Canadian households now carry the highest debt in the G7, the least affordable housing in the G7, the highest food inflation in the G7, the lowest investment per worker in the G7, the second lowest productivity in the G7, and the second highest unemployment in the G7. And now Canadians are paying the price of this Liberal failure. Canada has lost 112,300 jobs in just 3 months. There are 45,800 more Canadians jobless now than when this Liberal Prime Minister took office a year ago. There are
112. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money.
There are now 3 unemployed Canadians for every job vacancy. The promise of a better future is being replaced by the fear of falling behind. That is what happens when governments forget the basic lessons of economics. When you tax production and innovation, you get less production and innovation. When you punish investment in capital, you get less investment in capital. When you make it harder to build, fewer things get built. When government consumes more of the economy, families and businesses are left with a smaller part of the pie. That is not complicated. It is basic economics.
For any liberals listening, by the way, those numbers that Mr. Ho just brought up are all bad. This is what happens when you use your elbows instead of your brain to vote. It really sucks that it's going to come to this, but Canadians are going to feel so much pain. And I feel really bad for the people who voted for change. But for those of you who didn't, for those of you with your elbows still high in the air, I have no sympathy for what's coming. I can't. I just can't. Most of these people voted Liberal at least twice. One Trudeau, one Carney. Some voted Liberal all 4 times. We're all about to pay for that because of your mistakes. Now, you can say, well, you know, under Pierre Poilievre, things would be worse. The best you could say, if you're trying to be accurate at all, is maybe it would be worse under Pierre. Maybe. But you don't know that. We don't know that. What we do know is Mark Carney has done nothing but fail. And you fell for it. Again, and I keep bringing this up, why would the Liberals do anything that's good for the country when they keep destroying the country and getting elected? And all those people, haha, PP lost his job. Yeah, well, I hope your elbows are really high in the air when you have to walk into the unemployment office. Because it's coming, man, and it's going to be really bad. It's too bad people need to feel so much pain. But they do. Now, this is from Not So Nice Canadian. He posted this from Jasmine Lane, and she's about to talk about the interesting amounts of violence we're seeing from the left versus the right. The numbers might shock you a little bit.
Did you know that in 2025, CSIS reported that far-left violence actually exceeded that of far-right violence for the first time in over 30 years? Those numbers have been increasing across the globe. Marco Rubio today hosted a far-left terrorism summit in the United States of America. 60 countries came to see it. They all flew down with their representatives to be a part of this moment. Every single G7 nation was represented there. Want to know who was absent? Canada. Canada refused to comment on whether or not they would go at all, which is crazy when you think about, I don't know, Tumbler Ridge, which just happened. Don't want to upset their base. Or perhaps they were too cowardly to sit in a room with your greatest ally and be lectured about the very same tactics and actions that they themselves are defined by. Oh, it's misinformation though, hey? It's those other people, the far righters, you know, the same ones who, after witnessing Charlie Kirk be murdered in front of their very eyes, they held mass prayer vigils in their cities. Yeah, those are the bad ones. Then today, we finally got word, last minute, that Ottawa was going to send somebody there to represent Canada. Okay, cool. Well, maybe it was our Foreign Affairs Minister, Anita Anand. Nope, not her. Maybe it was somebody else in public safety, one of those guys on one of those files. Nope, not them either. In fact, Canada was one of the only countries, the only G7 country, to send a Washington staffer from the embassy. That's who went. That's how little they care about public safety. Even though CSIS' own reports suggest that this is a huge problem globally and in Canada.
Interesting, right? Because every time you'd see these protests, the left would defend them. Oh, they're mostly peaceful. Yeah, mostly peaceful means sometimes violent. And again, you have all these dolts who will look back at the Freedom Convoy. There wasn't a single bit of violence except for that RCMP officer with his horse trampling a lady. But from the protesters, there wasn't a bit of violence. I've been asking people for 4 years, show me the evidence of it being violent. Nothing. But what they did show is a bunch of pictures from a bunch of planted people who were pretending that they're Nazis. Go back and look at those photos. That's a photo op making it look like it was a far-right Nazi protest, and it wasn't. But they'll count that as violence. But when businesses are burning, people are getting hurt, oh, it's mostly peaceful. You see how they spin it? It's pretty sick. But that is the liberal world we currently live in now. Up next, I have a couple videos to show you, just to remind you, if you somehow forgot, how insane these liberal people are. I mean, it's just absolutely insane how unhinged they get. Purely emotional ranting without any real thoughts. So hopefully you can stick around with me and have a laugh, because really there's nothing else you can do. Just want to adjust the volume. She gets loud.
I am so sad right now. I talked to somebody about the weather, and everybody I talked to is so alarmed that this is happening. This is not normal to have our air full of smoke.
By the way, I don't know this lady's name, but she's a part of the Ontario Green Party. So yeah, of course, nut job.
It's not normal to have some smokes everywhere until the fire season, bro. I see that every year, man. She just don't go outside enough. Like, what?
Everybody has to stay inside. I think of the people up north who are evacuating their homes. I think of our wildland firefighters whose budgets are always being cut. And this premier doesn't say the
Oh, and now she thinks she's Miss Universe.
word climate change, is talking about building a new pipeline. How dare he? Not only is this affecting people right here, right now, it's affecting future generations, and that is his legacy. So as a mom, as a concerned citizen, as somebody who's been banging on pots for ages, I blame the oil and gas sector for burying the evidence and creating a massive marketing campaign against the action that we should be taking. Shame on those politicians that are building new pipelines right now. Shame on those politicians.
Okay, so the action we should be taking. Why are you not saying what's the action we should be taking if there's some? Like, bro.
That are not investing in adaptation because they are making people sick, and we can do better.
So it's pipelines that are causing these fires? Wait, someone had kids with her? A lot of people blame women for what's happening in society right now. It's not women's fault. It's men's fault for allowing it to happen. Someone saw Mrs. Grinch and decided, hey, that's a person I want to be with. That's the person who's completely sane and is a very stable person. Again, vet people you marry, please. Vet people that you have kids with, please.
Wait,
Please.
wait. She was lying. She showed another person.
You? How dare you build pipelines? Well, we need the oil. Other forms of energy are not reliable yet. You never hear these kinds of rants in February, do you? Right. You go ahead and use your those windmills, those solar panels when it's minus 25 out. Yeah, they don't, but they all turn their furnace on, don't they? Unbelievable. Now, I'm not defending Doug Ford. Obviously, maybe you should have spent some of that money instead of buying a private jet. You probably should have bought some water bombers there, buddy. But again, he's a fake conservative either, wasting a bunch of money, and he hasn't conserved a damn thing. All of our politicians in Ontario, for those of you who are not from here or are not familiar with Ontario politicians, they are all nuts. Like, you could argue that Doug Ford, out of all the registered, I mean, New Blue's not bad, they're just a very small party, but out of all the major parties, you can argue that Doug Ford is the most sane, which is why he keeps winning, because the other options are so bad. You would have to be an absolute nut job to vote for any of them. In terms of Doug Ford, yeah, obviously don't like him, and I'm looking forward to him coming and trying to take Pierre's job, because I would love nothing more than to shut that asshole down and send him packing. His political career is about to be over. I don't think he realizes it yet, but it will be. And I really look forward to helping that. Now, if you thought the last woman was insufferable, Get ready for old Laura Babcock. And OTR Pilot Car posted this. He says she's one sniff of smoke away from a full mental breakdown. Well, I think she's about to have one right here.
I looked for your leadership. I looked for your message of comfort. I looked for your updates on evacuation. I looked for anything from you, and all I found was a fucking commercial. But you're the Premier of Ontario. We didn't hire you to shill for companies. We didn't hire you for photo ops. We hired you to help and protect us, and you're not. And no amount of advertising that you buy with my hard-earned tax dollars.
See? Your hard-earned tax dollars. You are a CBC shill. A liberal shill. Hard-earned? Give me a break. You turn on a camera and have a meltdown every day. There's no thoughts. It's just screaming and unhinged attacks. Again, not defending Doug Ford, but good God. That's why some people vote for him, because it's at least it's the opposite of what this crazy lady wants. At very least, hard-earned. Good God.
To tell me you're protecting me is going to ever make me fucking believe that. So if you have any dignity, you need to retire. And anyone around you who is propping you up and giving you some kind of bullshit that you can survive this and that you can have another term, well, you know what? Their career is going down as fast as yours and your fucking gravy plane.
Maybe you should take your own advice, though, to be fair. I mean, if this isn't the face of crazy...
This is the Karen of the neighborhood, like, for sure, man. Oh man, this map just keep lagging. I hate it. I just wanted to hand real quick. Like, come on, dude. I hate it. I hate it. Oh, someone dropped over there. Something dropped. Whoop, not someone. It was trash. Man, I wanted to watch the news, but I feel like it was pretty quick to go over the news today.
Another boneheaded move by Mark Carney. The United Arab Emirates came to Canada with $70 billion, knocked on the door of Mark Carney's government, said, where can we put this money to work? And Mark Carney said, nowhere. You see, a year ago, Mark Carney wrote a new law for himself to give his own government the power to ignore a whole bunch of laws. He said that this was necessary to get things built. Rather than just repeal bad liberal laws that caused the problem in the first place, he wrote himself brand new powers and then created the Major Projects Office. This was a new bureaucracy that he promised would get things built at unimaginable speeds.
Once a project has been designated as being in the national interest, a new federal Major Project Office will bring together all the relevant federal departments and agencies to provide a single set of conditions that must be met for the project to move forward.
So, when the UAE came with their $70 billion looking to invest in Canada, to create jobs, to get things built, Mark Carney said no. His office literally told the officials from the UAE that there was nothing ready to invest in. Let me read you some quotes. The PM keeps talking about the 70 billion UAE commitment he secured on his first visit in November. None of that has been deployed. That's from a Canadian official. The article goes on, but after Carney hosted a UAE Canada Business Council meeting in Ottawa in mid-June, the Major Projects Office turned away members from the Emirati delegation who were seeking investment opportunities, the official said, and here's the key point. The reason was a lack of projects at a stage where they could deploy the money. This is
a lack of project?
Gut punch to the Canadians who voted for Mark Carney, expecting him to get things done quickly. Remember, he was the one in the last election who said he had some kind of wizard power that could make investments appear, and he could handle the U.S. when it comes to trade.
Why are you being so reticent to
Because
talk
I'm a
about
good
that?
because I'm a good negotiator. I have negotiated a number of situations in the past. I know how to manage crises.
I've managed budgets before. I've managed economies before. I've managed crises before.
I am Mark Carney. I'm the best of them all. I'm a great negotiator. I have managed crises in the past.
Now, liberal apologists are already saying, don't worry, there's other things in the economy that the UAE can invest in. But isn't that a devastating indictment on Mark Carney? What that basically means is that Mark Carney is not bringing anything value added to the equation. That message is basically saying that Canadians could attract that kind of investment regardless of whether Mark Carney was Prime Minister. If the very office that Mark Carney said was necessary to get these things built is now saying that it can't get anything built with other countries' money, then the last year has been a complete waste of time. And that's just one example. Recently, Mark Carney also announced a deal with the US to open up the Gordie Howe Bridge. Now, a few years ago, the previous Conservative government reached a deal with the US to build the Gordie Howe Bridge. Canadians paid for the entire thing. In fact, we even paid for the on-ramps and connections to US highways and the various ports of entry. In return, the deal was that Canada would keep 100% of the tolls until the construction costs were paid off. Now, Mark Carney just agreed to a deal where the US gets to keep half of the tolls collected, and some of that money goes into a regional development fund for Michigan.
A senior government source tells Global News Canada has agreed to give up 50% of the profits from the bridge, money that will go into an American-controlled fund. Canada, who paid the entire $6.4 billion to build the bridge, was supposed to get all the money until they were made whole. Canada also giving the Americans a veto when any toll increases above 10% and aren't allowed to drop fares below comparable regional averages, according to the same source. A win for major Trump donor, the Maroon family, who also owns the rival Ambassador Bridge.
Mark Carney just completely caved on the Gordie Howe Bridge. And again, the spin from Liberal apologists is that the deal that Mark Carney came back with was the best that anybody could do.
If you look at everyone who came to an agreement with Trump at some point, those have been reneged, altered, changed, at least once, if not multiple times.
Oh yeah, everyone who come with an accord with Trump in the government, it's all liberal. We've been with liberal like 10 years plus, bro. Come on, dude. This is crazy.
This is not a normal administration that any government is dealing with globally.
And once again, we have that critical point. Mark Carney and his Liberal team is basically admitting to Canadians that he brings nothing extra to the table, that he's not special, that he's just another Liberal. He's showing time and time again that he's not in it for you. He's not doing the things he promised. He's not doing things at unimaginable speeds. He's not some guru that is able to conjure up investments. In fact, he's like any other Liberal, blocking investment, chasing away jobs, and coming back with a deal with his tail between his legs.
I've managed budgets before. I've managed economies before.
We're getting a pretty good look at his negotiations.
He's managed dichotomy before.
Skills, David, and they're not particularly overwhelming. We lost on DST. We're losing on the Gordie Howe Bridge. He promised Canadians that he was going to be the guy to get a deal. And if this is the litmus test for what a broader CUSMA negotiation looks like, I think there's going to be a lot of Canadians with buyer's remorse.
And when you add that back in with the $70 billion that Mark Carney told another country to keep parked on the
Bro,
sidelines,
this music, bro.
you can understand why so many Canadians are so...
I just can't. This music is so annoying, bro.
To fit my mom and her belongings in here too.
An evacuation alert has forced Carolyn Martins to pack up her BC home as out-of-control wildfires close in.
We had ash falling on us today, and that's kind of worried me at that time because that's usually the #1 sign you got to get ready.
Nearly 1,000 wildfires are burning across the country, and the situation has only gotten worse in the last few days, especially in Ontario.
The fire is expanding from 650,000 hectares up to 735,000 hectares, so it's moving quickly.
Smoke is choking some Canadian and American cities, irritating the U.S. president so much that he raised the issue directly with the Prime Minister on Sunday at the World Cup final.
I told him, you got to stop these fires from coming in and, poisoning our air.
Several U.S. wildfires have caused air quality warnings in southeast BC, according to provincial officials. But that seemingly not a concern for Donald Trump, who is once again threatening Canada with economic consequences.
I have a good relationship with Mark Carney, but, we got to stop the fires up there. If we can help them, we'll help them.
I have a good relationship with Mark Carney. This is the proof that Carney is just so soft, bro. No way, man.
But maybe they should pay us some damages or something, or we should do some tariffs.
I get frustrated.
Tariff, I
just
get.
listening to that bunch of rubbish.
Ontario Premier Doug Ford pointing to Canadian Armed Forces personnel helping to save Minnesotans from an ongoing wildfire as an example for the president.
Maybe President Trump would offer his closest allies and friends some support rather than sit there and threaten tariffs.
Global News asked the Prime Minister's office repeatedly what wildfire assistance Canada has received from the U.S. so far, but they would not directly answer, only saying in a written statement that the Prime Minister gave Trump an update on the wildfire management to ensure the safety of all Canadians and Americans. Donna?
All right, Jillian, thank you.
A significant escalation in the Canada-U.S. trade relationship today. President Donald Trump has imposed 50% tariffs on a wide range of Canadian goods. It's all in response to what a senior White House official described as Canada's retaliation against U.S. trade policy and Canadian discrimination against U.S. motor vehicles, dairy, and alcohol. Let's bring in someone who has a lot of experience with these U.S. trade talks. Brian Clow is a former Deputy Chief of Staff to Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Nice to see you, Brian. Thanks for coming on a busy day.
Good to be here, very busy.
Yeah, Brian, so what do you make of these tariffs that we're now facing potentially in 30 days? They say they're going to ramp it up to 50% and slap it on a long list of Canadian products.
Well, for sure, this is a big deal. If you're in a sector that's being threatened today, you are much more nervous today than you were. And if you're in a sector that has been threatened by the United States, where they've been coming after you for concessions the last few months, you're also more nervous today because this may force Canada back to the table. But I can tell you it's not a surprise to the people in government and people who've been watching this closely, because they've known for a while that the U.S. may turn up the heat on us.
Yeah, why do you think they were anticipating that? Because these things get uglier before they get any better? Is that sort of the way these things go? They just like to torture us a little bit before they come to some sort of agreement?
I think that's exactly right. The talks had kind of stalled. They had quieted down since July 1st. So someone had to make a move here. Clearly the U.S. has done that. Good news is Canada has some time to think about its next steps. They have 30 days. So they should take that time, react calmly, not rush into any quick judgments or decisions here, and think about their next steps.
What do you make of the products they're deciding to tariff the Americans? They're talking about wine, a long list of alcohol that will be hit with tariffs, hockey sticks, cement, some question, like it's a weird list, frankly, but I'm sure it's all done intentionally, trying to put the most pain on some of the sectors that are hurting the most. What do you make of the list of items that they've decided to ramp up the tariffs on?
Yeah, well, you're exactly right. When a country designs a list like this, they go after where they can inflict the maximum pain, but also suffer the least amount of damage on their own economy. It is notable that the list they put out today includes a ton of exemptions. Potash still exempt, energy still exempt. So they could only go so far here, and they targeted what they consider to be some vulnerable sectors. It's definitely going to be painful, though, for those sectors, and the government needs to take that very seriously as it thinks about its next steps.
Obviously, there's some time, as you say, to think about those next steps. 30 days before these take effect, if they ever take effect.
30 days is not enough for Mark Carney.
Mark Carney to do about this now? Would we? Should he be counseling the premiers to put the alcohol back on the shelves to get that American booze in front of consumers?
Yes.
Again? Would you counsel them to roll back some of those retaliatory tariffs that are still in place on some American products? Should we capitulate in a way to try and get Trump to drop these tariffs and get to a peace deal? Or do we take a tougher stand and ramp up our tariffs? What is the best way forward?
You laid out all the options, and this is the very tough situation in front of the government right now. And we've actually seen different maneuvers in all those categories you just mentioned. They've been employed by the government at different points. But what we see on the U.S. side is an American president and an administration that just wants to keep hammering us. And this might be something the government has to come to terms with, and all Canadians may have to come to terms with. It's possible at the end of this, there just is no deal. The president has been clear he does not think cars should be made in Canada. He does not think the U.S. should be importing steel.
No, it's not true. It's not true that cars should not be made in Canada. No. This is not waiting. This is so crazy, bro. CBC, come on, dude. You want car to be made in Canada, but there's some rule to it. Like that, bro. This is crazy, dude.
The president has been clear. He does not think cars should be made in Canada. He does not think the U.S. should be importing steel, aluminum, other products. And every time they make a move, they just turn up the heat on us. So I'm not so sure that the retaliation that we employed successfully in the first Trump term, not so sure that's going to work as well this time. I'm also not sure that easing off on current measures is going to move the dial much, because I just think we have a U.S. president on the other side that maybe doesn't want to do a deal. All that said, what the government should be doing now, and I'm sure they are, is taking a step back, taking a breath, and
I think
through
it's
the
just
next interaction that they.
it's just too late, man. Like you had to think about something way before now. Like now it's escalated. You needed to do some concession way before that. Now you need to do concession again, but it's gonna look like way bigger in the concession. This is so bad,
They will
man.
have with Jameson Greer, Howard Lutnick, and others in the administration.
You mentioned the things that they are not tariffing. I mean, there's a fairly lengthy list of things that are now facing a 50% tariff. But you mentioned, energy, potash. There's also certain other goods. They're saying fish or critical minerals. So that tells you a bit of where their weak spots are, I guess, right? I mean, those are potential areas that we could press on if we needed to, right? Because they do need our potash or American agriculture collapses, right? We know they take in about 4 million barrels of Canadian oil each and every day. I don't know necessarily why they're dependent on fish. I know maybe that's for restaurants and what have you, and their fish producers can't come up with as much as what they need. Critical minerals, obviously,
He's
there's
overthinking it.
scramble around the world to get their for countries to get their hands on critical minerals, to check China's authority on this because they're so dominant in that space. Do you think that there's something we can do with that list?
Wait, there's the
Like, is
same
there
bus
something
twice?
we can work with there to try and get them to come around by bringing up energy, by bringing up potash, by going all in on critical
Where is he?
minerals? Is there something to be said for maybe tapping into their weaknesses and using it to our advantage?
Well, you're exactly right. These are things they need. It's why they've been exempted, and they are still exempted today, even after this very dramatic escalation.
It's not only thing
Canada
they
does have
need.
leverage. Those products you mentioned,
They hit where it's painful for us, dude. It's not just thing they need. Like, come on, dude.
our military orders, where those go, that is a big decision and a big point of leverage that Canada has. Our trade relations with other countries, that's a point of leverage. The Americans really don't like that we're talking to China again in a more constructive way. Well, one thing that for sure will come out of today is it will push those voices in the Canadian government who say we got to get closer to China. It'll push them more in that direction. These are actually points of leverage in our talks with the Americans, and these will all be considered by the government in the next few days.
We've been talking about this deteriorating relationship now for a while. Obviously, we're in July 2026. This really came on our radar at the end of 2024, right? The relationship seems to be, as I was saying a little earlier, not necessarily in tatters, but it's not in a good place, and it's not really headed in a better direction at this point. Do you think that this only does more damage? I mean, maybe the answer is obvious, but what kind of damage does this do to the bilateral relationship when they keep hammering us? You know, they're clearly not gunning for a resolution here. They just want to ramp up the pressure on us. Are you worried about the state of the bilateral relationship as this progresses, as things seemingly get worse before they get any better?
Short answer is yes. I think we all have been, and all Canadians have been since Trump returned in late 2024. It was a surprise to a lot of people. We knew Trump returning was going to be very difficult, but the forcefulness and the aggressiveness with which he has gone after Canada right out of the gate is a surprise to a lot of people, and it is negatively impacting the relationship. As long as the president and his team keep hammering us, it's going to negatively affect this relationship, and it's going to, I don't know that I'd say in tatters, as you said. There's still a lot of good that brings our two countries together, a lot of trade that goes both ways, but we've clearly got a long way to go to get it back on a better track.
Just let's end on this note. Politically speaking, obviously the Prime Minister was elected kind of promising to take on the Americans and get to some sort of deal and, you know, put them in their place effectively. He hasn't had a ton of success to this point in terms of actually getting them to roll over on some of the threats, although we know there's progress on the Gordie Howe Bridge that's still expected to open. At least there'll be a ceremony on Friday, officially open to traffic on Monday. politically speaking for him, when does he have to deliver some wins, do you think? I mean, at this point, it seems like he's made a lot of concessions on the digital services tax, on counter tariffs. He's made some concessions on the net toll revenues that will be shared with the Americans out of that Gordie Howe bridge. Do you think at some point he needs to have some concrete results to show voters, or are voters with him because they know that he's just dealing with a very erratic president?
I think it's largely the latter. I think the people who voted for Mark Carney trust him amongst the candidates available to them. They trust him to be able to handle this relationship far better than anyone else, and I think he's doing that. We are facing a U.S. president that just wants to hammer us and cause us to make concessions. And I think Mark Carney's the best person to make the judgment of where there is some give, where we might be able to do some deals with.
Bro, this dude right there, this is the dude who's speaking. This is crazy. You really think Mark Carney is the best person? This is insane. Still there is CBC News. Man, the comments are turned off. I totally understand why. This is crazy, man.
The Americans, but where we also have to stand up for ourselves. And that's why I think his support levels are remaining as high as they are. I think that will continue.
Well, let's leave it there. So nice to see you, Brian. Brian Clow served as the Deputy Chief of Staff to former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Appreciate you hopping on. Thank you.
Good to be here.
Flavio Volpe, the president of the Canadian Vehicles Manufacturers Association. Flavio, we don't have a ton of details here, but we know they're going to hit more Canadian products with a 50% tariff in retaliation for keeping Canadian alcohol off the shelves, in retaliation for some things related to motor vehicles. I'm not entirely sure why they say we're discriminating against American exports, but that's one reason they're citing. And of course, dairy. Going back to the supply managed system, saying that because that's in place, they need to hit us with new tariffs. What have you heard so far, and are you concerned?
Well, look, I'm always concerned when our chief trading partner decides that they're upset enough to use a section of law, the Trade Act of 1930, a Section 338 that they've never used before. It's untested. It's never been used, but it allows the president to impose up to 50% tariffs 30 days after his proclamation on specific countries. This is different than their IEPA tariffs where they declare an economic emergency and he put something on everybody. It allows that the president to target, and I'm just looking at my notes here, a specific country for a specific discrimination. And it looks like what they've done is they've organized this around. Look, Canada imposed counter tariffs on cars. When the president did last year, 25% for 25%. They are looking at the proclamation that they put out there on the booze is, talks about the LCBO and in Canada, in the provinces, in some provinces, they control access to shelves for alcohol, and they've discriminated only against U.S. alcohol. And then it appears here that we've got a bunch of other stuff, including cement, and the first thing that occurs to me is tomorrow, the Americans are meeting with the Mexicans for another round of conversations in Mexico City. We've seen the president try to turn up the heat in key moments. We also heard him over the last couple of days wanting to blame the wildfire smoke that's drifted south on some lack of action from Canada. But, of course, we've been very, very active, and we have a boreal forest that is about half the size of the United States, and fires are burning in the States as well. So we're going to have to read through this list. We see things, it doesn't appear to be a retaliation on cars. So they're using the discrimination that they say Canada's using in the retaliatory tariffs on cars to go and impose an 18-page list of tariffs on things like tulip bulbs and natural honeys and down feathers and vegetable saps. And I'm just skimming through this list. Vinyl tile floor coverings. There's a list here for antiques that are older than 100 years but less than 250 years. So on first pass, I see this as, the types of negotiating tactics we've seen from them. What's important here from the sector that I represent, the auto parts suppliers, which are Canadian companies that have a tariff exemption in this right now. It appears they're using that as justification to counter tariffs, but they're not reimposing new tariffs in that sector.
Flavio, can I jump in for a second? Because I want to read you something that the senior administration official told us when they were relaying to us why they're putting these tariffs in place. And he says, or they say, this official, that Canada imposes certain tariffs and quotas on cars imported to Canada from the United States and not on imports from other countries. Canada also administers these quotas in a way that compels U.S. auto companies to invest in production in Canada instead of the United States. Do you know what he's referring to there? What are these tariffs and quotas that we've imposed on U.S. vehicles coming into this country? That seems to be the justification for it. I didn't realize we had that sort of regime in place. Maybe you can speak to that.
It's there since a long time.
Because of the way that he put it, but for the lay people, and you and I have talked about this in the past, they put a 25%.
This is crazy that those reporters are not even aware that we were putting tariff even before the United States was putting tariff on it. It's crazy, bro.
Tariff on cars from Canada. We put a 25% tariff on cars from the U.S. We don't have that tariff on other places because other places didn't put tariffs on our cars.
Right.
And they put that tariff on our cars to damage, as the president said was his objective, to end the car-making business in Canada. And his Commerce Secretary repeating that throughout the last year and a half. So that's why we don't have that on other countries. We're not in a trade war with Japan. And then also, what they're talking about is kind of favorable conditions to see if we'll make sure those companies invest in Canada. Well, what we said to the 5 automakers that are making cars here that are invested in Canada and that are still employing Canadians in spite of the fact of these tariffs to say, look, we're not going to punish your businesses. Toyota, for example, you make 500,000 cars here. We're going to punish you for the imports you have for vehicles that you make in Kentucky. But what we'll do is we'll match it. If you make a car here, you get a credit for an import there where we'll remit the tariff. Now, that senior official from the U.S. Said that in a much more formal sense, but he didn't tell you that there wasn't this tariff until they put a tariff in place.
Of course.
And that we're just trying to protect current investment. It would be great if what he said was true, which was going to get new investment, but I haven't seen any new investment here except for what Unifor negotiated with Ford yesterday.
Yeah, actually, I'm glad you brought that up because it doesn't seem all dire on that front. I mean, there's $1 billion potentially going into that sector, a new commitment from Ford, right, as they broker this new agreement with the union that represents the auto workers. Flavio, what do you think we should do about this? I mean, it's early days. We're literally just sorting through the list. We don't have the extent of the damage just yet. We don't know just how far-reaching these tariffs are, literally sorting through the documents on air as you're speaking. But what do you think we should do in response? Should we match them tariff for tariff as we have in the past, and especially in the Trudeau era when we went toe-to-toe with them on counter tariffs? Do you think we should sit back and try to negotiate these away before they come into effect in 30 days? What is really the best path forward from your perspective?
30 days is a long time. I think we should read it. You know, I read it in 8 minutes before you pulled me on. Yeah. But then things like riding toys, separate from bicycles. We should see if we make riding toys and if anybody's affected. Talk on hockey sticks. You know, I got a scar on my forehead from a hockey stick. That hockey stick was made in China, even though it had a Canadian trademark on it. So we should see if we actually make hockey sticks before we retaliate on hockey sticks. I think there's a plant in Brantford that makes, $5 million worth of hockey sticks a year. So part of this, the most important piece is, here's the U.S. willing to use another section of their trade acts that allows them to target a specific country. They have to make a case that we are excluding or being discriminatory against them, and then you can put up the 50% tariffs. In all those cases that they've highlighted now, of Canadian discrimination, those were Canadian responses to American discrimination that was unsolicited, that came out of nowhere, and that causes Americans to pay more for things that come from Canada. So I don't want to moralize on who's right and wrong here, but I also think that if part of the reaction to this is the Canadians saying, what did we do wrong? Canadian government saying, what did we do wrong? Well, this just really comes back to a year delay of, hey, we didn't like that you stood up to us. Now we're going through the last few months of very productive conversations with the administration, especially USTR. There was a really big,
very productive conversation. Never heard about that.
list of irritants that was outstanding. That list, there's some reports that list is down to the number of fingers that are on my hands. Maybe they're adding to that list as we get further down. Okay, but I'm not panicking about honey. I am obviously going to read through this thing and be a little bit concerned for people who are in the wine and alcohol business in Canada. But it's not I think we did the right thing by retaliating. This is what gets them to respond. This is how that government works. The president and the prime minister were together yesterday, by all accounts. That was a respectful conversation, and we know they talk to each other on a frequent basis. I think we are watching the art of the deal. We're watching Donald Trump do things the way that Donald Trump does things, and you're testing Section 338 to be able to use it in other places. But really importantly here, on pieces of industrial Canada that have been carrying the burden of the trade war, have been paying the price for this trade war for a year: automobile assembly, steel, aluminum, lumber. It doesn't appear that there is an acceleration and a lighting of fires in those spaces. This is them saying, we don't like the booze that are not on the shelves. And by the way, we don't like it when we have to repeat 2, 3, 4 times. Only you and China responded. We just have to decide how we want to be as a country and how we want to be as negotiators here. I, for one, our industry was very happy that the Canadian government responded and put into place these counter tariffs, and then put into place these remissions programs for the companies that are invested here, because keeping people buying parts and keeping people employed. And I expect we're going to see a lot more of this as we get closer to trade peace. Here we are, 5 o'clock on Monday in July.
As we get closer to trade peace
with the Trump administration.
I'll just say, Flavio, I'm reading a tweet here from Steve Ratner. You might know him. He was part of the Obama Auto Task Force. He was very much involved in, after the Great Recession of 08-09, trying to save the industry as it was going down. And he's just trying to counter Trump's claim that this is the golden age of American manufacturing. He has some of the data here showing that despite these tariffs, despite the administration, Jameson Greer, the USTR, saying that this is bringing jobs back to America, they've actually lost 75,000 manufacturing jobs since Trump's re-election. Meanwhile, over the same...
Wait, they lost manufacturing job, but partly because of the AI and stuff and better management. Not because of the politics.
Same time period, Biden created tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. He puts it at 625,000. So it just goes to show you, Flavio, that some of these tariffs are not necessarily panning out in terms of creating jobs. We know the sector that you work with, Ford, GM, Chrysler, Stellantis, they're panicked about USMCA, CUSMA, and where it stands. They've been raising the alarm bells about just how much it's costing them to pay these tariffs, right? I mean, it's not clear if this is actually producing meaningful results to improve American jobs and improve the manufacturing picture in the United States. In fact, some of the info we have at our fingertips suggests it's actually making it a lot worse, and that the American companies this is supposed to help are being pinched badly by these funds, right? They've paid tens of billions already, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Haven't looked at the figures to this point. It does raise important questions as to why they're choosing to go down this route when all the evidence before us...
Wait. But it's not just about the company. It's about all the citizens. Like the citizens are gaining more about the tariff war. Like the tariff is for all the country, all the citizens. It's not just a couple company that are benefiting. Like it's taking from the rich and giving to the poor. This is exactly what people want to see.
Suggests it's not working out so well for them.
Well, look, the Center for Automotive Research in Michigan. Okay, this is an American research group funded by Americans. Put out a report earlier this year that said that the Trump tariffs in the automotive sector are costing American-based manufacturing, whether that's vehicles, parts, or raw materials, $188 billion over 3 years. That's $188 billion of new costs without a return on investment, without new product or new innovation or new jobs, while the Chinese have arrived at the coasts to
It
take
cost, but then it give too, right? What the?
every customer they can in a price war. So it's not smart. I'm still bullish about a deal in the coming months. I know who we're dealing with. We went through similar things in 2018 and 2019. It turned the heat up at the end, create a little bit of drama. Would they like to see Premier Ford put American booze on the shelves in the other two provinces and get that concession without having to negotiate anything for it? Sure. Would you like to try for it? Well, we know the Trump administration tries for anything it can. So I'm not surprised. I am disappointed. But when I look at this 18-page list of things that are on it, I don't know how much business we have in things like antiques and
essential oils of grapefruit. I didn't like.
There's
I
a
said essential oils
lot,
of grapefruit.
a lot of antiques in Canada. A lot. Stop, man. Like that's crazy. Thinking we don't have a lot of antiques is crazy, bro. We have so much wood in Canada, like some very good wood, and we got a lot of antiques made with wood. Like this is insane. Thinking we don't have good antiques.
I didn't even know that was a thing we made here.
Well, sandblasting machines around us. So if you're in the sandblasting machine business, this is important. But we don't have a cluster of sandblasting, and so we'll read through this and we'll respond properly. But we shouldn't panic.
Okay, let's leave it there. Thank you so much, Flavio. Really appreciate you jumping on the line with so little.
Wait. The company that does sandblasting, it's not just sandblasting company. Like it's some sector into some company that does sandblasting, and the company does other stuff, bro. Like what?
But is to break it all down for us. It's always so great to have your perspective on this. No one better dialed in than you. Flavio Volpe
Not
with
true.
the Automotive Parts Manufacturers Association is the president there. Thank you, Flavio. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
CBC is so full of shit.
We begin this evening with wildfires currently burning right across the country. 888 fires are burning right now. 126 of those are currently out of control. 150 fire crews and nearly 50 firefighting aircraft have been deployed to northern Ontario as the province seeks federal support for ongoing large-scale evacuations. Thousands have already been forced to leave their homes, but as crews rush to put the fires out, some U.S. lawmakers are getting heated, slamming Canadian officials for not doing enough to prevent the fires that are spreading smoke in the northeastern United States. In a letter to the Prime Minister, several Michigan congressmen called this a crisis that Canada has the tools to prevent and has chosen not to. One of them took to Twitter, calling this a final warning to Canada. And another said she had called the U.S. ambassador and thinks the U.S. might need to step in.
To try and mitigate the situation up there since they aren't really doing much.
One congressman asked his followers in the U.S. if the U.S. should delay the opening of the Gordie Howe Bridge until Canada takes responsibility and gets control of the fires. Michigan Senator Bernie Moreno went so far as to say he will introduce a bill to sanction Canada over wildfire smoke. And President Trump's pick to be the next governor of Michigan said Canada should be incentivized to stop the smoke.
In addition to making sure that Canada is properly incentivized to manage their own affairs and cover any costs that are incurred by Americans, we also, under my leadership as governor, are going to be addressing our own issues.
Mike Harris is the Minister of Natural Resources of Ontario, and he joins me now. Minister Harris, it's good to see you. Thank you for some time on a very busy day.
Yeah, absolutely. Good to see you as well.
Look, I know you're busy dealing with the fires and dealing with the evacuations, but there's some politics coming into this from south of the border. A series of Republicans putting out statements and letters saying American lungs are paying the price for Canadian inaction, threatening sanctions, holding up the Gordie Howe Bridge until you get this out of control. What's your response to what we're hearing from the United States on this?
Bro, if your neighbor is telling you it's smelling smoke in my house, you're there smoking on your balcony, and your neighbor is telling you, I smell smoke really strongly. Are you gonna try to make it like less worse for him, or you're just gonna stay there and do nothing? Like there's a solution. We are just not taking it. This is the way. Like this is the truth. We should just, I don't know, act act like man, bro. Accept you did something wrong and just, bro, solve it.
Yeah, listen, I think our number one priority here in Ontario obviously is the safety of Ontarians. So we'll continue to do the things that we need to do. We'll keep the politics out of it for now and do everything, spare no expense, have all the right people in place, use every tool at our disposal to be able to keep people safe here in the province. You know, I would like to remind some of our friends from the U.S., senators, congresspeople, candidates for election that I believe at this moment there's over 500 fires burning across the United States. And we've even had two fires now from Minnesota cross the border into Canada and have merged with fires that we have in Ontario. So we're all part of this together. We all really need to work and row in the same direction to deal with this problem. And quite frankly, I think a lot of these folks are a little bit misinformed and are trying to score some cheap political points. So it's just not the time for that right now.
Well, it may not be the time, but they're doing it, right? I mean, they've got a midterm elections coming up with a difficult issue set for the Republicans in particular. And this has been something they have raised in years past, Minister, and they say they were promised extra money for forest thinning, fuel reduction, as in the fuel on the forest floor, prescribed burns, and they feel like not enough has been done. I know you're surging to evacuate and fight the fires, but has Ontario and other provinces put enough into the forest management side of things to mitigate against this in the non-burning season?
Yeah, listen, when we look from a geographic perspective, Texas can fit into Ontario twice, if not more. So just to put that again into perspective for some of our American friends. But we have one of the best forestry industries, I would say, in the world, to be quite honest. We work very collectively with our forestry partners across the province to look at ways to sustainably log our forests here in Ontario, and a lot of that comes with mitigation efforts. We do a lot of work to clear out dead brush. We do a lot of work over the winters when primarily our sort of forestry season is, so it works quite well in ways to be able to get some of those dead logs out of the bush. We're looking at ways that we can also try and combat invasive species like spruce budworm, for example, which bores into the trees and kills them and creates extra fuel. when we look at wildland fire. So we're doing a lot of work to try and eliminate as much as we can, but you have to understand the expanse of forest in Ontario is so vast, and across, really truly across Canada and even parts of the US. We can't be everywhere all the time, but we always put our best foot forward to make sure that we're doing what we need to do to be able to mitigate that extra fuel for wildfires.
Yeah, look, Minister, I can appreciate the scope of the challenge, right? I mean, Canada's the second largest country by landmass in the world, third largest forestry area next to Brazil and Russia, and 24% of the boreal forests on Earth, right? So there's a lot there and a lot to deal with. But as summers get increasingly warmer for longer and drier, and the floor of the forest is littered with twigs and branches and dead logs, and they're dry, it seems like governments are just going to have to do even more than they're already doing. I mean, is this just not the reality you and your colleagues across the country are going to be facing for now and for the rest of your political careers?
Yeah, it certainly makes things more challenging, obviously, as we see climates changing and weather patterns differentiating than what we've seen previously. I think one of the things that Ontario has done that has been, I think, very proactive is we just released our new forestry roadmap, which will actually help guide and enforce some new rules when it comes to forestry across Ontario. We're really looking also at seeing ways that we can boost our wood supply. So we want to be able to harvest more here in Ontario and turn it into great Ontario and Canadian-made products. And part of that will also, of course, help alleviate some of that extra fuel that we see through our forests. So I think there's a lot of good efforts that are going forward. But again, it's a very complex challenge to navigate. Forest fires are a way that the earth regenerates. It's been happening since time immemorial. So there's a lot I think that we can do, but we also have to understand that there are just some things that we can't stop. So we need to do everything we can to try and keep people safe and move forward, and we'll do that.
Right, look, I take your point that forests have been burning forever, but they're burning larger, longer, and more intensely now as the planet warms, and this is something that and they happen in remote areas of the country where a lot of people don't live, so it's sort of out of sight, out of mind, and maybe needs to become more of a priority, because we're in a situation now where Premier Ford said today you've got, in round numbers, close to 200 fires burning in the province, and you've sent a request to the Canadian Armed Forces through the federal government to be ready to move. What's the tipping point for where you trigger that request to?
You know what's the solution to that? Drone and AI. Create a drone that can just go take water and drop it on the fire by itself. Make it work via satellite. Satellite, see where's the fire, tell the drone. Where's the water, it tell the drone. Where is the fire, and pop, the drone does it. That's it. Not too hard, man. Like, even a 2 IQ like me can do it.
To send in the Army to help with your evacuation and mitigation efforts?
Yeah, no, it's a really great question. So we work collaboratively with the federal government. There's a coordinating body that we call CIFC, great acronym. Government loves its acronyms, as you know, and that's a coordinating body that we use across Canada to bring in assets from other provinces and vice versa. So we work with them on a regular basis. But in regards to sort of the more on the evacuation side, so Ontario has several Dash 8s that we contract specifically for these types of events. We also have a Boeing 737 on contract as well. So we're a little bit limited, obviously, as to where we can land with larger planes. So
Stop, bro. Just use a drone, brother. We don't care.
having the ability to now leverage the Canadian forces with their Chinook helicopters, for example, or perhaps Hercules type aircraft, C-130s, being able to move large amounts of people, 200-300 people out of communities at a time, it's very helpful for us because, like you said, with we've got, I believe the number is 191 fires burning today. Obviously, that changes at any given moment, but some of them are getting quite close to larger scale communities at this point. So we, if we're evacuating 20, 30 people at a time, this really takes it to the next level where we're able to get 100 to 200 people out at any given moment.
Okay, Minister, I know you're on your way to Thunder Bay as we're recording this conversation, so we'll leave it there and let you go to the epicenter there. Mike Harris, Minister of Natural Resources for Ontario. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, so after that interview, U.S. President Donald Trump weighed in on these wildfires. Trump in a post says the U.S. is holding Canada responsible and that he will call Prime Minister Mark Carney to talk about this. Trump went on to say, quote, the cost of this pollution must of necessity be added to the tariffs Canada is currently paying.
Trump is so good at this negotiating, bro. Canada is getting smacked.
What's going on, everyone? I'm just a typical average American here today to react to the Canadair CL-415, otherwise known as the Super Scooper, which is a Canadian invention. So it's an airplane that can scoop up massive amounts of water and pour it onto the fires.
Those planes are so old, man. Like, there's nothing new to it. Do it with a drone, brother.
All without landing, which is pretty unbelievable, actually. It sounds like something somebody kind of crazy would, like, dream up. Like, literally, in a dream. Like, it'll be an airplane with a big shovel in the bottom. And you'll drive it and scoop up water to fight fire. And everyone else in the office is like, Harry, you're scaring us again. Like, stop coming in with that. But yeah, the fact that this is a real thing that Canada has developed is unbelievable. And I believe that this has actually been very important in fighting all the Canadian wildfires that have been a huge problem, as well as wildfires in parts of the United States as well, right? So today, I really want to check out this video here, sort of explaining how all of this works and how amazing this is. So let's take a look.
We are entering peak Santa Ana season and wildfire season. LA County is so concerned, it just brought in 2 more Super Scoopers from Canada.
Special delivery. Oh, we have 2 of these? 2? What are we doing with, like, the $40 trillion of debt that the US is in? Sorry to rant about that, but what are we doing with all this money we're spending? We're only buying 2 Super Scoopers? Can't we buy like 20 or 200? Like, because LA has had a lot of troubles with wildfires. I'm sure some of the rich celebrities there would buy one or two of these as well. Anyway, it's cool that we can even get this thing from Canada to help with us.
From Canada, firefighters just received 2 new Super Scoopers, a possible game changer.
They're back and ready to do battle. This year, the CL-415 Super Scoopers hit the ground running. Last Thursday, the very first day of the contract, the big yellow planes helped tame the explosive route fire north of Castaic.
Well, we're up over the fire, and we've been watching these Super Scoopers first day of the contract, and boy, these guys are earning their money. I'm going to go a little long here because he's right over the lake, and I know everybody loves watching him just kind of scoop that water up.
These are the airplanes.
Insane that this is a thing that actually works, that you can do this.
Picking up the water. I've never seen in my life.
It is a very, very...
Democracy is not an inconvenience, Mr. Barry. It's just not. And this isn't Brookfield. And you can't run it like Brookfield.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back on Parliament Hill today, and we are here with one of our favorite guests on Northern Perspective. She's a firecracker, she's a straight shooter, and she is one of the most passionate conservatives we've ever had the pleasure of meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back Melissa Lansman to Northern Perspective.
What a nice intro. Thanks for having me back.
Well, we try to be honest on the shows.
Come say I'll seek it. They've said a lot worse about me.
Well, it's because you're not afraid to speak your mind, and this is a trait that I think you would agree that we need more of in Canada right now, especially around the religious community and around people that are standing for free speech and all types of rights, you know, whatever property it might be. And you know, one of the last time we spoke, we were talking about Mr. Carney and recognizing Palestine as a state, despite 0 conditions being fulfilled by Hamas. And to his apparent surprise, anti-Semitism has continued to erode in this country. And it took until a couple of weeks ago, I think it was last week, where he actually decided to go to a synagogue, have a press conference, and announce that he was, well, maybe you can help Canadians to understand what exactly he announced to try address anti-Semitism.
Yeah, well, what I said at the time, and I stand by, is that I think that speech that he made to a synagogue full of liberal-friendly donors and a few organizations would have made an anti-Semite blush. And what he finally did was recognize that, you know, anti-Semitism exists. He didn't talk about why it happens. He didn't mention October 7th. He didn't mention the lawless mobs in our streets protesting in neighborhoods, shooting up schools and synagogues. And it was effectively an address that said we have to review the reviews and study the issue so that one day we can maybe come up with an answer to this. So, like, really nothing at all. And I think the Jewish community, and frankly communities across the country, when you left that speech, or, you know, stopped watching that speech and scratched their heads like, what are you talking about? Like 6,800 crimes reported in the Jewish community, 70% of all hate crimes against 1% of the population. Like, there's nothing to study here. 3 times guns were shot into the same girls' school, into synagogues, into the very synagogue that he was actually at. So, like, I don't think he needs to study that. And then there was the council. So we need a council now. Council to review the reviews and study the studies. With people on that council, again, you would make an anti-Semite blush. Somebody on that council who stood in favor of the illegal encampments on university campuses. Somebody who's a former minister who advocated to keep terrorists off the terrorist list. So, like, they're currently listed as terrorists, and that's all like public information. And then headed by the same minister who wants to ban verses from the Bible, who wants to stomp on your free speech, who's done that before, and who's funded the actual anti-Semitism in his own department. So if you leave scratching your head, like, does this guy not get it? You sort of leave angry, being like, oh man, I think this is on purpose.
Well, and it's interesting because Mr. Carney presents himself as a devout Catholic and Christian, yet there's Christian churches being burned all throughout this country, and we're not forming a council for that. Why do you think that is?
Look, any other group, there's most other groups, I should say, that if this was happening in your communities, or to them as an identified group, we'd have a council a long time ago, and that council would have brought forward laws. We would have had benefit concerts. We have a day right now and probably a new flag. But this is a thing in Jewish community. Those also.
I hear his voice
who
twice,
have watched
man.
more than 100 churches burn in this country. Those who are people of family, of faith, of freedom in this country are the ones that are often relegated to the side with just platitudes from a government that frankly doesn't care. I don't know what else to say about it. And the only thing that's going to change in this country for the protection of those who have seen their church to burn down, or those who have seen their synagogue shot at, those who have seen their Hindu temples desecrated, is a government that actually puts this as a priority. And that's not this government. You see what's on it.
Well, and if you listen to Mark Carney and his government, they're addressing this by Bill C9. And as you've and all of your colleagues spoke to at length, hours and hours and hours when this was in committee, were staunchly against it, especially since it seemed to adopt the amendment that Mark Miller, and that's the gentleman that you mentioned, had proposed in Justice Committee earlier when he was chair of that there are certain verses of the Bible that should be prosecutable. So now that's actually in this bill. It's almost past the Senate. There was a danger in the Senate of them adopting an amendment to criminalize residential school denialism. And the main house of the Senate thankfully voted that down. And they have added at least the SS bolts to the symbols that are banned in that in that bill as an amendment put forward by the Senate, and they're asking the House to agree to that. What should Canadians do now that this is about to become law?
Well, first of all, look, I think you continue to keep fighting this. Just because there's something that is law, we will repeal that law. When that time comes for us, that you should continue to fight this. But let me just go back for a second, because everything that you've seen, like, we have the laws in place to stop these mobs in our streets, to stop the egregious genocidal slogans against our fellow Canadians. All of those laws exist, and nobody's being prosecuted, or those prosecutions are being negotiated away in the hallways of our courtrooms. We saw this over the weekend and over the last couple of weeks. Arrests in Toronto, arrests in Montreal for the very same crimes that have been illegal in the first place, according to our criminal code. We've seen those arrests happen, and that this is aside from C9. C9 is not passed yet, so they have the tools. Now, we politicians, speaking from their coleos, leadership starts from the top. Do you ever get that? The fish rots from the head. Well, the same thing about leadership. It starts from the top. And if we didn't have mayors in this country, the mayor of the biggest city in the country, marching for the better part of her career against the police and to defund them, then perhaps they would be encouraged to actually do their jobs and arrest these culprits. But for all of those who have watched CNI go through the process, and some of my colleagues have done tremendous heavy lifting on this one, keep fighting. And know that whether it's a conservative government, there will be no Bill C9. There will be no religious exception.
And I'm glad you talked about politicians should be speaking from their podium on this. What are your thoughts on the fact that you have colleagues across the aisle that are Jewish, that are in the Liberal caucus? They put forth a letter, or relatively early on, Mark Carney's government, that just asked for one thing, to demonize and condemn anti-Semitism, and only about 20% of the caucus actually signed that letter. What does it say to you that these same people that had been voicing their displeasure about the rise of anti-Semitism over the last years, that have been in the Trudeau government and are now in the Carney government, and this is continuing, and they continue to remain silent? What is that say to you?
Well, what it says to me is, first of all, I should say that 100% of our caucus signed that letter, no problem. And to those who are watching, there's always going to be things you don't disagree with, or that you don't agree with in your party. I'm not gonna make a laundry list of you. Those could be that's probably another interview, but something as corrosive as the anti-Semitism, the rise of the anti-Semitism that you've seen in this country should be a red line for any. This is criminal behavior and criminal activity. This is terrorists who have found a place to come here, to raise money, to intimidate communities here. That should be the very basic red line that you could stand up and say, like, nope, this is not for me. And more than this is not for me, I'm going to do everything in my power that every Canadian, no matter where you come from, when you got there, what color you are, what language you speak, what religion you practice, if you don't practice religion at all, has a place in this country that they are protected by the laws. Nobody is asking for special protection. You're just asking for equal application of the law. And I think that should be the most basic thing you come here to do, Lava.
Is there talk in your religious community about some of these politicians that are staying silent through all this, or at least they seem to be?
Yeah, I think there's various choice names for them. I know what my rank lines are, and I know what I represent in the community, and I'm somebody who comes here representing the voice of my community in Ottawa, not the voice of Ottawa in my community when I go back. And I know what many people have sent me, not only from my community, but from across the country and across the religious spectrum. I think people see anti-Semitism as a wake-up call, because when they're done with the Saturday people, they come for the Sunday people next. And I think there are lots of people in this country realizing that this is not what we want here. We don't want lawless mobs. We don't want people continuously breaking laws. We don't want terrorists in this country. That's very basic, and I think that there are lots of decent people who believe that.
You touched on a good point, because there's a lot of different issues going on in Canada right now regarding rights and regarding communities being demonized. You have the horrendous disaster of the gun ground by Gary and Sangari, and you have the gun owners standing up and speaking for that. How important is it for people that aren't in those affected groups to stand with those groups during these fights?
Yeah, absolutely. They come for your necks on whatever the issue. Like, this government has a brutal track record, whether it's on the gun grab, whether it's on religious freedom, whether it's on the ability for you to say what you want online. Every time they drive forward a law.
Oh, I'm gonna crash out. This is crazy. The game is lagging. I hate it.
It's further and further erosion of your own rights. And eventually, if there's nobody, if you don't speak up for yourself, or if you don't come up to somebody and speak for them, there'll be nobody to speak for you. And that's why we fight every fight. I happen to be a gun owner, and I would find the stun drag egregious. But if I wasn't, I know that those fundamental rights should apply to everybody in those factories. And I come here as a conservative to protect not only my own community or things that I care about, but a cross section of what Canadians value and what we should value as we move in this country.
Now we'll go to a topic that's, I think, we'll bring some levity to the conversation.
Sure.
And because I find
that's a deep transition.
That's right. Because people are paying attention to politics more than they ever have before, which is a good thing. And I find it interesting that when Justin Trudeau was in power, it took them about 10 years to become unhappy with this leadership and start voicing their displeasure. And I don't know if this is a new record under a prime minister, but it's taken the Liberal caucus a little over a year to start voicing displeasure about Mark Carney, despite the fact that, the polls are showing that they have this lead. But You are hearing over a dozen MPs are flat out against his, let's just say, his anti-climate policies, but if they want to think that he's anti-climate, that's up to them. And you have a whole bunch of people that are going to multiple publications now talking about the fact that Mark Carney is yelling at them and tearing a strip off them and doesn't want to hear things with that. And we're finally not hearing the question, what does this say about Pierre Poilievre's leadership of the media? We're finally hearing, what does this say about Mark Carney's leadership? So, Melissa, what does this say about Mark Carney's leadership?
Well, I think there's a couple of things here. And one of the things that nobody's talking about is this, what it says about his character. You know, I told you that I was the voice of Thornhill, or I was the voice of my community in Ottawa. And I take that job really seriously. And I think that every MP should be the voice of their community here. And when you're going to talk to a prime minister or a leader, or you're on caucus or whatever policy team is advancing the policy, your constituency's voice, and he doesn't want to hear that, then I don't think he wants to hear from regular Canadians. And I don't think that he has the lived experience of any regular. I think we saw elegance about in the election where he didn't know the price of strawberries because he doesn't buy his own strawberries. And so if you're not getting those voices in caucus, if you're not getting a cross-section of Canadians, well, then you were going to do what you were going to do anyway. You have no interest.
You see,
in
the game freeze, but the video keep going. This is the proof that this is the game that is lagging and it's not the PC. I hate it. I hate when a game, bro, just let me play the game.
In that, so that's a huge character flaw, and I think it's going to be a massive blind spot for him if he doesn't really know what's going on in the ground. And from everything that he's done, it proves that he doesn't. Canadians can't afford gas, they can't afford groceries, they're skipping meals, they can't afford homes. None of that's changed since he's become prime minister. In fact, it's gotten worse now in a recession. And then the other thing is he has an untenable coalition under him. The Liberals have reversed themselves on almost everything that they've done. It's spent the last 10 years beating their chest thing. It was absolutely necessary. Now, they told you the carbon tax was going to save the world and it didn't cost you anything. And on day one, they reversed the carbon tax saying, just kidding, we were always against the carbon tax. So obviously there's going to be some people in his coalition that are on a number of different sides of this issue, whether it's, climate change policy, whether it's on crime, sort of moving that yardstick just a little bit, just enough to look like you're doing something, but not actually fixing the problem. There's going to be people that are angry. For him, it's time's going to tell whether he can manage that coalition and whether he hears Canadians in the first place.
Well, and we also heard that he, in front of the entire Liberal caucus, and I'll use their words, not mine, was losing it or tearing a strip off of Jamie Batiste, who is a NICPA president and member, and they were discussing the fact that one of the bills, Bill S2, amending the Indian Act, wasn't going over well with the Indigenous communities. And Mark Carney's response to Jamie Batiste was, that's not my job to figure out, that's your job to figure out. And if the Liberal Party is having problematic relations with the Indigenous communities because of this, that's your fault, not mine. Contrast that with how the Conservatives would be approaching these types.
Yeah, look, I'll tell you, I'll tell you the nice thing about service. You don't always get your way, but you always get your say. And we've got a long process within our caucus, and then through our shadow cabinet, and then at a leadership table where everything is sort of laid out there. The case score it, the case gets it, and you move forward as a party. And so nobody is left out of the discussion. But on the issue of Jamie, I don't think this is about Jamie Batiste and whoever that is. I think it's about the Prime Minister and the way that he views regular, ordinary Canadians, Indigenous communities, people who are on the front lines of the fight against climate change, whoever they are. I think this is more a comment on the Prime Minister not lying to hear from anybody from any community. He's going forward with the thing that he's going to do, and so be it if you have any problems with that.
And that is also reflected in some of the other comments that were made and some of the behaviors we've seen of him. It's interesting that the media talks a lot about how Pierre Poilievre reacts with the media, but they don't seem to talk a lot about how the Prime Minister reacts to the media.
It's a bit short, that.
Correct.
Yeah.
And
especially if you're a woman.
Especially if you're, but you notice that too.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
What does he say, especially if you're a woman?
You know, it's interesting that the media talks a lot about how Pierre Poilievre reacts to the media, but they don't seem to talk a lot about how the Prime Minister reacts to the media. Where
It's a bit short then.
correct,
Yeah.
and
Especially if you're a woman.
especially if you're. But no, you notice that too. It's interesting because he will respond to questions to the media as if he is in the border, and he will just say, "All right, end of story, point final. I'm not saying anything else on it," and he doesn't even understand. Well, you actually don't get to decide when the questions end, and some of the comments from the Liberal caucus are reflective of that, saying that they're complaining that he is managing the caucus like he would a board.
Yeah, look, this isn't a private corporation; it's a democracy. And you see that also in his behavior of skipping more question periods than a prime minister in recent history. He's on this report. Terrible. Yeah, he's not a question period guy, because that's where the actual opposition happens, and you're there answering for the government's agenda. Question period is important. Like you've got the most powerful people in the country who carry the purse strings of all of our tax dollars and make decisions that affect our everyday lives. You have an opportunity for an hour a day, every day, or 45 minutes a day, every day, to ask them the questions on behalf of the communities and on behalf of those who are not served, and to sort of throw that away as like that's an inconvenience to me. Democracy is not an inconvenience, Mr. Barry. It's just not. And this isn't Brookfield, and you can't run it like Brookfield. And there's some real questions about the importance of holding the government to account, opposing them where it makes sense, working with them to give them what they need to move forward the agenda. We did that with C5. They didn't do anything with it. Or exposing the things that they're not telling you, and that's another important thing that happens there. This isn't going to last long. The media will have the war of it, and certainly they'll have to face, and certainly those ministers will have to face the scrutiny of the House.
Now, do you think one of the reasons or as a result of this friction with this caucus, in addition to probably is the lack of regard for even the basic institutions of government, is that there are so many different factions within that Liberal Party, and the Liberal Party is now always coming apart at the seams because he's trying to be everything to everyone.
Yeah, well, I mean, liberals have like one religion, and that religion is winning, and they'll reverse themselves on every decision, and then they'll work to not, we're blatantly in a recession right now, and nobody will utter the word, and that speaks to, I think, massively is credentials. Like, he was elected on the basis that he was a smart economic teacher that was going to get us out of what Trudeau has done, and it turns out that he's just more of the same. In fact, he's even worse. Done a bigger debt to say we've got the highest unemployment, or second highest unemployment in the G7, the highest food prices, the highest housing costs, the highest home prices. These are all, these all are directly incompatible with what you told us. But, in his caucus, he's got the same people that ran this country into the ground under Trudeau. And he's got, those who are sympathetic to the terrorists in this country, and we've seen that time and time again. And they have those who purportedly stand up against that. They have those who, don't want to develop natural resources, who can't utter the word pipeline, and those ostensibly who want to build one, although we've seen no evidence of that. That is an impossible coalition to keep together. And without being a strategist, just a casual watcher of this. Eventually, what do they say? The chickens will come home to roost, and this is untenable in the long term, because if you promise Canadians that you were going to build natural resources, that you were going to keep us out of recessions, that you were going to get more money into the pockets of everyday Canadians, that you were going to do all of these things, stop the crime, the drugs, the disorder in this country, then you're going to have to make hard decisions. And if you have to make those hard decisions, the people in your caucus don't agree, well, it's going to be a lot harder to shepherd those.
You see, let's say that if Trudeau lost it to Pierre Poilievre, like, let's say 6 years ago almost, and if Pierre Poilievre had built a bunch of pipeline, because he just keeps speaking about it, it was probably already in his project 6 years ago and plus. Look, with the Strait of Hormuz being closed, This is where Canada would be making bank with those pipeline. But right now we need to build the pipeline. We are lacking pipeline. So even if we are building the pipeline, we cannot even use it into the best time to sell oil ever. This is crazy, dude.
Those over the finish line.
And then you have people like Stephen Guilbeault who decide to leave because, you know, he was one of the first supporters to come out in support of Mark Carney, and he's one of the first to leave because he realized that he's been lied to all the time.
Yeah, well, I suspect there's 13 others on his letter that followed him. The letter of 14 MPs signed that. So there's 13 others that are probably sweating and feeling pretty uncomfortable in Caucus. But man, maybe this is all a plan. Maybe he's got to do all of the things to all of the people and actually move nothing forward. In which case, Canadians who gave him that vote of confidence last year in the election to expected results are just getting more illusions. And I think that again. Time is of the essence here, and it's been a year, and nothing much has changed. In fact, it's not worse for a lot of Canadians here.
One thing that's may have at least not gotten worse, but may have been, you know, status quo in a good way is the parliamentary budget officer. I think there were some concerns over the PBO coming in, especially since the previous interim VDO, Jason Jake, was lauded by the international community as well as the rest of the office. But the new PBO has not been very flattering of Mr. Carney. In fact, has actually been the opposite. Are you pleased so far of the job that she's done in the short time she's been there?
Yeah, look, where's the difference, right? I'm not pleased with the economic situation we're in, and that costs. There's real costs to that. There's real job losses in this country. There's real families, real kitchen tables who don't have, real meals. You've got all of the strife in the economy. You've got PBO that's effectively saying, you know what, the government's projections, there's about 1% chance of any of that coming true. You're going to blow through your own benchmarks, and you're going to blow through the amount of money that you spent at $7 billion more. Like, she's effectively saying, like, look, guys, the ruse is up. You're lying to Canadians. And I think that's a really important function in our system. So, whether it's her or somebody else, I want that person to remain in that function. And I want the government's own projections about the government's own behavior to be challenged by an independent officer of Parliament. That's how our democracy works. And again, this goes to the inconvenience of the way that the party sees democracy. It's not a boardroom. It's not your way or the highway. And for a lot of those people looking at those numbers, it doesn't feel good.
Now, on that, one other piece of evidence that shows that Mr. Carney evidently doesn't think that democracy is important is that...
I think politicians should be held accountable. If they say they're gonna do something and they don't, they should go to jail or like something, having to pay or give up a bunch of their own money, they don't get paid or whatever. I don't know, man. They should be held accountable for not doing what they say and lie to the people.
Every one of these by-elections, the candidates have been appointed and not gone through a nomination process. What do you think that says about Mark Carney and his commitment to democracy as well?
There's the idea of democracy, and I think everybody loves it when we're having the pomp and circumstance ceremonies of official Ottawa. And I think there is a real commitment to democracy the minute that you show the party members like we do in our party with open nominations and the way that you treat the House of Commons not as an afterthought, but as somebody who attends a question period and faces the scrutiny of opposition parties. Like, all of this says more about Mark Carney than it does about any of the complainers. It tells Canadians, this is who he really is. And I think the more and more that mask is peeled off, the more and more people will see that this is a government built on illusions with zero results so far.
And the last thing I'll ask you is, there's been this talking point out in the media, and I don't know, frankly, where they got it, that the Conservatives and Pierre Poilievre are speaking with glee that we're in a recession. So I'll just ask you straight: are the Conservatives happy that we're in a recession?
How could you be happy when there are not, like, people in your community that come to your office saying, like, I can't afford to live where I'm living right now. Now, I can't afford to put food on my table. I'm skipping meals so my kids can eat. Or my kids are living in my basement because there's no shot for them. We're here to fix that. We're not here to revel in it. And the very fact that it's happening is a product of the last 10 years of policy decisions that have gotten us here. So we want to say reverse course on the inflationary spending that you see in our government, reverse course on all of the corporate handouts, reverse course on carbon taxes, on the things that make everything more expensive in our everyday lives. There's no belief in a recession. It's going to be a turbulent road ahead, and we hope the Prime Minister smartens up and takes a bit more of our policy ideas.
Bro, bro, this dude video, Northern Perspective, if his video was not starting with a bang, like, down, and finishing with it, I would like it so much better, man. The video was great, though. Very nice video. It just, I don't want to have a bang in my ears, man. Maybe with a, no, it's just good. Nah, it's pretty bad. You don't want that. You don't want that. Okay, so what now? Let me look if I can revitalize the algorithm real quick.
Remember way back during the 2025 federal election when Prime Minister Mark Carney and the Liberals campaigned as aggressively elbows up against the Trump administration in the United States? Well, Pepperidge Farms remembers, but apparently the Carney Liberals don't. Carney ran as the man to go down to the US and stick his finger in Trump's chest and tell him to stop making 51st state jokes. And these days, he's conceding on the Gordie Howe Bridge issue, and he seems to be not pushing back at all when Trump floats the idea of fire tariffs against Canada because of all the smoke coming over the border from our wildfires. Yes, Canada has bad forest management, but you really cannot stop smoke going over the border because no amount of forest management can stop wildfires from breaking out when you have 25% of the entire world's boreal forest within your country. Check out this clip from the news of Trump talking about meeting with Mark Carney at the finals of the World Cup, because it does not give me the impression that Carney did a good job when talking to Trump. Although before I actually get to the part where he's talking to the reporters, Trump's talking to reporters, I just gotta say, every time I see Carney and Trump speaking with each other, Carney has the worst posture in the world. I don't want to become one of those like body language readers, but if I was,
no, he's folding, yeah.
With how he keeps looking whenever he's next to Trump, he's always like hooked over, like has the posture of a question mark whenever Trump's talking to him. Never gives you the impression that he's, giving Trump what for and telling him to back off in any way whatsoever. So what a reporter asked him was, did you have a conversation with Mark Carney from Canada? And now Trump is going to generally detail what they talked about.
Yeah, I did. How did that go? Well, it went good, but I told him, you got to stop these fires from coming in and, poisoning our air. Our air's been poisoned. I have a good relationship with Mark Carney, but, you know, we got to stop the fires up there. If we can help them, we'll help them. But maybe they should pay us some damages or something, or we should do some tariffs. But it was terrible. I mean, you had businesses closing. In particular, Michigan. If you look at Detroit, Michigan, they had to close everything. They had to close car plants and a lot of other things. So I've never remembered this happening. Over the last 4 or 5 years, you saw it starting to take place. I've never remembered.
It's always happening. Every year we are burning, bro. Like, it's happened so often that I have some smoke in my city. It's almost every year. But yeah.
From that clip of Trump, I do not get the impression that Mark Carney smoothed anything over. In fact, it sounds like Trump basically downloaded on him, and Carney basically just kind of, softly agreed or tried to change the subject. Did not move Trump away at all from the idea that maybe he'll tariff Canada for all the smoke coming over the border. It's dumb that he wants to do that. I'm not defending that. I always at least critique our side for seemingly being completely limp in the face of American tariffs. Not that I want the liberals to go elbows up mode. That's another stupid tactic. Carney keeps oscillating between the dumbest possible strategies when it comes to Canada-US relations. Elbows up, where we're gonna yell at them for telling a joke, and then we go over to pure conceding, pure capitulation, where we give Trump 50-50 net revenues on the Gordie Howe Bridge in exchange for it opening not even on time.
All right, big gamble, big gamble. Wait, I have... I was supposed to have a tablet sitting somewhere there. Did I drop the tablet? Am I that dumb?
Open late, but we're gonna potentially open the thing on time.
It's an 8 divine tablet.
50-50 net revenues, even though we paid for 100% of the construction of the bridge to the tune of $6.4 billion. Where is the concessions from the other side? Where are you at least getting Trump sort of moderate his language about Canada? He keeps pushing more because Carney is mush, and you push where there's mush to try and get more concessions. And I now quickly want to bring you guys over to an excerpt from a CBC article that demonstrates that, yes, Carney basically didn't push back at all. The elbows up guy is completely elbows down, knees on the floor, begging Trump to just be nice to him. Here's what the CBC article said about the situation. It says, Carney's office issued a short statement on Monday saying that he spoke with both Trump...
The tablet was there, so I moved it somewhere. No. Where did I move my tablet? This is critical right now. Oh, no.
And Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum, but provided little detail on what was said. Quote, the Prime Minister provided an update on the wildfire management and the comprehensive approach taken to ensure the safety of all Canadians and Americans, the statement said. Last week, cities in Michigan shut down beaches, splash pads, and Red Oaks Water Park, and even indoor pools because of the toxic smoke that blanketed Michigan and other northern U.S. states. The Detroit Free Press reported that dozens of workers at Ford's Michigan assembly plant were taken to hospital after inhaling wildfire smoke inside non-air-conditioned plants. So yeah, Canada's at a rhetorical disadvantage on this issue, and it doesn't matter if forest management can properly deal with the wildfire problem or not. The thing is that because we're not doing it, we can't say to Trump, well, it wouldn't work. Well, if we were doing it effectively and the smoke was still traveling over the southern border, we could say, hey, it just happens. We actually have a very aggressive wildfire approach on wildfires. We have way more water bombers than we used to 5 years ago. We've been doing a lot more thinning of forests to make sure that the fire doesn't just keep going and going and going. We're trying to build in fire breaks. We're not doing any of that, which gives some credence to what Trump is saying, even though he's off base that Canada can just stop the wildfires. Again, we have 25% of the world's boreal forest. It's not going to happen. You're never going to stop wildfire smoke from traveling around North America, whether it's from the US or it's from Canada, no matter how good your forest management is. Now, because our forest management is trash,
Yeah, but there's something we could do. We could invest into a drone and AI program to make some equipment that fight the wildfire better, you know? Like we instead of having plane with people driving them to get the water into some lake and dropping them on the fire, you could have an army of drone doing it. You know? You just have satellite giving the position of the lake, good position of the fire, the drone do boop boop back and forth. Pretty easy. Like you just gotta invest on a program, create a program, start investing, bam, done. Easy, man. It's gonna probably take a couple of years to create the program, you know, but at least it would start somewhere.
Though, every once in a while we have a fire that burns down all of Jasper or some other small towns in northern Ontario because the red tape to actually being able to cut down a tree is absolutely wild in this country. But now I want to move on to some of the excuse making or some of just the anti-Trump deflections that are going on when it comes to lefty media. I need to show you guys this clip from Midas Clips. This is that hacky organization that former NDP MP Charlie Angus works for. It's a left-wing progressive front group operating from the United States, operating in Canada. I love this clip because basically the way I debunk it is by just continuing to read the thing that this guy uses to attack Republican. So check out this video where they try and pivot the news story away from Canada and the forest fires over to America somehow being bad.
Donald Trump is using the wildfires as a pretext to basically attack Canadian sovereignty, which Donald Trump has been trying to do since day one. And then the MAGA sycophants like MAGA Republican Tim Sheehy says, as a former water bomber pilot who used to lead an aerial firefighting fleet, I can tell you, send help is an extremely dishonest framing by the Canadian government. I mean, just think about how sicko these MAGOs are. Send help. What a dishonest framing. A dishonest framing. Canada, which used to be and should always be as close to the United States as possible, is saying, hey, can you
Wait,
send help?
but we are not trying to be close to the United States. This is crazy. Carney do everything to get some ally. Go ask the European or the Chinese. This is the Carney strategy. Go see what the Chinese gonna do to help you for that. They're gonna do nothing. It's your fault, Carney. You don't try to be friendly with the United States. This is what you get, man. Like easy.
A dishonest framing. This is why these MAGAs are just horrible and disgusting human beings. Send help. What an awful framing of the issue. How about you just do what
Disgusting human beings. It's pretty rare that you hear the right-wing people calling the left-wing like this, but I feel from the left-wing you always keep hearing that type of shit.
Neighbors have always done. Why don't you do what Canada does here for the United States? And then Donald Trump, this sicko scumbag, goes, Tim Sheehy is great. A winner. DJT.
I let that go on for a while because it's going to... The amount of times he kept repeating his dumb points about, oh, how these people are so sick. Him claiming that it's dishonest framing by Doug Ford is sick. So what happened here was Montana Senator Tim Sheehy was reacting to Doug Ford saying that rather than the Americans complaining about all the smoke, they should send support. Tim Sheehy said, as a former...
Okay, so I'm gonna put a tablet into this machine and maybe break it. Let's see which 11, 25, 18, 16, 37. Okay, this one is already corrupted. So the one with 25, let's see if it's get better. Please, please, please. Maybe it's gonna break and it's gonna be worse, but I take the risk. 5. Ugh. I just lost 20 div. Maybe I should try one that is more like 10 next time. It's gonna have more margin to go up and less to go down. Well,
water bomber pilot who used to lead an aerial firefighting fleet I can tell you Send Help is an extremely dishonest framing by the Canadian government. Now, that's where the guy from Midas Clips ended up, or Midas Touch, that progressive American front group that has Canadians that work for it. That is where he stopped the quote. He didn't go down further and read, the Canadian government routinely blocks U.S. firefighting companies from attacking fires in Canada, while aggressively sending their government-subsidized aircraft to the U.S. to earn commercial rates from the U.S. taxpayer. It's big business for them, and they run it like a Chinese protectionist racket. Now, maybe that's true, maybe it's not. I tend to assume it's true since he is at least citing that he has experience in this field. He's not just saying that I know a guy who knows a guy who told me it. He says that this is his firsthand experience. And I also would assume it's true because the Midas Touch guy refused to actually read the second part of the quote that made it clear why he was reacting to Doug Ford by saying that it was dishonest framing, that saying Send Help is dishonest, when by his experience, the Canadian government rejects American water bombers' help. I'm not sure if it's a budget thing. They don't want to have to pay the American water bomber crews. At the same time, the Canadian water bombers go down to the United States to get paid by American states to help out with their fires. Regardless, though, it was just, it's stupid spin. Is he right or is he wrong? You can't just call him a mago sicko if you refuse to actually engage in the argument that he made. Now I just want to move on to another issue, and it goes back to the bridge. Again, Mark Carney and the Liberals are like a bad infomercial product. It looks good on TV, but if you actually order the thing, it doesn't work. He claimed that he knows how to deal with Donald Trump, and then we bought the Mark Carney as seen on TV product, and it turns out he's never dealt with the man in his life, and he was lying. Mark Carney is like the slap chop of politicians. Looks great on TV, but in real life, you're going to be picking out small pieces of potato from between the blades because they didn't tell you that things can get jammed between it. But this was posted by Deputy Whip Chris Workington. I believe he's the Deputy Whip. He actually might be the Chief Whip. I'm sorry to Chris Workington if he's the Chief Whip, and I first assumed he was the Deputy. But Chris Workington here says, in response to this National Post headline, that says Lutnick boasts U.S. will get 50% of net revenues on Gordie Howe Bridge, calls it art of the deal. Howard Lutnick is the trade advisor to Donald Trump, if you didn't already know that. Chris Workington here says, Mark Carney is hiding the truth from Canadians. He got a bad deal on the Gordie Howe International Bridge and then lied to Canadians about the terms. Carney needs to come clean now. He must release the agreement so Canadians can see the facts. And I think this is going to be one of those things that's going to continue dogging Carney for the next couple of months. Carney is in a very vulnerable position right now. As I went over on the whiteboard yesterday, the best issue for the Carney Liberals is Trump and his administration. 31% of Canadians put that as one of their top 3 policy issues if another federal election was called. Now, I assume that a lot of liberals make that basically their number 1 or number 2 issue because that party has basically just become a vehicle for thumbing your nose at the Trump Republicans, even though it's not even the same country. But what we saw is that between May and now July, the liberals have fallen from 66% of people believing they're the best to deal with that issue of the 31% who pick it as one of their top 3 to 63%. But that poll was conducted before the Gordie Howe Bridge situation was added in. I think if the liberals can be moved below, let's say 53% of people who consider Trump and his administration one of the top issues for them, if you can move them below 55% of people who value that issue thinking they're the best, then they are going to have a really big problem getting reelected. Because another thing I went over on the whiteboard yesterday was all of the biggest cost of living issues, economy issues, those ones are all favoring the conservatives. Cost of living, the economy, housing, all favors the conservatives right now, despite the fact that that poll still had the liberals leading 6% federally. Yes, conservatives are predisposed to picking financial issues as one of their top 3 issues, but still the fact the liberals were leading by 6% should have balanced it out. But when you just ask people about cost of living, just ask them about the economy, most Canadians actually trust the conservatives. But the conservative mission is to not only extend their lead on the cost of living issues by running on bolder tax reform policies, like what I always suggest, a 20% across the board cut, they also need to shift Canadians away from believing that the Carney Liberals are good on Trump. This is a great opening, and they just need to keep hacking away at them. And it's going to be a war of attrition on this issue, but every time the Liberals mess up, you have to just keep slamming the fact that these guys keep oscillating between aggressive elbows up that gets nowhere and aggressive capitulation that gets nowhere. And then they want you to trust them simply because they aren't Donald Trump. You can like or dislike Donald Trump. If you hate the guy's guts, shouldn't you hate Mark Carney even more if he keeps conceding to him? Because at this point, he's a partner in crime if you don't like Trump, because he can't actually get any concessions in return from him every time he tries to go to the negotiating table.
I think this is the video where you go the artist. I think it's very good in this video. What the... Amazing. Amazing.
But anyways, with all that being said, I think that's probably enough for me today here. I guarantee in the next day or two, we're going to see some sort of CBC panel or other liberal on the internet claiming that this was a big coup for Mark Carney. Actually, I need to show you guys one more thing, because in the midst of all this, there was this photo that was posted that a bunch of liberals were trying to spin as like representing him being up on Donald Trump. I had to look it up on one of these liberal accounts I don't really like visiting, but they were sharing around this one photograph of him speaking to Donald Trump that was supposed to be like really impactful in some way. I don't get it at all. It was this one right here. Oh my goodness. X is really annoying me right now. All the clips are auto playing as I scroll by, and I usually want them to stay muted until I tell it not to be. They were acting like, oh man, look at this photo of Carney absolutely taking it to Donald Trump. He's not. Do you see his body posture here? He, again, has the shape of a human question mark. He has his limp-wristed hand pointed kind of at Trump, while Trump, like, kind of is looking down his nose at him. Again, I don't want to put too much into sort of body language reading, but Carney seems scared of this man. He screwed up on the Gordie Howe Bridge. He's screwing up on the fire situation, because if you wanted to be more rhetorically aggressive against the Americans at any point, now would be the moment. You would go after the fact that they have constant fires in states like California that Canada has had to deal with the smoke from, that Canada sends water bombers down to the United States, and now the Americans aren't being grateful. Although Tim Sheehy kind of throws a cold bucket of water on that particular line of rhetoric, because he pointed out that Canada doesn't actually want American water bombers most of the time helping them out. They're going to have to explain that one. But you think at this moment, now is the time you're going to look tough. And Carney just kind of issues a statement saying, oh yeah, we talked about it. And Trump leaving that meeting, talking to the reporters, sounds like he was fairly confident. The whole meeting was basically him telling Carney to get his crap together. Carney being like, well, you know, it kind of doesn't really work that way, but I'll take it back to my people and we'll deal with it. It'd be great if you could give us some support. And that's all that happened. Again, I actually think we need a more friendly approach with the Americans. But this is not the marketing the liberals ran on in 2025. Again, Carney ran as the guy who, if Trump made a 51st state joke, he was going to go down to Washington, D.C., stick his finger in his trap, backhand him, and tell him to take all the tariffs off, and maybe he'll consider, he'll maybe consider...
I think the problem is Carney always act like if he's not going to be friendly with Trump, and then when he's in front of him, he's all friendly and whatever, but he's not like friendly with the United States. He's not trying to get a friendly deal or a friendly relationship. He's just acting friendly because he cannot stand up to him. Like, it's not... it's like Two-Face.
Taking 50% of our counter tariffs off if Trump gives him everything he wants and the state of Rhode Island. And now he's like, we'll give you 50% of net revenues on the bridge if you let us open it. And he's tried nothing. He's tried nothing, and he's all out of ideas, so he just gives Trump whatever he wants. My goodness, I even like Trump on a lot of policies. I'm not some guy who's like sitting here being, oh my goodness, his fascist regime in America is going to try and annex Canada. That's not how I think about things. I think a lot of his policies are good. I dislike some of his policies, especially tariffs. I feel like I at least understand the man better than Carney does. Trump wants a win. And you can get what you want, but you have to make it still feel like a win for Trump. We can get to zero tariffs if you market it properly to Trump. But Carney's like cozying up with the Chinese.
It was really easy. It was really easy. Just take off the Canada tariff, and Trump gonna take off the United States tariff. We were the one putting the tariff first, man. This is crazy, dude.
Like cozying up with the Chinese, refusing to concede on that point to get to zero tariffs, but then also conceding on other stuff in exchange for nothing. And at this point, like Trump's like, well, he refuses to drop the China thing and supply management. So I guess I'm not going to make a deal to go down to zero tariffs, but I can basically just keep picking this vending machine, and every once in a while, Carney just gives me like a 50% revenue share on a bridge, or gets rid of the digital services tax, or he gets rid of the streaming tax. And all it takes is a little bit of pressure because Carney's too scared to deal with me directly. So every once in a while, he gives me a goodie just to keep me at distance. That's effectively what is going on here. Anyways. With all that being said, thank you guys for watching today. Make sure to like, share, subscribe. Consider hitting the join button below the video and becoming a member of the channel. It really helps me out and makes the channel more sustainable. But with all that being said, thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you all next time.
Politicians and pandering. They go together like chocolate and peanut butter. New York Rep AOC busting out a fake Southern accent at a Memphis rally for U.S. House candidate Justin Pearson. Won't you just take a gander at this, why don't you?
We cannot afford to leave Tennessee behind. We cannot afford to leave Kentucky behind, Alabama behind, Mississippi behind, Georgia behind, South Carolina behind.
She's not exactly Alexandria from the Bronx with that accent, Charlie. You live in Virginia. Did that sound awful familiar?
Yeah, I would have given anything to have been there. I would have swooned over it. I just love it. It's so good. I really do think that she is going to be the Democrat nominee because that's where all of the energy is. And that's exactly as far as she'll get. And she will not get any further because of exactly this. Because at the end of the day, she's a faker. And she's got to fake it to like, and because as we were talking about earlier, she's never had like normal debates about like the issues. And when she does, it doesn't go very well. And I think that, and this whole thing about trying to claim that she's a working class gal. I mean, she's a bartender. I love that. I wish Congress was all the bartenders I ever had. I think that would fix all of our problems. But I don't think she's the bartender that we need as president.
Where everybody knows your name. So this is going to be a very interesting triangulation because AOC is the awful stepchild of Bernie Sanders. And she has also given birth to like replicants. And now she is going to try and make this pivot to the middle, which is a little tougher for a progressive to do. And she's already getting some pushback from the DSA, especially in her own state.
So she is where she is today because she was seen as a very authentic person, right? So when she ran against the establishment Democrat here and came from out of nowhere and took him out, it was because she was all the things that she was, that people have come to love about her. The fakery is what people will not like about her. And they will see typical politician is trying to mold herself into something that she is
getting
not.
in her head. Who's telling her to do that?
I don't know who her I imagine that it's consultants, or maybe she was just feeling the moment, or maybe she is not as strong and authentic as we were led to believe, right? We've already know, like, yes, she was a bartender. I was a waitress. Do I say that every day? No. I waited tables. I was really good at it, too. And if everything falls apart, I will go back to it in a second. I love the job. But she was from Westchester.
I'm pretty sure she was a pretty good waitress and getting a lot of tips in her younger day.
An economics degree. Like, let's have a debate on the issues. Like, can you imagine her, let's just say, debating Marco Rubio? Just imagine that for the country. Like, what accent are you going to use for that?
Yeah. Well, I think it's going to be more interesting seeing her debate someone like Josh Shapiro, because I don't hold Charlie's optimism that she's going to be the nominee. I think when she gets on a crowded debate stage, they are going to come after her. And I think she might wither. I don't think she does well under pressure, to Dana's point.
Again, we've been talking about ideas and how you get people to higher ground in their lives, better schools for their kids.
Look at this picture, bro.
Lower costs for an access, lower barriers to access to owning a home. There's been so much innovation and technology in the world, and certainly in America. So many of the companies are concentrated in an enclave in California. You have $4 or $5 trillion plus companies there. Why is that? Why are people flocking there? That speech she gave there, I think, might have been in my old congressional district. I appreciate any and everyone going there, but what is that going to do for people who live in South and North Memphis who have seen investment flee the area and not good jobs and meaningful opportunities? Why isn't the innovation and technology that is gripping certain parts of the country not gripping Mississippi and Alabama and Tennessee? I think we've gotten to a point in our politics where people just think giving a good speech and riling people up and getting on a plane or a bus or whatever the mode of transportation is and doing it again and again and again with no answers is somehow another politics. Politics is about finding common ground with people you disagree with to get the people you care most deeply about, which should be everyone you represent, to higher ground. Everybody needs to get back to that, Democrat and Republican alike. And I fear my party is heading in the wrong direction faster than the other party.
Well, we better hope that Amazon's not trying to go to their district.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking. Amazon was going to open a huge distribution center in Long Island City, and AOC threw open the door and invited them to get the hell out of the empire.
25,000 jobs.
Yeah. I mean, that would have been very helpful to the working class that she claims to be a part of. But, Greg, the most delicious part is the cannibalism. It's watching the DSA say that she is too friendly with Israel, therefore they don't know if they can support her.
This is what happens. No ideas. They go for people. I think she's an absolute genius. I want to just read her that quote again. And I'm going to tell you why, okay? We cannot afford to leave Tennessee behind, Kennedy behind, Alabama behind, Mississippi behind, Georgia behind, South Carolina behind. She mentions behind 6 times, and all I'm thinking about is her behind. Look, I don't know what she believes in, so I looked it up. Apparently, her issues are Green New Deal. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Medicare for all, affordable housing, economic justice, criminal justice reform. So I wanted to look up debates where she debated these topics. As you said, she's only appeared in town halls, which are usually curated, campaign events, congressional hearings where she gets to pose the questions. But there's never a point where anybody asks her about data or the outcomes, like nobody asked her about the Amazon thing, or how would this work? No one has ever asked her, like, okay, when you close the jails, it's a really simple question, what happens to the criminals? What happens to the victims? You oppose family separations of illegals, but what happens when the adult has to go to jail? How do you convince landlords to rent when you oppose evictions and background checks? How do you explain these things? She's never had to explain anything, which is why almost everything she says isn't memorable, except for when she mentions her behind 6 times.
She was challenged by Margaret Hoover, and she was like, I don't know. I'm not really a foreign policy expert.
Oh, yeah.
Is that the accent she used for that?
Yes. So I was like, oh, my God, Margaret.
I can't wait to hear her.
Why would you ask me about that? Now she's like, we're not going to leave anybody behind, not Kentucky.
Democrats even know this coconut oil we're talking about, this is not going to sell. We have to have ideas.
Yeah.
You tell them, Harold.
Harold Ford for president. People love Harold. Coming up next, would America's next president not be Harold, but...
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox 1.
Got my Bible and thought we'd dig into Matthew 25. The scripture you invoked was Matthew 25. I would ask you, who's the you in that passage?
You, meaning all of us, the followers of Christ.
Would you say that taxes are under compulsion? You're a pastor, right?
Yes, I am, sir.
Romans 13 talks about the purpose of government.
We all are against fraud.
Is fraud theft? Would you agree that that's theft? Would you recommend that someone in your church go into debt to give an offering in your church? We have a massive program of fraud that's being paid for by taxpayers. I would caution those who begin to use Matthew 25 to do so in the proper context.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Cloud from Texas.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for holding this hearing. This hearing was designed to be a hearing looking into the massive expansion of some of the social programs and the fraud that was contained therein. But Reverend Togart, I was struck by part of your opening statement because you invoked Matthew 25, and that's a scripture we see tossed around a lot up here, but often without context. And so I went and got my Bible and thought we'd dig into Matthew 25 for a minute. The scripture you invoked was Matthew 25, 35 through 40. It ends with this. It says, "Then the righteous will answer to him, Lord, when did we see you hungry, feed you, or thirsty and give you something to drink? And when did we see you a stranger and invite you in, or naked and clothe you? When did we see you sick or in prison and come to you?" And the king will answer to them, "Truly I say to you, to the extent that you did to one of these brothers of mine, even the least of them, you did this to me." I would ask you, who's the you in that passage?
Thank you for your question. You, meaning all of us, the followers of Christ.
Followers of Christ, right. In Matthew 24:3, it says, after Jesus was sitting on the Mountain of Olives and the disciples came to him privately, and then they asked him, that began this whole chapter. Now, what Christ didn't say was to lobby your government. He said, if you have, you give. That's the general biblical principle here. 2 Corinthians chapter 9 gives us probably the best scriptural understanding of what charity is. It says, each of you should give what you've decided in your heart to give, not reluctantly, under compulsion, for God loves a cheerful giver. Would you say that taxes are under compulsion?
Taxes are not my area of expertise, but
But are they given under compulsion? Do you pay your taxes?
As a U.S. citizen, I pay my taxes.
Yes, because what happens if you don't?
We don't have the services that we need to support our...
What happens to you personally if you don't pay your taxes?
You get in trouble.
You get in trouble. I would say that's under compulsion. So if we're talking about what charity is, I'm always amazed in D.C. how much of we get to define our personal worth as a politician or statesman or whatever you want to call us by how much of other people's money we give away. And so there's certainly a place for a social safety net potentially, but the idea that Matthew 25 is kind of used as a blanket statement. As a matter of fact, the parable that it gives right before that scripture that you go into is the parable of the talents, where you see someone, a business owner, go away and he leaves 3 employees in charge and gives them each a bit of investment. And 2 of them turn their investment into a profit. The one that turns it not into a profit, he does nothing with it, just sits on it. What does he call him? You're a pastor, right?
Yes, I am, sir. I don't have
He calls him a wicked and a lazy servant. And so, scripturally speaking, God expects us to do something with what he's given us. Now, Romans 13 talks about the purpose of government. Scripture is replete with, there's different institutions that each have a different thing. The primary job of raising our kids and taking care of our families in the institution of the family. The government has a different one. It says, for the one in the authority is God's servant for your good. But if you do wrong, be afraid. For the rulers do not bear the sword for no reason. They are God's servants to bring agent of wrath on the wrongdoer. Would you say that someone who commits fraud is doing wrong?
We all are against fraud.
Right. Is fraud theft? Would you agree that that's theft?
Yes.
As the 8th commandment says, thou shalt not steal. Would you recommend that someone in your church go into debt to give an offering in your church?
No.
Okay, so we have a massive program of fraud that's being paid for by taxpayers, and it's not really us paying it, it's really our kids and our grandkids that are paying it. And yet we continue to see this massive expansion, all under the taken out of context of what charity is being defined as. It's interesting, I find it odd that the left continues to bring up Matthew 25, because at the very beginning of that, right before he goes in that scripture that we talked with, it says, Matthew 25:32, all the nations will be gathered to him, and he will separate the people from one another as sheep and goats. He will put the sheep on his right and his goats on the left. And the king will say to those on his right, come in, you are blessed of the Father, take your inheritance to the kingdom. And those on his left, he will say, depart from me, you cursed, into the eternal fire prepared for the devil and his angels. So I would caution those who begin to use Matthew 25 to do so in the proper context, understanding that we have multiple biblical institutions and they each have a purpose.
The context here is
and
vast.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to
Minnesota.
submit the entirety of Matthew 25 into the record.
Without objection?
Mr. Chairman, I also have a unanimous consent item.
Without object, does anyone object to?
Thank you. It's a Huffington Post
I hadn't
article.
recognized you yet, Mr. Does anybody object to Mr. Cloud? Without objection, so ordered. Now, Mr. Crane from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to our guests for coming today. I want to start with you, Attorney General Ellison. In an interview with CNN host Laura Coates, she asked you about whether or not you did enough to stop the fraud. Do you remember that interview, Attorney General?
Congressman, I got to admit that I don't remember the details.
Can we
of
play
that
the
interview.
video, please? So, to refresh Mr. Ellison's memory.
Are we ready to? It may take us a second on that. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'll just tell you what you said when she asked you if you'd done enough to stop the fraud, and she mentioned the $9 billion. You said, of course we have done enough. We're doing more every single day. This is a political matter. This is not a serious thing. Do you remember saying that, Attorney General Ellison?
I remember the conversation. What I remember was that I was lamenting the politicized nature of this very serious problem.
Well, you said it's not a serious thing. So now you're saying
fraud is a serious thing.
Okay, well that's not
Politicizing
what
fraud
you
is
said
not
on
a serious
CNN, Mr. Ellison. You said this is a political matter, and this is a quote. This is not a serious thing. So I notice you're changing your tune now that you're before the House Oversight Committee.
I would have to.
Do you understand, Mr. Attorney General, why this adds gasoline to the fire when Americans are so frustrated with this government for their out-of-control spending and the amount of money they pay in taxes, and then to see...
All right, fat... No. Oh, yeah, okay, I did not close it. The fat gamble right now. Turn 11 divine Waystone into more. Please, please. Or make it or break it. Wait. It... $11 divine into 10 exalt. This was like the worst outcome possible. Oh, what?
$9 billion of it, an estimate of $9 billion getting stolen of their taxpayer dollars and being used to fund cars and vacations and homes and even fund terrorism. Do you understand how statements like that throw gasoline on the fire, sir?
Congressman, I believe that you are mischaracterizing what I said.
No, I actually read you the quote. I'm not
And Mr. Crane, that
mischaracterizing it all.
video's ready if you still want it. It's up to you.
Yeah, let's play it, please.
All right, once again. 16 divine. Let's see if it go up
Is
or
that
down.
There has been hundreds of millions of dollars, but now there are some estimates that there could be $9 billion or more. And Noam was just suggesting they took hundreds of people off the street who were involved
I just scrapped 3 in a row. I wasted like around 50 divine.
in fraud. Are you confident your office has done enough?
Of course, we've done enough, and we're doing more every single day. This is a political matter. This is not a serious thing.
So how are you going to sit here, Attorney General, saying I'm mischaracterizing? I read word for word your quote. I then showed it to the entire dais, the entire audience here today. How are you going to sit here and say that I mischaracterized you?
Congressman, I believe you mischaracterized me because clearly what I was referring to by not serious is that the serious issue of fraud is being politicized and converted into a political weapon. That is not a serious matter in my view. That is something that I believe all of us should take seriously, but we're not taking seriously enough. So, sir, I would say very clearly, fraud is a odious, horrible, malignant thing, and that's why it should not be turned into a political weapon. but we should come together on a
The
bipartisan
reason it's
basis to
becoming
stop it.
political, sir, is because of statements like that when confronted with the $9 billion of fraud in your state as the top cop in your state that you're clearly not doing enough to address. I want to move on. Reverend Tolagard, you said in your opening statement that today's hearing is about fraud in Minnesota, quote unquote, which is serving as a pretext for the terror the federal government has brought to the people of Minnesota. This fraud has been used as a rationale for deploying 3,000 federal immigrant enforcement agents into our state. Did you say that, Reverend?
Yes.
This is absolutely false. These federal agents were actually brought in to the state of Minnesota for a very specific operation to remove illegal alien criminals. It wasn't because of the fraud. That's being handled under a completely different agency and ICE and everything else. That's the U.S. District Attorney, okay? Did you know that?
The administration has linked all of these things together.
Well, they've linked the fact that you guys supported an open border that let in $15 to $20 million, and some of the fallout from that is fraud, like the $9 billion we're talking about today. Some of it are the rapists, the gangsters, the people that are committing fraud. They're burglarizing people, they're carjacking people. It's all kind of linked together. It's also linked to the SAVE Act, which many of you guys and my Democrat colleagues don't want to vote for, even though 83% of Americans support it. It's all linked together, but that's not what this operation was about. So you're bearing false witness in this hearing today, because that's not what that operation was about at all.
What I'm here to talk about is the suffering of Minnesotans at the hands of federal agents, including children and their parents, and the great devastation and harm that it has caused across our state and across our wonderful communities.
Have you spoken?
Oh, the suffering. She sounds like, and she looked like a woman who want to be Miss Universe, brother.
About
Mr.
Laken
Chairman,
Riley
he's
or any
over
of the
his time.
American victims that have been raped, murdered, or killed by these illegal aliens, Reverend? I didn't think so. I yield back.
DHS does not implement the law any longer. It makes up the law. But the law is the law. Your disagreement with it does not give you the permission to just make up a different law. If you want more authority, if your agency wants more authority, if you want stricter authority, come to Congress and ask for it. Do not ask us to fund an agency that just makes up its own law.
Senator Murphy, the outlandish claims you made there is just flat wrong. That's reckless. When you start saying it's unconstitutional, what's unconstitutional that we're doing? But I understand the political theater. I understand wanting to get sound
There's
bites.
copyright and music or something.
Secretary Mullen, for being here today. Mr. Secretary, I think you were crazy to have taken on this job. But at your confirmation hearing, you did promise that you would get DHS out of the headlines. We took you at your word, but nothing has really gotten better. In fact, you've spent the first 2 months of your tenure threatening to suspend international arrivals in states represented by Democrats. Not only would that throw our entire air travel system into chaos, it's completely illegal, which underscores the main issue of this hearing. The reason why Democrats and Republicans were not able to find agreement on the underlying DHS appropriations bill is because never before in the history of our nation has a federal agency been run so far off the rails as the Department of Homeland Security. Every day, this agency is breaking the law at scale and wasting billions of taxpayer dollars. DHS does not implement the law any longer. It makes up the law. Don't take my word for it. 10,000 times in the short 18 months this administration has run DHS, judges have overturned this agency's immigration decisions. Essentially, every case that gets before a judge gets overturned. The agency has locked up American citizens. It has killed peaceful protesters just for getting in the way. It has applied a completely made-up set of immigration laws and deported hundreds of thousands of immigrants who broke no laws, who were playing by the rules, who had legitimate claims to stay in the United States. A federal judge recently cited DHS for violating 96 different court orders in one single state. Not that this agency violated the law 96 different times in that state. No. On 96 occasions, DHS was caught violating The law, was ordered to obey the law, and 96 times ignored the judge in one state. That is stunning, and it should be unacceptable to anyone on this committee who claims to care about the rule of law. To make matters worse, this agency is spending money like stone-drunk sailors. Let's just take the massive detention centers that you are building. In Social Circle, Georgia, DHS allegedly paid almost $129 million for a property previously valued at $29 million. In Socorro, Texas, a property previously valued at $11 million was sold to DHS for around $123 million, a 1,000% markup. Somebody is getting rich, fabulously rich, off of those deals. Or take the company Geo Group. Geo Group was a small contractor in 2024. Net income
All right,
of
do I
about
lose the 18 more
$31
div?
million. But then Geo Group made enormous contributions to the president's political operations, and a revolving door started between
36.
Geo Group.
This one gained it big. It was like 20 div. Okay. So I gained it back. Usually I was always gaining, but man, I was thinking 3 or 4 in a row, man. It was painful.
And DHS. Tom Homan worked for the Geo Group, now works for DHS. David Venturella, Geo Group executive, is now poised to be the next head of ICE. And guess what happened? In just a year, as its executives have gone to work for the agency, as the political contributions flowed.
It's a bus room. I need to focus. I think I don't remember how hard it is. I just need to focus for this. There's another phase. Another phase again. I think I did it.
To the president.
The animation is sick. Look the animation, like. It's just gonna get more and more blood. Like what?
From 31 million to, wait for it, $254 million, an 800% jump in just 1 year. When President Trump came into office, ICE's budget was $10 billion. Today, with the obscene cash infusion this Republican Congress has given your agency, ICE's effective annual budget is now 11 times that, $115 billion. And with these real estate deals and these contractor deals, at times the agency seems to be lighting this money on fire. But for this committee, that should be unacceptable, because the money that is being wasted, it is earned by plumbers and security guards and teachers. They entrust it to us to spend it wisely. We swear an oath when we arrive here to assure that their money is not used to fund unconstitutional or illegal behavior. Every single day, this agency is violating the Constitution and the law. This cannot continue. For Congress to approve of this budget, you must assure us that this Sherman's march of illegality ends. You must stop padding the pockets of immigration industry CEOs. You must rein in this out-of-control overspending. But as I stated at the outset, the worry is the opposite is about to happen. You are reportedly considering suspending international arrivals at airports in states represented by Democrats. You will say that is because you disagree with our state's immigration policies, and that is your right to disagree. But the law unquestionably does not give you the right to close international travel in states that don't have the same political leanings as your party. And so I will say the same thing that I said to your predecessor in this forum. I know that you do not like our nation's immigration law. You believe that it lets in too many people. You don't like states' immigration laws that treat immigrants fairly. But the law is the law. Your disagreement with it does not give you the permission to just make up a different law. If you want more authority, if your agency wants more authority, if you want stricter authority, come to Congress and ask for it. Do not ask us to fund an agency that just makes up its own law.
Thank you, Senator Murphy. Secretary Mullen, we will now turn to you for your opening statements. You'll be given 5 minutes for that, and then all of your written testimony will obviously be entered into the record.
Thank you so much, Chairman Britt and Ranking Member Collins, Chair Collins and Ranking Member Murphy. You know, I do have an opening statement here, but wow, Senator Murphy, the outlandish claims you made there is just flat wrong. You start saying we're breaking the law, and you really start looking at it and we're enforcing the laws that Congress did pass. That's reckless. When you start saying it's unconstitutional, what's unconstitutional that we're doing? We swore to uphold the Constitution, just like you swore to uphold the Constitution. For you to throw my 275,000 employees underneath DHS and with a broad stroke like that is reckless and irresponsible on your part. We're doing the job that Congress gave us the authority to do. And our men and women out there every single day is enforcing the laws. If you don't like the laws, you can change them. We're not picking and choosing which laws we enforce. We're simply enforcing the law, period, full stop. When you throw out reckless terms and you start referring to our agents as being dangerous, unconstitutional, and lawless, that's why our agents' death threats are up by 8,000%. I know that's not what you want, but your political theater, that's what it causes. When you start looking at assaults on our officers, they're up by 1,300%. Senator Murphy, is that what you want? I don't think it is. I really don't. But I understand the political theater. I understand wanting to get sound bites. And that was obvious because the whole time he was giving your testimony, he wasn't looking at me, he was looking at a camera. I get that. I get it. If you have bigger political ambitions, fine. Just say it. But don't do it at the expense of my officers. When you want to really talk about funding, you haven't funded my officers. CBP and ICE has been willing to do the job for free. Why? Because of a reckless administration. Prior to President Trump coming in and saving America, you had a reckless administration that was destroying America by letting millions of illegals into our country. We're a nation of laws, and we're going to enforce those laws. What separates us from other countries is because people respect the rule of law. There's a reason why people are flooding to our country and not flooding to leave. And it's our job to protect the homeland. And we do that every single day. Every day I walk into that office, I feel so blessed that President Trump gave me this opportunity because I protect my backyard as hard as I protect your backyard. And I do it with pride. And every one of the employees, all 275,000 employees at DHS, they do it with pride too. And they don't separate a blue state from a red state. We look at it as a whole. But your reckless tone is getting people hurt. And it's got to stop.
It's going hard, man.
The fact that CBP and ICE hasn't been funded now for a historical amount of time is absolutely appalling. It should never happen. But yet we're playing political games. If your party is for open borders and an amnesty, then be honest. Because if ICE can't do their job, then who's supposed to be getting the illegals out? That's what they are stood up to do. That's what Congress passed and gave them the authority and created the agency to do. If you don't want Customs and Border Patrol, and their job is to control our borders and the custom entry points, if you don't want them, then be honest with the American people and say, we want open borders. You don't sit there and accuse us of a bunch of stuff that you know yourself isn't true. Now, I'll go back to this. It's an honor to sit here in front of you. I take it with great pride to be Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. And I'm surrounded with great men and women every single day I walk into that office. Regardless of what you say or some other people say, we're doing a great job. And we have a zero-fail mission, and we take that to heart every day. And one of the people that I'm surrounded with is Troy Edgar, my deputy. I couldn't do my job without the people around me. And so thank you, Senator Britt. Thank you, Ranking Member Murphy, for allowing him to be up here with us. Because some of the questions he may be better suited answered. With that, I yield back.
All right, I did enough. I did enough. I don't know where to put those points, man. They gave me points somewhere I cannot spend it, maybe? Aha. Well, I think it's time for me to go to sleep. Thanks everyone for passing by. You guys are